knows the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people.
To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News. The People's
Channel. GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQs Live here on GB News.
Whenever Parliament is in session on a Wednesday at midday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions. We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQs Live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Friday nights on GB News with Dubes & Co from 6, followed by Lee Anderson's Real World at 7. At 8, it's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. And at 9, join Patrick Christie's Tonight, followed by Headliners at 11, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Martin Daubney. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good evening. It's fast approaching midnight. This is GB News. Vote 2024. The people decide. Tonight, polls closed across the country in mayoral and local elections in 107 local authorities. Every adult in England and Wales had the chance to vote in some form of election in the last 20 hours. These are the scenes in Blackpool after polls closed a couple of hours ago. A by-election was triggered by the Blackpool South constituency former Conservative MP following the resignation of this man. Yes, Scott Benton resigned from his seat after an investigation found him to be wrapped up in a lobbying scandal. Mark Harper, the Conservative MP for the Forest of Dean, had this to say.
So, it is going to make the evening difficult, I think.
The Blackpool South constituency has only ever had one Labour MP in its history, but it's Chris Webb, the Labour Party candidate, who's the front runner tonight. Here's what Labour's National Campaign Coordinator Pat McFadden had to say earlier.
We can gain that will show real progress on the way to the coming general election.
Well, across the country, you've been voting in 107 councils for 11 metro mayors and 37 police and crime commissioners. Of course, those mayoral races in places like Greater Manchester, the West Midlands and London too. Well, we'll bring you all the results as we have them throughout the night and into the morning. This is Vote 2024. The people decide. I'm Tom Harwood and I'll be taking you through the night with a special lineup of guests across the political spectrum, including Lord Bailey, Lee Anderson, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Angela Richardson, Steve Reed and Bill Rammell. The polls closed at 10 o'clock across the country. Here are the latest forecasts, courtesy of Britain Elects. Now, out of the councillors, the Tories are expected to have a terrible night. Almost 500 losses. And where are those losses going to go? Well, Labour are expecting to pick up almost 300 seats. The Lib Dems into three figures, 129 gains is expected. And the Greens a good night too, with plus 52. All forecasts as things stand. Others up 24 as well. But meanwhile, this is the picture in Blackpool South. A forecast from Britain Elects. The Labour Party expected to come in with 50% of the vote and the Tories in second with 30%. But could reform cause an upset? Because people on the ground seem to have been suggesting reform might have done better than this forecast. Well, there are 9 candidates standing in Blackpool South. Here is the full list. Stephen Black is an independent. Mark Butcher is standing for Reform UK. Andrew Cregan for the Lib Dems. Howling Lord Hope for the official monster raving loony party. David Jones is the Conservative. And Kim Knight is for the Alliance for Freedom and Democracy. Meanwhile, Damon Sharp is the new open, non-political organised leadership party. Bit of a mouthful there. Ben Thomas for the Green Party and Chris Webb for the Labour Party. Well, let's cross straight to Blackpool now, where we're joined by GB News North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper. And Sophie, the counting is well underway.
It is indeed, Tom. We're here at the count in Blackpool South. Of course, a place famous for its promenade, for Pleasure Beach, and of course for its tower. However, over the years, the more recent years, it's become synonymous also with poverty. In fact, most recent government figures placing 8 of the 10 most deprived areas in the country here in this constituency. And that is something that its local people have been saying to me over the past week, that they really want their MP, whomever they may be, the successful candidate, to fight for them. They want to try and tackle this issue of deprivation. When you're on the promenade at Blackpool, this is an issue that is clearly visible. I had the opportunity to come to the constituency earlier this week and speak to local residents, and this is what some of them had to tell me. Blackpool South's about to get a new MP. What do you want them to do for Blackpool?
To invest more money in the mental health services around Blackpool, because there isn't much to offer for young people.
They need to invest more money in the people of Blackpool rather than the tourist areas.
Make it safer, make it a better community, especially with the cost of living crisis.
To do more for Blackpool residents, more for the homeless, which they don't actually do. They place them into hotels, leave them for 3 months, and if they don't find a place within them 3 months, they're moved. I'm one of them people.
I think it's quite sad, actually.
Yes.
It's very sad, because Blackpool was massive.
A word that really stands out there, I think, is the word people. The local residents here in Blackpool South really want an MP who's going to stand up for the people, whether it's tackling homelessness, whether it's tackling boat crossings, whether it's tackling mental health. These are all real issues that the people of Blackpool really care about. There are 9 candidates who have stood, and they want whomever is successful to really try and tackle these issues, to try and stand up for Blackpool South.
Sophie, how far through do we think the count looks right now? When might we be expecting results in Blackpool South?
Well, we were pre-warned ahead of tonight that we would perhaps be expecting the results come in between 2 and 5 o'clock in the morning. But it does seem like the ballots only came in about the last 30 minutes or so. So it's an electorate as of last year of around 56,000. So if there is a decent turnout, there's quite a lot to be getting through. Of course, we've also got the Police and Crime Commissioner vote to get through here tonight as well. So my estimate would be that we've still got quite a bit to go just yet.
Well, very good stuff. Sophie, we'll be back with you as soon as we find out that turnout level and any more information too. Thanks for joining us. Well, of course, there are also elections in 107 local authorities across England, as well as 11 mayoral races. These results are expected to be announced not only tonight, but also through Friday and Saturday too. Our very own Patrick Christie's has the very latest from the opinion polls.
YouGov has Labour on 44%, OK? The Conservatives, they are down on 13%. Reform are holding firm on 15%, and the Lib Dems are at 10%. The Greens, they're on about 8%. But tonight is about this. The election's taking place in 107 local authorities right across the country, with 2,636 seats up for grabs. Voters will also choose the Mayor of London, the London Assembly members, and 10 other mayors outside the capital. So here are some of the predictions, again, from YouGov. So we're expecting Labour to be making significant gains across the country. Labour are likely to take control of Milton Keynes and Hyndburn, apparently, and coming close in each of Tamworth, Thurrock and Walsall. North East Lincolnshire is moving significantly towards Labour as well, we're hearing, and we expect Labour to advance in Rugby. It is not out of the question, actually, that Labour might take control of Rugby. But it isn't all bad news for the Conservatives, though, no. We expect them to retain control of Solihull Council and potentially make gains in Reigate and Banstead. Elsewhere, though, we expect little to change in each of Colchester as well, which could make that a Tory hole. But tonight is also about the mayoral elections, isn't it? Yes, and we've picked out some of the key ones for you. Let's start in the West Midlands. Here we are. So we've got Andy Street, who's the Conservative candidate. Richard Parker is for Labour. Sonny Verk, the Liberal Democrats. Siobhan Harper-Nunez, the Greens. And Reform UK's Elaine Ruth Williams, as well as Ahmed Yaqub there, who is an independent. So that's where we are in the West Midlands. Bit about Andy Street, OK? So he was first elected as mayor for all the West Midlands back in 2017. He was re-elected for a second term in 2021. And the mayor of West Midlands represents around 2.8 million people. So it is seriously quite a big role, actually, across 7 local council areas. Constituent members of the West Midlands Combined Authority are Birmingham, Coventry, Dudley, Sandwell, Solihull, Walsall, Wolverhampton, so big parts of the country. Let's go over now to have a look at Tees Valley, shall we? So the candidates are Conservatives' Ben Houchin, we've also got Labour's Chris McEwen and Liberal Democrats' Simon Thorley. So those are the people who have been pounding the stump, as it were, there. Ben Houchin was first elected as mayor for Tees Valley in 2017. He was re-elected for a second term in 2021 in a landslide victory. So this really is going to be one to watch tonight, isn't it? Now, the mayor leads the Tees Valley Combined Authority, which covers the 5 boroughs of Darlington, Hartlepool, Middlesbrough, Redcar and Cleveland, and Stockton-on-Tees as well. These are going to be great bellwether areas for how a general election could go. Some quite big Brexit-backing areas there. But here's the big one, isn't it? Yes, the Mayor of London. Well, it's pretty much a straight shootout between Sadiq Khan and the Conservative Susan Hall. It is expected that Sadiq Khan will win another term as the Mayor of London, but Labour are obviously slightly rattled. Wes Streeting went viral for tweeting this tweet last night. A win for Susan Hall and the Conservatives is a win for racists, white supremacists and Islamophobes the world over. Probably a bit of an exaggeration, that isn't it? Susan Hall's campaign has been fought from the gutter with dangerous and divisive politics. London, we cannot let her win, vote Sadiq Khan. He absolutely copped it for putting that out there. But what will the results be?
And thanks for Patrick for running through all of that. But there is a lot of interesting chatter, particularly about this London mayoral race. Could it be tighter than people potentially thought? Delighted to be joined now by the former London Conservative mayoral candidate, Sean Bailey. Now, Lord Bailey, of course. Sean, this is a wash on social media at the moment. All sorts of speculation, a lot of pessimism from London Labour. Are you buying it?
There's 2 things I'd say. I remember when I ran, at one point it had me 31 points behind, and then I ended up 4 points behind. So you always close in. The other thing that Susan's had, the media treated Susan quite badly in the beginning. So what she did was change her focus to the doorstep, and I think that guerrilla tactic has really paid dividends, and I think, again, has closed the gap. And, of course, the third element is Sadiq Khan is hugely unpopular. You have to search quite hard to find someone who's enthusiastic about voting for him. So the risk he has, and why you see this pessimism online, is that because of the ULEZ and his poor performance around crime, the Conservative vote will remain relatively high. But because of their lack of enthusiasm for him, the Labour vote could go down, and if you combine that with a low turnout, he could be at risk.
That's the point, the enthusiasm point, because I've been looking at this polling. Only 2 days ago, YouGov, very respected pollster, had Sadiq Khan on 47 points to Susan Hall's 25. But I suppose those 47 points don't count for anything if they don't actually get out and vote.
It's exactly that. And this is the point, is I still think beating Sadiq Khan in today's London is an uphill struggle. But the campaign has focused on the right thing, again, the doorstep. But the real thing is Sadiq Khan's level of popularity has taken a real dive. And I think that's continued. And what Labour voters have been focusing on, I believe, is the general election, certainly in London. So there's a lot of them think, well, I'll get up at some point, but not now. And to be fair, London is very expensive. It's full of traffic. You can't find anywhere to live. There's a humongous amount of crime. I don't feel like I need to support Sadiq because he's going to win anyway. And that could be the thing that beats him.
It's almost the same sort of trap that Theresa May fell into in 2017. People felt that they could vote for the Labour Party because there's no chance of Jeremy Corbyn becoming Prime Minister, and then a lot more people did than perhaps would have done if they knew how tight that result might have been. I wonder, though, in the grand context of all of these elections, where exactly is it that the Conservative vote in London will be coming from? Will it be that same age-old donut strategy that was so successful for Boris Johnson?
So the last time he won was Boris, and he ran the donut strategy. When I came close, I didn't run the donut strategy. What I tried to do was be a broader appeal. The demographic of London has changed. London is one of the youngest cities in the whole of the world, so I tried to focus on young people in a very particular way. So I don't think the donut strategy will win. Having said that, the ULEZ has put the donut strategy back on the table because, of course, the communities most affected by ULEZ are, by nature, on the outskirts of London. And I want to be very clear about this. People are hugely upset about the ULEZ. Every conversation I had with Susan, I said, look, it can't only be about the ULEZ. And she was very well aware of that. And that's why she talked about crime, and she talked about housing and other things as well. But you cannot get away from the fact the ULEZ has motivated people to get involved in politics who simply didn't care. And that's where Susan could get a serious uplift.
It's so interesting. I ate a paper hat live at this desk when the Uxbridge result came in. I had no expectation at all that the Conservatives could hold that seat. In the context of Boris Johnson resigning, an unknown candidate standing, and yet, against all of the odds, the Conservatives held on to Uxbridge and South Ruislip. I suppose there's the risk that London, of course, does not count until Saturday. We are, of course, getting ahead of ourselves in this sort of projection talk. But there is the chance that this could be a lot closer than people thought.
So, look, for viewers who are not inside London, let's talk about why it becomes so important. From a parliamentary point of view, London has 72 seats. It's a very big deal. From a momentum point of view as well, if you're Rishi Sunak, you would love to go back to the House of Commons and say, the new Mayor of London, Susan Hall, oh, gosh, that would be a feather in his cap. Susan would have done him an enormous favour. That's why London is important from an electoral point of view. Yes, we are getting slightly ahead of ourselves because, you know, that's what we do. We speculate. The polls have closed now. Everybody wants to see the fruits of their labour. But let's be very clear. It's important to the whole country. London is the engine of our economy. But on the other negative end, we export crime. So therefore, you want a mayor who understands both ends, the positive and the negative. I personally think Susan's best suited to that. It'd be interesting to see what voters in London feel about that, because the one thing that the ULEZ debate has done is skewed the attention. So there's been a lot of talk about ULEZ, a lot of talk about crime, but there hasn't been enough focus, I think, on the central London debate. What are they going to vote for?
Now, just finally, I wanted to ask you about one of your colleagues in the House of Lords. Ben Houchen, the mayor of the Tees Valley, of course, became ennobled only last year, I think it was.
Shortly after I did.
And of course, he is running a strong ground game up there in the Tees Valley. He squeaked in his first election. In his second election, he won with 70% of the vote. The real question is, can he do it a third time?
I believe he can. Look, him squeaking in was the tough one. You know, that was his first, win, as it were. But what he did, he demonstrated he was of value. So all the attacks he's had and everything, he can just keep pointing to his record, in stark contrast to Sadiq Khan. Sadiq Khan can't point to his record. What he's tried to do is paint Susan as a bad person, whereas Ben has been able to say, look what I've done, look what I've done, look what I've done. I've housed your young people, I've provided employment, the place is safer, look what I've done, look what I've done. And he's brought a profile and a level of activity I don't believe... I believe people will continue to support him for. The longer you're in power, the harder it is to maintain that power. But I think his high point is still enough to win today.
It's so interesting to compare those mayors that are talking about what they've done versus those who are just talking about their opponents. And this isn't a party political thing, because Andy Burnham, the Labour mayor of Greater Manchester, has been pointing to what he's done with the buses and the trams, but it does seem that in London it is slightly different. Sean Bailey, Lord Bailey, thank you very much for joining us and talking through those big, big issues. Well, it's an important night for the Reform Party in Blackpool. They're hoping to be beating the Conservatives into that crucial second place, although few think they could actually snatch the first. But, of course, this is the first by-election since the deputy chairman of the former deputy Tory chairman moved from the Conservative Party, then to be an independent and then to the Reform Party. Lee Anderson, the first ever Reform Party MP, joins me now. Now, Lee, how well do you think Reform might have done tonight in Blackpool?
Good evening, Tom. Well, I'm looking, to be honest with you, Tom, if we can get that 13, 14, 15% sort of the vote share, I think that will be really, really positive. If we can get second place, that will be great. If we can get into first place, that would be out of this world. So I'm just looking at that percentage of the vote share, which I am, to be honest, Tom, around the country in the local elections as well, to see if that matches up with the polls.
Isn't that aiming a little bit low? Because in a by-election, opposition parties might expect to be outperforming where they are in the polls, rather than just matching it.
Well, Blackpool's a different kettle of fish, Tom, as you know. It's traditionally a low turnout, even in the general election, Blackpool is. I've been up there a few times during the campaign knocking on doors. There is little appetite for a by-election. That was the feeling I got in the poorer areas of Blackpool. So I expect a really, really poor turnout tonight. I reckon between 20 and 25% will be the turnout. So it's going to be difficult to make inroads there. But like I say, if we can maintain that sort of percentage share of the vote, which we're getting in the polls at the moment, I'll be delighted with that.
That's an interesting metric. Of course, there are other elections on tonight as well, across the country, local elections. The Reform Party's only standing around 400 councillors when 2,000 council seats are up for grabs. Why is your party standing in less than a quarter of the seats?
Well, it's 322 candidates, I believe it is, Tom, in total. Look, we are a small party, and to be honest, you know, standing in council elections, which I've done before, is an expensive job. I mean, you need a lot of money, you need a lot of troops on the ground to knock doors and deliver leaflets. And our focus this year is the general election. As you know, that's coming probably in a few months' time. So the money, the resources and the workforce we've got have got to be pumped into the general election. But we've got some good council candidates across the country. I know we're standing in places like Barnsley, Hartlepool, Lincoln, Plymouth, Sunderland, Walsall and Sandwell. So I'm looking for hopefully some gains there, Tom. But, you know, people will say to me all the time, especially today, you know, why haven't we got a Reform candidate in my neck of the woods? And it's simple. It's really, really simple. We're looking at pumping all our resources into the general election this year. Hopefully get quite a few MPs in Parliament. And then next year, when we've got locals around the country again, we can really focus on some of these councils.
So you're saying some gains. Can I press you for a number? What number of councillors is Reform expecting to pick up tonight?
Well, there's no number, Tom. You won't be able to push beyond that, young man. But if we can make some gains, any sort of gains anywhere in the country, that will be a positive. That will be an encouragement for other people who want to be, you know, candidates in next year's council elections to come forward, get their name on the ballot paper. Like I say, we're a small growing party. You know, the vote share is going up by the week. Like I say, in Blackpool, if we can get that 13, 14% vote share and pick up a few councillors around the country, I'll be really, really chuffed to bits with that.
Of course, the perhaps most recent comparison to Reform might well have been UKIP, the party that was running and starting to do well in local elections through 2012, 2013, 2014, standing in most seats, picking up hundreds of councillors. On the back of that, with all of those foot soldiers, it only ever was able to win one Member of Parliament at a general election. What chance does Reform have to even come close to that with many, many fewer councillors?
Well, I think people now in the country, Tom, are actually fed up. You know, we had the UKIP era back in 2015. Like you say, picked lots of council seats up, but didn't manage to do so well in the parliamentary elections. But people have been let down once in 2015, 2017. We've seen over the past 4 years, people still feel let down. It's a little bit fed up with politics. They're looking for an alternative. And Reform Party, my party, offers people a change. But yeah, it's a good indicator. Well, it's not a good indicator, these local elections. It's a chance for all parties to get out, campaign, knock doors, get that sense of public feeling. A lot of the time it's public anger. But like I say, our main focus this year will be on the general election, But you know what it's like, Tom, when it comes to elections. Any time of elections, people like you and I get really, really excited. We're looking for the swingometer, we're looking for the swings, we're looking for the gains, we're looking for the losses, we're looking for the sad faces, the happy faces, and we're looking for the nonsense that comes out of politicians throughout the night on your show, making all sorts of excuses.
Well, we'll have to have you back in a little bit to see if you're going to be making any excuses or indeed spouting any nonsense, or if it's an equal opportunity nonsense fest. Lee Anderson, I've noted down your 15% benchmark for Blackpool South. We'll test that against the actual result. But for now, the Reform UK MP for Ashfield, Lee Anderson, thank you very much for joining us. Well, let's get some more juice on what is going on this evening now. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by Daily Telegraph columnist Alison Pearson and former Labour advisor Matthew Larser. Alison, it's going to be a long few days. We're going to get, of course, a good number of results tonight, but there's more days after.
Yeah, there certainly are. We were talking earlier, weren't we, about, you know, how long does it take to count these votes, Tom?
Answer days.
Days and days. So it's actually just dragging out the agony, isn't it, for Rishi Sunak? Because so many Tory MPs will be waiting and watching for this moment to see how much trouble he's in. Will they be able to save their own seats at a general election? So the real interest now with this local elections is, you know, as a sort of a harbinger of the general election. And in fact, we've just had George Osborne, former Conservative Chancellor, saying defeat in Tees Valley, that's Mayor Ben Houchen, will be Armageddon.
Goodness me. Well, Matthew Larser, former Labour advisor, is defeat of Ben Houchen possible?
It's possible, but I don't think it's probable. I think it's pretty unlikely. He got 70% of the vote last time. The Tories have given him endless cash to pour in to Tees Valley, so I think it's unlikely. I am hearing, though, from the Labour people in Blackpool that it's looking good for Labour in Blackpool, and crucially for Labour in Blackpool, they think the swing is over 12.5%, and that figure matters because 12.5% is the swing Labour needs across the country in the general election to deliver Keir Starmer into number 10. And the Labour people in Blackpool are saying they think Reform's done really well today with people voting on the day, but they think it might just be squeezed into third place because of the postal votes.
Interesting stuff. Well, you've set us up beautifully for a wider national picture, because also with us is the CEO of Techne UK, Michaela Morizo. Michaela, thank you so much for joining us. What can we extrapolate from tonight with regards to a general election?
Well, it will be key to know some data that we still do not have. For example, the turnout is important just to do an estimate of what will happen. Today we have done our tracker poll, doing interviews yesterday and Thursday until Thursday morning, when people were still already voting. But it's difficult to feel the sentiment during the voting day, but next week for sure there will be a strong impact on the voting intention trends and whatsoever, because of course these local elections have been are seen by the general public as the last moment and the last key election moment before the general elections that will take place somewhere during 2024.
But can we trust these elections to be particularly representative when we know a smaller proportion of the country will be voting than in the general? Will it be proportionally smaller, if you see what I mean?
Exactly. It's exactly proportionally smaller because it's a representative sample of the overall population. And normally, even when we do polls, like you see the trend we have prepared for you since beginning of January 2023 is made up of all the areas throughout the countries, but each area with its own characteristic, but represents proportionally the trend of the country. There are exceptional cases, for example, thinking about London. The city centre normally votes differently with respect to the outskirts, but normally thinking about broader area and I'm thinking about West Midlands, all these macro areas that are going to vote, and we still don't know what's happened there.
Yes.
But you know, we'll set the trend for the future and the coming days.
Well, it is interesting that we don't know what's happened in so many of these elections so far. Alison, What is there to say about these lazy local authorities, some of which aren't counting until Saturday?
Come on, Tom, they're working from home. It's a human right. It's a human right now, you know.
You and I are up at God knows hour in the morning.
We are here.
What about these local authorities?
Well, because Matthew says they have to pay them double time. So
yeah, they get extra,
and all the local authorities are bust. Look, I mean...
There's no bank tellers anymore. Used to be bank tellers who counted the votes, and of course, there's bank tellers is a declining trade.
Although you say there are some that are bust, Thurrock Council, we should be hearing tonight, despite the fact that it filed for bankruptcy.
Yes, it's got a lot of investments. Yes, maybe they've got some of the people in their solar energy. We won't withdraw a veil over there. They spend tens of millions on solar energy investments that have gone wrong.
For me, the really interesting thing is the pattern we've seen. This would be, if Blackpool South goes, this would be the 11th seat the Tories have lost in this Parliament. What we're seeing the whole time is a low turnout, but specifically my lot, the Telegraph lot, not voting. So the interesting thing is Labour is doing well, but not as well as it looks, because what's happening is the Tory vote is going down and the Labour vote is tilting up slightly. Now, whether the Conservatives in the last 2 weeks have thrown more Conservative policies, the government, at Conservative disillusioned voters than they've given them in the last 14 years. And it hasn't tipped it up, Tom. The vote, Michaela's put them on 22. YouGov today put them on 18. I mean, that is
both a disaster.
That is a disastrous turnout. So will those Tories ever come back? Some will go to reform, some will just sit on their hands, and that it's in the fate of the government lies with those people. And Tory MPs tonight and tomorrow and the day after will be looking at the local results, and in the next few days we'll know if there's going to be a bid to take the leadership away from Rishi Sunak.
And that political question, whether Rishi Sunak faces some sort of coup as a result of all of this, relies perhaps more on narrative than on actual results. It's very possible that by the end of this programme, there'll be a certain narrative about council losses, about the by-election loss, that then might have changed by tomorrow afternoon if the Tories can point to a mayoralty that they've hung on to, that then might shift again by Saturday. There's a very, Matthew, there's a very real possibility of a sort of flowing narrative backwards and forwards throughout the course of this election.
Absolutely. Normally, there's a big... If everything's counted in one evening, or at least over a kind of 12-hour period into the lunchtime of the next day, then there's kind of one story, and politicians, I remember doing them myself, all go off to hold the hands of their local candidates in the particular town or city where they've done well. But the problem with this is you're going to have waves, as you say, of results, and I think what you're going to see is a very, very bad 12 hours for the Tories overnight. Now, the Tories are hoping that the Andy Street in the West Midlands and Ben Houchin in Tees Valley will cling on. Labour thinks they may very well do that because it's huge personality campaigns. Neither of them campaigned with a Tory logo on it. They were putting anything but the Tory logo on it, any colour but the Tory colour. But look, we've got those coming. But tonight, if I was actually a Tory MP, I would be looking at the result in Rushmore. Not a council, we all know where it is, but it is Aldershot and Farnborough in Hampshire. Absolute core Tory territory, and it looks like that council for the first time ever. Not even Tony Blair won it, and it looks like Keir Starmer will win it tonight.
And that is Suella Braverman's constituency.
Yeah, it's that patch, isn't it? Down there.
Goodness me. Well, on that note, it's midnight. And I'm delighted to be joined now by the GB News North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper for an update on Blackpool. Sophie, what's the mood in the room?
Well, it seems now they've completed the count for the Police and Crime Commission, and it should be that any moment now they'll begin the count for the by-election itself. People in their seats, in fact, just over here waiting for those to come in, so it could be any minute. We're expecting that to come in any time between around 2 or 5, that result of this by-election here in Blackpool South. Of course, 9 candidates standing here. The polls suggesting this could be Labour's night. Pat McFadden, the Labour's national campaign coordinator, has said the most important election of the night is this historic by-election in Blackpool, caused yet by more Tory chaos and scandal. It's the only election today where voters have had the opportunity to directly reject Rishi Sunak's party in Westminster. This by-election, of course, triggered by Scott Benton and the lobbying scandal that surrounded him, meaning that earlier this year he had to resign from his post as an MP. Now, of course, here in Blackpool South, it's become this area synonymous with deprivation and poverty. People in the local area telling me earlier this week that that's what they really want from this new MP, whether it be Labour, Conservative, or in fact if Reform are able to cause an upset here in this constituency. Whomever is the successful candidate, they want them to be able to fight for Blackpool. This is what people had to tell me.
Sophie, please do get back to us as soon as we know the turnout, because now that they have started to count these votes, we should know the turnout relatively soon. I'm fascinated to know that. We can start to extrapolate a good number of things from that. It did seem that they counted the Police and Crime Commissioner ballots fairly rapidly. It would suggest quite a low turnout on that count. But Sophie Reaper will be back with you as ever as the news develops. Now, let's cross back to someone who knows quite a bit about some of these mayoral races, and that is none other than Lord Bailey, Sean Bailey, former Tory mayoral candidate in London, of course. But looking across the 11 different mayoral elections that people voted on, I suppose we should say yesterday now, now that we're past midnight, the Tories aren't looking to hold many, but perhaps what Rishi Sunak is counting on is the symbolic mayoralties that could well be counted on, the household names, if you will.
Look, that's undoubtedly true. What the Prime Minister will be seeking to do, his team will seek to do, is to control the narrative. We are going to lose some seats. I personally think the loss of councillors is doubly painful. They are the heart of any party, and we will lose someone. He'll have to cover that narrative. If some of the big names, Ben, hold on, Andy Street, they will be trumpeted from the hills because it is an achievement to hold on. They've both been in post for some time now. To hold on to them would actually be a good thing, and a PM will need that to set a narrative that is beneficial to him, because what he won't want to do is lose a lot of seats and then lose his own.
Now, Sean, I should interrupt you there just to say we've had the first results in from these local election counts, these councillors. Sunderland, which of course declares first very often in general elections, was the first area to declare, of course, in the Brexit referendum too. Well, the Labour Party has held Sunderland Council. I suppose no surprise there.
There'll be no surprise there. The Labour Party, the numbers they have nationally is quite a big gap. I think it's 25 points at this point. It's quite a big gap, and Sunderland is one of theirs. So that doesn't change the dial. That doesn't change the narrative. What would significantly change the narrative is losing a large number of seats. There's been a prediction around 400 council seats gained. That would be an absolute devastating result, and the PM will have to work very hard to come back from that. If he can keep it to sort of 250, I mean, that would be a good result, remembering, of course, that the Conservatives are a very high point in council seats because under Boris we did so very well, and I think that's an important narrative.
Yes, so this election today, the equivalent election was back in 2021. They were the delayed COVID elections. Of course, it meant that Sadiq Khan got an extra year of being Mayor of London compared to when the mayoral election was originally going to be. But that was at the height of the vaccine bounce, the Hartlepool by-election win, the peak, perhaps, of Boris mania.
It was, and that was important. We had. I want to start by saying the damage, the situation that the party's in now, the damage was done when we allowed them to remove Boris. That was when the damage was done, and I think we're still working on the back of that decline. If you saw what Boris was able to deliver then, that was important for the party. It's a very high point, which in one way is helping Rishi now, because if we lost 400 seats, and again, I really hope that doesn't happen, my heart goes out to councillors. I think they're the core of the party. If we lost 400 seats from a low point, wow, we could be completely wiped out. So the Boris dividend is still working now. But like I say, I'm one of those who think calling for Rishi's head now, I'm not sure how clever that would be. I think he needs to be given a chance to turn things around. And Labour, of course, are starting to release some very strange policies. For instance, this idea that they will give the boat migrants access to the asylum system. They will grant them asylum, potentially. I mean, that is the kind of thing that is a gift to Rishi.
Of course, Rishi Sunak is currently granting the people who come across, well, up until the point at which the Rwanda bill became the Rwanda Act, there was a very high rate of acceptance of
but there's a difference
migrants.
between the laws you have putting you that way and you making a policy that will increase that number. And, of course, if I was Rishi, I would argue, well, I tried to put policies in place to stop that, and at every turn, the Labour Party tried to increase the number of people coming in, because in many constituencies in the country, that would be a vote changer for sure.
And looking at this in the round, this is not the first local elections that Rishi Sunak has fought. May last year, Rishi Sunak was the Prime Minister, and it was not a good night for the Conservatives. It was the night at which the Labour Party became the largest party in local government again for the first time since the time of Tony Blair.
But that's the point. It wasn't a particularly good night for Labour as well, and I think that's why Rishi was able to weather that storm.
They did become the largest party in local government.
But politics is about expectation. It's about expectation. People expected them to absolutely crush, and they did not. And that's why it wasn't so bad for Rishi. Let's be clear, it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. And if you look at tonight's results as well, this feels like more like people not voting Conservative rather than them running out and voting Labour. I think that's a nuance there that's very important, and I wonder how that plays out in any general election.
Well, here are those first results that we were speaking about. There's been a gain of one councillor for the Labour Party in Sunderland, that is. The Sunderland Council held by the Labour Party, 6 councillors elected there. Clearly not the entire council up for election. Those are the numbers. One Conservative councillor lost to the Labour Party. So marginal changes there, but still the Conservatives going backwards.
Look, my heart goes out for that particular councillor, because councillors put in so much work, and let's not deny anything. It is the Conservative Party going backward in that particular instance. But it's not this seismic change. It's not a wipeout. It's not a complete arrival of...
Well, it's losing half the seats that were up for...
But the point is, we are now, if you look at the national polling figures, people are talking about the Tory party completely not existing. The reality doesn't seem quite as harsh. Let's be clear. I have a dog in the fight, as it were. So I'm giving it a
and we are
spin.
only talking about 8 councillors that have currently been elected and been declared. So very, very early days, hard to extrapolate.
Yes.
But it is interesting, I suppose. When we start to get further results, we're looking at different parts of the country where Labour might be in a bit of trouble. I was looking at Bristol, where the Greens seem to be surging. They really think they might take a parliamentary seat in Bristol in this year's general election. They could dislodge Labour from the council there. The other interesting one to watch, Rochdale, where George Galloway, of course, became the Member of Parliament in that extraordinary by-election. What's your sense of how George Galloway's council candidates could do against the Labour Party in Rochdale?
I think George Galloway is such a big political figure. People might not like him, but you cannot deny him. He's an important political figure. So I think him doing well is a little bit different to those councillors doing well. They're not household names, and campaigning on a council level actually takes a lot of organisation. You have to get out every night, you have to do public meetings, you have to raise money to deliver leaflets, etc., etc. I wonder how successful they've been at that. Having said that, he is clearly on the mind of the local people. So let's see how that all works out. I'd be shocked if there was something seismic that happened on a council level. But when you talk about the Greens, there's a lot of disillusionment around politics, and Labour think it's with the Conservatives. I think the Greens could deliver a horrible shock to them and let them know it's with politics in general, and also a little bit with Labour in particular. If you're on the left, Labour might not be left enough for you. If you're on the left, you might not like the fact that Keir Starmer has dropped his Green pledge. He's walked away from some of the things he pledged he'd do in the first 100 days if he was Prime Minister. And your natural home is beginning to look like the Greens.
Well, it'll be a fascinating one to watch in Bristol. For now, Sean Bailey, thank you very much for joining us and talking through those first results. As we said, Sunderland held by the Labour Party. Now, often recognised as one of the most deprived areas of the country, voters in Blackpool South will be demanding real and meaningful change from whichever candidate is successful, although they may be disappointed given that their candidate who wins will simply be one Member of Parliament out of 650. Well, our North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper has paid a visit to the area to find out more.
The world-famous Blackpool Promenade. Once upon a time, people flocked from all over the globe to visit this iconic seaside resort. But in recent years, the town has gained a rather different reputation. In fact, the most recent government figures place 8 of the 10 most deprived neighbourhoods in the country here in Blackpool.
Have you enjoyed your stay?
The Royal Boston Hotel first opened its doors back in 1934. Since then, the promenade has completely changed, and not necessarily for the better.
Blackpool can be beautiful, it can be wonderful, but it also can look very run down when you drive up and down the promenade. So it needs investment, and I think there's people willing to invest, but it's just unlocking that key around how we can do that and how we can actually change those buildings and that structure.
The people of Blackpool South have now cast their vote to select their new MP. For John, the successful candidate needs to secure the town's future by making decisions now.
A huge part of what the MP is going to need to do is to create that job and those opportunities and work with local businesses to create that opportunity. Because we see, and I see, a huge amount of talent leaving Blackpool. They're the ambassadors for the town, they're the future of Blackpool.
Here at the heart of Blackpool's tourist economy, its tower still stands, its illuminations still shine. And yet now, for its people, they feel it's time for change. Blackpool South's about to get a new MP. What do you want them to do for Blackpool?
To invest more money in the mental health services around Blackpool, because there isn't much to offer for young people.
They need to invest more money in the people of Blackpool rather than the tourist areas.
Make it safer, make it a better community, especially with the cost of living crisis.
To do more for Blackpool residents, more for the homeless, which they don't actually do. They place them into hotels, leave them for 3 months, and if they don't find a place within them 3 months, they're moved. I'm one of them people.
I think it's quite sad, actually.
Yes.
It's very sad, because Blackpool was, massive.
A once glittering tourist trap, the Blackpool of today seems to have lost some of its sparkle. And for its local people, they can only hope their new MP can restore the town to happier days. Sophie Reaper, GB News.
And this is the scene now live at Blackpool South, where counting is now underway for the parliamentary seat. Of course, the Police and Crime Commissioner election has already been counted, although that won't be declared for some time. The counting now underway for the Westminster seat. We're expecting that result sometime in the rather broad range between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. We'll try and narrow that down for you as soon as we can. But with me in the studio now is the Daily Telegraph columnist Alison Pearson and the former Labour advisor Matthew Laza, as well as Michaela Morizzo of Techne UK, the polling company, the CEO of that company. Let's start with you, Matthew. We've had 10 results.
We've got some actual results, real results from real places, from the fantastic city of Sunderland on the northeast coast. And what's most interesting there, Labour is holding on. This is a very Brexity part of the world. This is real red wall country that Labour were already worried about losing the council in elections over previous cycles.
People will remember in 2016 the first mainland result, of course, Gibraltar.
Yes, yes.
And then it went to Sunderland.
Surprisingly wanted to remain in.
You heard the Sunderland roar of Vote Leave coming in with a victory, and you sort of saw
that's
the
when we knew,
the night was going. But of course, it is Labour territory. Labour holds
it certainly is historic Labour territory. So the headline is Labour's holding on. It's gained 1 seat. But I think really interestingly, remember the Tories were making real play there, particularly after, as you say, the 2016 referendum. It looks like Reform which has got quite a big set of candidates there, so it's standing in quite a lot of the wards. It looks like Reform is outpolling the Tories at the moment. So Reform will be coming second in Sunderland.
And of course, this is all in the context too of Reform only standing on, I think it's 322 seats. Alison, it's going to be hard for Reform to make a sort of coherent picture of how tonight goes, even if in some areas they seem to be doing, I think I saw a couple of results where they're sort of 16%, 17% in these wards?
They've got some very good targets, obviously doing very, very well in Sunderland, Lincoln. I know that they've got a very good candidate in Blackpool South, who we were saying, Mark Butcher, who is a local anti-homelessness campaigner, a Christian soup kitchen founder, so very much not quite the usual reform thing. I'll tell you what, Tom, someone who's very grateful there isn't a reform candidate is Ben Houchen in Tees Valley. Now, I don't know why they didn't run a candidate there, because, again, they could easily have picked up a lot of votes. So Ben Houchen is going to be very grateful for not having a reform breathing down his neck. The issue really is that reform in the YouGov poll today, with the Tories on a disastrous 18 points, reform 15. I think that's their best showing for a while, and that's really now across the country. If they are going to start coming second in a number of target seats, I know they're not everywhere, but that's going to be hugely influential and Conservative MPs are going to be very, very worried indeed.
I'm just going to read out 3 seats from Sunderland that I think are quite indicative of what might be happening here. In Sandhill in Sunderland, Tory down 10 points, Reform up 9.9 points. In Washington West in Sunderland, Tories down 18 points, Reform up 18 points. In Washington North in Sunderland, Tories down 23.5 points, Reform up 22 points. These are almost like-for-like numbers. Yeah. Michaela, is Reform taking votes pretty much solely from the Tories?
Absolutely, absolutely. The political scenario is completely changing, and this will be another. This will lead to other challenging times for Tories looking to the next general elections. First, because now Tories voters who are disenchanted, disillusioned, whatever, but have the choice: shall I stay at home or would I vote for Reform UK? And this is the key, because if in in small areas like these, the ones you were talking about, so +9, +10, so this will impact very much also the voting intention we will see next week. Probably.
As we've been talking, we've had another couple of results come through. We can see that the Tories have lost 2 seats. In Sunderland, all of them in Sunderland, I think... Oh, no, hang on. We've got... one of these is from Newcastle upon Tyne as well. But it does seem, again, that perhaps what's happening here is that Reform is taking votes from the Tories. Labour might well be staying pretty level, and that's delivering some Labour gains. Tories down 2, Labour up 2.
Yes, exactly. It seems that people who has voted yesterday have decided, if I go to vote, Tories voter, I'm thinking about Tories voters, I go and do my protest vote, whether to Labour, whether to Reform, but the results are clear.
And Alison, I wonder, the question is, if people feel like they want to make a protest at the state of the government now, will they do that in October or November or even, heaven forfend, January next year, whenever the general election might be?
Please make it stop, Tom.
Yes. We might be hearing Santa hats on general election day this way.
I think if Rishi Sunak is still the leader, they will not come trotting back meekly. There is no trust in him to deliver on their priorities, and immigration is a big one, and a lot of it's going to depend on whether the Rwanda plan does indeed deliver a deterrent, and whether it does slow some of those channel crossings, because this week it's been several thousand already.
It has.
So people are very, very upset about that, and those crossings now have become symbolic of the government's, ineptitude and, absolute loss of power, really. But I don't think they'll come. I'd be very surprised. A proportion might come trotting back. I think that we've talked about this. Is very interesting. There is, I was saying to Marissa earlier, there is no comparison now. 1997, we were waiting. Labour was an an incoming government. There was a sense of rising hope. Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, new dynamism. There's no feeling like that about a Starmer government. People are not crying out for a Starmer government. So essentially what we're seeing is Tories failing and Labour looking better than it actually is because the Conservatives are so angry with their own politicians.
Now, Matthew, do you agree with that analysis? No one's really excited about...
Well, in 1997, if you're very lucky, I might find you the photo before the end of the night. But in 1997, I had hair and hope. I've still got hope, but I'm afraid the hair has gone for good, very sadly.
We want that
yeah, basically, I mean, I think Alison's right to a certain extent, which is that in 1997, it was a very big cultural change. It was a real generational change of an election. There were lots of things like, you know, things we now take absolutely for granted, like, you know, devolution to, you know, London mayor, devolution to Scotland, you know, equalising the gay age of consent. You know, these were just kind of cultural things, and the Tories seem sort of out of touch, sort of generationally, with a large part of the country. I don't think you have any of that now. The country's in a pretty grim, cross place, and so I don't think it's kind of, you know, I don't think it's leaping with joy at the prospect of a Starmer government, but I think it desperately wants rid of the Tories, and it wants a period of sound, sensible government, which is what's Keir's shtick.
Well, I'm hearing that we can have a little look at a map of some of these results now. This is, of course, courtesy of Britain Elects, the wonderful aggregator of such results. And we're looking at the north-east here, and we can see the picture of these results. A lot of red wards, 2 Lib Dem holds and just 1 Conservative seat there. It's looking like a sea of red.
Absolutely.
In Sunderland and Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, in terms of the red wall, there is no. This is the absolute kind of heart of it, and it is. I mean, Labour will be pleased that Reform, as we said, as we were discussing before, because Reform has taken some votes off Labour historically, and UKIP certainly did at various points. I mean, remember the Brexit Party, as it was then, came second in seats, like, you know, in Barnsley, you know, in our sort of mining heartland, former mining heartlands, and so shoring up the red wall is important. And it looks like Labour's kind of staying steady in its base, and the Tories are losing votes to Reform.
I should say that speck of blue is St Chad's ward in Sunderland.
The only Tory councillor in Britain.
The only Tory councillor of this election so far.
I forget, there are, of course, others still in office.
He won with 45.8% of the vote. That's down 14% on last time.
It must be the very posh bit of Sunderland.
Even where the Tories are holding on, still down by 14%. Michaela, what do you make of that?
It's really tough, and I think tomorrow debates and in the coming days will be very, very hard and very strong. And I'm thinking also about the general public and the voters. What are they thinking? What will they be thinking? I mean, would they expect general elections, anticipated general elections, or would they expect some kind of change in the leadership of the party? So all scenarios are open.
It's all open,
with the
and
Matthew,
yeah, I am just being
very excited in the corner of that.
I'm being messaged that Labour is about to confirm that it has won Hartlepool, that it's gained Hartlepool. Now, this is hugely important, symbolic, psychologically hugely important. It was Peter Mandelson's constituency back in the day. It was regarded as core Labour territory, but then crucially in that by-election, at the height of Boris mania, Labour lost it, and that was really seen as a body blow to the party. And now it's so a Labour spokesperson saying winning back Hartlepool is a groundbreaking moment after the disappointing results we saw here in 2021. Keir Starmer pledged to change the Labour Party after that result, and today's win shows he's done that.
Now, we don't have the numbers.
No, this is just Labour's.
Yet,
yes, so
but I do have a quote from a Conservative cabinet minister on the same issue. Chris Heaton-Harris has said of these results, which again we don't know officially yet, but it does seem that the Labour Party has taken Hartlepool Council. Chris Heaton-Harris, the Tory Northern Ireland secretary, says if you vote Reform, you get Labour. That's what Hartlepool shows. So perhaps
we'll have to look at the breakdown.
Perhaps the breakdown and what they have seen is that there is a large Reform spike in Hartlepool.
Let me tell you, Tom, that map would look very different if Boris Johnson was still the leader of the Conservative Party.
Although, of course, he might not have his own ID to vote.
No,
as we saw him struggling to vote today, hoisted by his own petard of voter ID. He did later in the day.
Sunderland and the North East, they loved a bit of Boris. They really did, and they don't like Sunak.
And the reason Hartlepool is quite...
It's not far from his own constituency, though, geographically.
No. Hartlepool's so totemic, of course. Yeah. Not only it was once Peter Mandelson's seat, but Jeremy Corbyn held on to it in 2019, and it wasn't until the by-election in 2021 when Boris Johnson's candidate won it. And for an incumbent government to win a by-election, that really showed the power of the brand of Boris Johnson's Conservatives in the summer of 2021.
Totally. just sorry, not to cut across Alison, but I think what's really interesting about the quote that I've been sent from Labour there is they're personally pegging it to Keir Starmer. They're saying Keir Starmer made the pledge after the Hartlepool loss to win it back, to change the Labour Party, and he's done that.
Yeah.
Now, I think we've got that quote that we can put up on the screen now from the Labour Party. I believe we might be able to do that, and while the elves make that happen, it is interesting to see what they are focusing on, because at the moment, at the start of the night, they're setting in train the narratives that will define this election. Here's that quote. Oh, it was there for a second.
While the elves do the... can I just remind people that Hartlepool...
there it is. Winning back Hartlepool Council is a groundbreaking moment after the disappointing results we saw here in 2021. Today's win shows that this changed Labour Party is ready to deliver the change that communities like Hartlepool are crying out for. Making gains here shows that the party is on track to win a general election. So that's a bold claim from the Labour Party there. Michaela, do you agree? Is the Labour Party on track to win big?
I think yes, and I agree with Alison when she was saying that, of course, Reform UK voters, of course, picks up from Tories, but both are going to lose because Labour will win. So it's something like the right wing of the British political scenario will be much weaker because, of course, they have the same target, they divide the same electors, and Labour can have the route open to success.
Although, Alison, speaking to many members of Reform UK, they'll only be too delighted to see the Tory party crumble.
Yes, because that's you're making a very good point. Yes, they are squabbling over the same votes, but Reform voters feel that they are the Conservative Party, and the Conservative Party is basically a skim-milk Liberal Democrat party. So they want the Conservatives to be destroyed so that a true conservatism can rise from the ashes. That's the theory, Tom, but we don't know.
Although the cost could be 2, 3, 4 terms of Mr Starmer.
Oh, what joy to my heart you bring, Mr Harwood. But just interestingly...
Things can only get better.
Absolutely. For those who are not cognizant with the geography of the North East, Hartlepool is, of course, in the Tees Valley area. So 2 points there, one of which is if Labour don't win the Tees Valley mayoralty, they'll still be saying they're coming back because they're winning the councils, whereas the mayoralty is all about the personality of Ben Houchen in particular.
Could we there be seeing the phenomenon that we often see in the United States, but don't really see in the UK, of what they call split-ticket voting, where they might vote one way for president and another way for their representative in the state level. I mean, you could very easily see people vote for Ben Houchen
because he's a big name and they feel him as Mr Teesside, Mr Tees Valley, but vote Labour because that's what they're thinking about in party allegiance. And Ben Houchen, like many of the other mayoral candidates, didn't use much Tory branding. And the second thing is, of course, in terms of Reform, as Alison quite rightly said, Reform don't have a candidate for the Tees Valley election, so the Tories might win where there was no Reform candidate, but they're losing where there are Reform candidates.
No, it is absolutely fascinating. A final word from you, Alison?
Oh, my goodness, what am I going to say? Yeah, Tories heading for electoral disaster, as I've been saying to Lord Bailey for many months, to his great horror.
Well, it looks so far that the results are confirming perhaps what we might have already known. But, of course, there are so many more results to come in. We've only heard from one corner of the country. We've been looking very closely at the North East so far. What will happen when we start to get these results from the South and from the West too? It's not just councillors that are up, it's also Metro mayors and, of course, police and crime commissioners. But now it's 1 o'clock. This is GB News. Vote 2024, the people decide. Results are coming in thick and fast across the country in the local and mayoral elections. One council has already declared results, with Labour retaining control of Sunderland City Council. And Labour have called Hartlepool Council too. These are the scenes in Blackpool after polls closed a couple of hours ago. A by-election was triggered in the Blackpool South constituency following the resignation of this man, former Conservative Member of Parliament Scott Benton. He resigned from his seat after an investigation found him wrapped up in a lobbying scandal. Reform UK's first MP, Lee Anderson, had this to say about the party's chances earlier.
If we can get that 13, 14, 15% sort of the vote share, I think that will be really, really positive.
But what can these local elections tell us about the national picture? Lord Bailey, former London mayoral candidate, said this about how the Tories might be feeling.
The Prime Minister we're seeking to do, his team was seeking to do, is to control the narrative. We are going to lose some seats. I personally think the loss of councillors is doubly painful. They are the heart of any party.
Well, the results are flooding in. We'll bring you them as soon as we have them. This is Vote 2024. The people decide. I'm Tom Harwood, and I'll be taking you through the night with a special lineup of guests across the political spectrum, who include, of course, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Angela Richardson, Steve Reed and Bill Rammell. The polls closed at 10 p.m. across the country. Here are the latest forecast, courtesy of Britain Elects. We're looking at a decimation of Tory councillors, down almost 500. The prediction is minus 478. The real results already down 2. Conservatives are looking to win only around 273 out of the many councillors up for grabs. I beg your pardon. The Labour Party is looking to take around 300 from the Tories, the Lib Dems over 100. But let's get the picture now in Blackpool South. A pre-poll prediction showed that the Labour Party might well be getting 50% of the vote there. The Conservatives down to 30% and Reform on half that again, 14. Although some word from the ground seems that perhaps Reform UK has done a bit better than this Britain Elect's prediction forecasted at the start of the night. But let's get some sense of it all now with the Labour Member of Parliament for Croydon Central, Sarah Jones. She's, of course, the Shadow Minister for Industry and Decarbonisation. Sarah, it's looking to be a good night for you so far, but what would be, I suppose, what would be an above expectations night for you? With Hartlepool looking like it's going red, surely you're in for a crack of the Tees Valley mayoralty too.
Well, look, I think it will be a good night for Labour. We fought a really good positive campaign up and down the country, and I think people are ready for change. What I think the Conservatives hoped is that last year was the real low point. Last year was the point when they lost hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Conservative councillors, and they would have hoped that Rishi Sunak, who was supposedly turning things around, would be gaining and picking up votes at this point. And we know that that's not going to be the case with the numbers that you've just shown in terms of the council seats. We will see with the mayoral elections. We don't know. We know that those 2 big seats in terms of Ben Houchen and then in the West Midlands are held by individuals who distance themselves very much from the National Conservative Party, who have their own brand very much. Andy Street since 2017 has not used Conservative colours or names on his leaflets. He's always tried to distance himself. So if they win, it will be because they have done that. They have distanced themselves. But if you look at Blackpool, where I was on Tuesday, and I saw real enthusiasm for Labour and for Chris, who's our candidate, that is a straight fight between Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, and that will be, I think, a really strong predictor of what we can see in the general election.
It sounds like you might be making some excuses for some of these mayoral races. Surely, if someone is standing with the word Conservative next to their name on the ballot paper, that's an endorsement of the Conservative Party or otherwise, surely?
For sure. I mean, in my local area, they have local Conservatives on the ballot paper to just distance themselves slightly from the national Conservatives. But look, you're right. And I think mayors have been quite a success. These big mayors who have big, a big platform on which they can lead, and they don't, of course, have shadow mayors, so they don't really have the competition in the same way that parliamentary seats do. But I think the key thing to look at is where is Labour gaining ground. So winning Hartlepool, I was there in the by-election a couple of years ago. That was catastrophic for Labour. If we are now in a position which according to you we are, I've been going from studio to studio, I haven't seen, then I think that shows the direction of travel in the areas that we need to win a general election.
The Tories are saying the reason that it looks like Labour's picked up Hartlepool is because Reform UK has split the Tory vote in a number of key council seats. I suppose the Labour Party really tonight has to thank Richard Tice.
Well, the Conservative Party is struggling because we've had 14 years of decline and people are desperate for change. But I think we should win, hopefully, in places like Thurrock, in places like Redditch, in places across the country, and there'll be different pictures there. And in local elections, of course, independents do well, smaller parties do well, and that doesn't tend to be reflected at the national level when it comes to parliamentary seats. So we'll see, there'll be a different picture across different areas. But I think at the start of the election in Blackpool, there were concerns that we would lose Labour seats to Reform. It looks like that hasn't happened. It's the other way instead. Of course, any which way you look at it, it's not good that Conservative voters are turning to Labour as an alternative because they're fed up of 14 years of government.
If the Tories really do lose 500 council seats tonight, should the Prime Minister resign?
Well, I think he should call a general election. I mean, that's what we're all desperate for, right? And he's nervous to do it because he knows that he won't do well. That's what we want to see. We've had so many by-elections. We might as well have a proper general election now and put the question to the public. They didn't vote in Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister. They're not impressed with him. He's not moving anything in the polls. The economy is, still in recession. We still have huge problems. Prices are still rising. It's time, I think, to let the public decide if they want change at the top. And I think they do. I think they're turning towards the Labour Party. They're looking at Keir Starmer and they're willing to give us a try. And I think that's what we should put to the test.
And just finally, there are suggestions that Labour might be going backwards in places like Bristol tonight. No doubt it's going to be a good night for the Labour Party overall. But is there a risk for the Labour Party, frankly, on your left flank, to the Greens, but also in Rochdale to George Galloway's Workers' Party?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I've been in Croydon all day today. I've been around the country in different places. And of course, smaller parties, as I said, tend to do well in council elections. They are able to promise everything in the knowledge that they'll never be in power and they'll never be put to the test. So they can promise the world to any part of the country. And I think that's what we'll see if they do make gains. But what the results will be, it's just too soon to tell, and we need to wait and see. I think across the country as a whole, Labour will do very well. Rishi Sunak will do very badly.
Well, Sarah Jones, Shadow Decarbonisation Minister, thank you very much for joining us and talking through the results at this very early stage. Appreciate it. Well, now we're going to be going back to Blackpool, where GB News North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper is alongside the Deputy Chair of the Conservative Party, Sarah Britcliffe. Sophie.
Well, we're actually still waiting for the turnout here in Blackpool before the count can even begin. So, as you say, we're joined by Sarah now. She is, of course, also the MP for Hyndburn, another constituency here in Lancashire. Thank you for joining us. Of course, Labour are predicted to do quite well here in Blackpool South tonight. Do you think that means essentially that this constituency has ultimately been lost for the Conservative Party?
Look, what we've always said was this was always going to be a difficult one for us because of the local circumstances with what happened with the former Member of Parliament. So actually, no, I don't think so. In 2019, we saw a Conservative MP elected, and we've actually seen this government invest so much money into Blackpool to really try and level up the area. I mean, I think it's just under £500 million that we've seen into Blackpool. So no, I don't believe all is lost. I believe these are very local circumstances, and I believe people are upset at that. So that's why we're seeing what's happening here in Blackpool tonight.
You mentioned the local circumstances. Of course, you're referring to Scott Benson and the lobbying scandal he was embroiled in. Do you think that could have put constituents off in Blackpool voting for the Conservative Party?
I mean, it's obviously going to have an impact on the election, but we've had a fantastic candidate in David Jones. He's been out every day with his teams, really working to make sure that every vote counts in this election. So we've had a fantastic candidate, and also what happened with Scott, not all members of Parliament are like that, and they want somebody to be able to put their trust into again. So I do think that local circumstances will have affected this by-election, but however, I think it's possible for Blackpool to put the trust in another Conservative MP.
You mentioned that it isn't all Conservative MPs like that, but of course in the last few weeks alone we have seen Mark Menzies, the MP for Fylde, under similar circumstances being brought into an issue with the Tory party. Do you think people will continue to trust them? Do you think this is going to have an impact on Rishi Sunak's premiership?
Look, I think it's going to have an impact like we're seeing tonight, and I think actually it will make some people look at us and say, can they trust us? But then they'll look at other members of Parliament who work hard on a day-to-day basis and realise that not all members of Parliament are like that, and actually there's hard-working people. I mean, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but I work hard for the people of Hyndburn and Haslingden, and there's many other MPs in the House of Commons that do exactly the same. So whilst it will have an impact here tonight, I do think that they can put the trust in another Conservative MP in the future.
Looking at the impact this is likely to have here in Blackpool South tonight, do you think it's possible for Rishi Sunak to take back control coming to this general election, or do you think it's better that he resigns and that someone else comes in to take you in a stronger position?
Absolutely not. I haven't had somebody on the doorstep demanding that the Prime Minister resigns. I think what they want to see is party unity. They want to be able to go out and vote for us come a general election, and I actually don't think this is a reflection on the general election, because I think when push comes to shove and they realise the potential of Sir Keir Starmer being the Prime Minister, then they'll really think about who they're about to vote for. Is it Rishi Sunak or Keir Starmer? And there is absolutely no love on the doors for Sir Keir Starmer in Lancashire.
Thank you so much for your time this evening, Sarah. We'll be bringing you all the latest here in Blackpool South as the evening goes on.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Sophie Reaper, and of course, speaking to Sarah Brickcliffe there. Well, let's take a little look at some of those results that have been coming in thick and fast, because the Labour Party have managed to pick up 5, almost all of those gains coming via the Conservative Party, who are down 5-2. The Greens have managed to pick up 1 seat as well, the Lib Dems sitting on 4. Now, I wonder if we can have a look at the map of how these things are looking, because particularly in the North East, it's an interesting picture. This is a map via Britain Elects, of course, and you might be able to see 2 green splodges near the coast of Sunderland there. The smaller green splodge is called West Park in South Tyneside. The Greens have held that for a number of elections now. But the larger green splodge there, that is a green gain from the Conservatives. The Tory vote there in Clevedon and East Bolden is down 18.1%. The Labour vote, interestingly there, down 14.7%. And the Green vote up 35%. A sensational Green pickup there from the Tories. Well, I'm delighted to be joined now in the studio by the Conservative MP for North East Somerset, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, also a GB News presenter, of course. Sir Jacob, it's a bloodbath.
Well, I think one needs to moderate one's language a little. It's not going to be a good night for the Conservatives. Nobody expected that it would be. What is interesting is what is happening to other people's votes. Where are votes going? Where are they not growing? So Reform picking up a lot of votes from the Conservatives is very important. The Labour vote being relatively steady is important. It tells you that Labour isn't of itself popular. It is a consequence of the Tories not being popular. And Reform doing so well is an indication that in a two-party system, a first-past-the-post system, if you don't unite your wing of politics, you're in a great deal of trouble.
Of course, we are still early days, and frankly, we are looking at results in fairly Labour-heavy areas. There would be an argument that Labour politicians might well make that the Labour vote is already at saturation in these areas. These are Labour parliamentary seats. So perhaps you'd expect the Labour Party wouldn't be picking up votes here, but it does tell a story that the Conservative Party in many of these wards has halved its vote.
Parties are very rarely at a saturation level of vote. The Labour Party may have been at that level in Sunderland in 1997. It certainly wasn't by 2019. So when you start looking at the Labour vote over recent elections, it's well down on where it was at the height of Tony Blair, and that it's not going back to those levels is indicative of a lack of enthusiasm for Keir Starmer. That doesn't mean that the Labour Party can't pick up votes and seats in that way.
I am just being told that we must now get across to it. We will be back with Jacob in just a second, but we're joined now by Angela Richardson, the Conservative Member of Parliament for Guildford. Angela, this is not a pretty night for the Conservatives. We've just seen the remarkable fact of a green gain from one of the few Tory councillors there in Sunderland. What's gone wrong?
I think we'll probably see votes splitting all over the place. In fact, I think that's what we were picking up as we've been out on the doorsteps across the country over these last few weeks. And we've seen that in local elections before, where votes tend to go in all sorts of different directions. But no doubt it will be a difficult night tonight. But tonight is only one night of results coming in. We've got results coming in over the next couple of days, which will give us the full picture of what's going on.
You don't have to look that long ago to go back to the summer of 2021, when the Conservative Party was picking up a good deal of councillors, but also gaining a parliamentary seat in Hartlepool. Tonight it looks like the Tories have lost Hartlepool Council.
Well, I tell you what, 2021 was a completely different set of circumstances. We just got through the second lockdown. We had 60% of the population had their first vaccine dose. So that vaccine bounce and us being at 40% in the polls was a very different set of circumstances to what we face now. I think on the back of COVID, we ended up with the war in Ukraine and the energy bills going up. So it's been quite a tough time for the country, but certainly over the last year and a half, the Prime Minister, along with the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, has managed to stabilise the economy. And we've seen inflation go down from 11.1% to 3.2% now, which it's all going in the right direction. And I'm certainly starting to pick up that we have turned a corner. People are more positive. And, you know, we'll see that probably as we go towards a general election. Tonight is one set of results, but on turnout, probably about half the people who would vote in an ordinary general election. So when that general election comes, we'll see the polls tighten, I believe.
Makes you say that the polls will tighten? Because we've been hearing this from your Prime Minister for the last 2 years almost, that just a little bit more time, those polls will inevitably tighten. And the last time I checked, it seems, if anything, the gap is getting wider between the Tories and the Labour Party, not narrower.
Well, I think history is the great teacher of this. I think in every general election that we've been in, since we've been looking at these in detail, the polls have tightened as people get closer to election day. They start to have a real choice and they start to narrow that down in their thinking. And certainly for a long time now, there's been quite a huge don't know to factor in. And I believe the Labour leader's soft. You know, there is no love for Keir Starmer out there in the country. I've been talking to black cab drivers in London, and I tell you what, they're not impressed with Sadiq Khan at all. And that's been the case for many years now. You know, they're a little bit fed up with the Conservatives, and I understand that. But given a choice between a Conservative Prime Minister and a Labour Prime Minister, they definitely do not want Keir Starmer.
Angela, I'm getting a lot of mixed messages about the position of Sadiq Khan in London. It seems that the Labour Party is saying this is actually going to be very, very tight indeed. I've been on the phone to Conservative campaign headquarters who point me to polls that show Sadiq Khan's got a 30-point lead. And then I speak to you and you're saying that actually Sadiq Khan is not very popular in London at all. Who am I supposed to believe here?
Well, I don't think his ULEZ scheme is very popular at all. And if you add on pay per mile, which he's consulting on, I think that's just hitting families in the pocket when they can least afford it. And we've seen knife crime in London. We've seen a horrible incident this week, which has just been dreadful. People want to feel safe in London. And I certainly think that Susan Hall has been offering the sorts of policies that Londoners want to see.
We were speaking to Sean Bailey earlier, who, of course, was the Conservative Party candidate in the last mayoral elections in 2021 in London. He came 4.9% of the vote away from getting first place in those results. Do you think Susan Hall could do better?
Well, that was a different set of results. But of course, what's changed is we've got first past the post this time and not going on to counting second preference votes, which I think actually were quite key for Sadiq Khan in the last election. So, you know, it's a two-horse race between the Labour candidate and the Conservative candidate. But I think it'll be quite interesting to see how that vote plays out and what that might indicate for some seats in the outer areas of London. And of course, we had the by-election in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, where we actually held on, which is unusual for an incumbent government.
No, that was certainly a surprising result. I remember suggesting I might eat my hat if the Conservatives held on to that seat. Ended up eating a paper one here at this desk.
Did you?
But, I did. Angela Richardson, Conservative Member of Parliament for Guildford, really appreciate your time here. Thank you for joining us. Now, let's have a look at those live results, because there has been yet more change. Tories down 5 still, but the Lib Dems and the Greens are up. I think the Green number should say 2 there, at least from the map that we looked. We'll get that updated. But the Labour Party romping away. Most of these results, of course, still coming in from the north-east of England, where you might expect Labour to be a little bit ahead. But never say we don't give you diversity of thought here on the results programme on GB News. We've gone from Angela Richardson. Now let's turn to Jacob Rees-Mogg. We heard Angela there clearly giving the view from the government. You're a little bit more free. You haven't been in the government for around 2 years now. What do you make of this sort of lack of expectation management, really, around the London mayoral race?
Well, I think nobody knows. I agree with Angela that every taxi driver I speak to doesn't like Sadiq Khan. And even one who said he otherwise votes Labour said to me he thought Sadiq Khan was awful. It's just a great pity that London isn't run by London cab drivers, because if they ran it, gosh, the city would work well.
Would it, or would Uber be banned?
London cab drivers are wonderful. The gondolas of London, as Disraeli called them. And we are so lucky with our cab drivers. Unfortunately, they don't run London. And so I wouldn't necessarily take them as an accurate opinion. I don't know what's going to happen, and I think just before a result is announced, or once the polls have closed, trying to forecast the result leads to people volunteering to eat their hats. You may remember Paddy Ashdown promising to do that. I'm impressed you actually did it, because he then didn't do it when he said he would eat his hat.
He said that in the 2016 Brexit referendum, although whenever anyone plays that clip, they forget the words afterwards. It's one of these brutally butchered quotes. It's like the Peter Mandelson, we don't mind people getting filthy rich. Of course, the second half of that was as long as they pay their taxes. It's like the Michael Gove, we've had enough of experts. Of course, people forget the second half from organisations with acronyms.
This is the curse of politics. We all know that.
Of course, Paddy Ashdown said, provided it's made of marzipan.
I don't remember the marzipan, but I didn't think he did eat any hat anyway. But no, I think these results are important. I don't think one should dismiss them. They are real votes. And the Conservatives are not doing well, and we are close to an election. Margaret Thatcher used to use the local election results, and she did this in 83 and 87, as the decision-making platform for going for a general election. When they were good, she went to an early election. They are a very good indicator of that. The fact that they are bad confirms the opinion polls. And regrettably, there isn't evidence that the opinion polls are narrowing. Whether they will is a different question. If you look back at the polls 96, 97, Labour had much bigger leads in those opinion polls than it then had on election day. They still won heavily, but there was a narrowing. They were almost invariably over 50% in the polls in 96 and before the election itself took place. So there may be some narrowing, but I don't think we can hang our hat entirely on that. I think it's a question of what the government does and what are the votes that we've got to motivate. The votes we've got to motivate are people going to reform who were historically Conservatives and people who are staying at home. And how do we do that? By doing some of the things that the Prime Minister's been doing in recent days. Claire Cortino saying we were going to cut back on some of the green nuttery. The Prime Minister promising reform of welfare. It's issues like this that will encourage Conservatives to think that there is a real Conservative government that will then unite our wing of politics.
In one form or another, the Conservatives have been in power for 14 years now. Yes, some of that was a coalition, some of that was minority government, but there has been a Conservative in Downing Street since 2010. Are promises enough at this stage, after 14 years? People can say, I've got my fingers in my ears, and is it potentially...
So Benny Hill, put your finger in your ear and go ting-a-ling-a-loo. You think that...
Oh, back to 1983 now, are we?
I think that's a bit before Tom's time.
Conservatives' opportunity.
But the point is, isn't it outcomes that matter more than promises, particularly if you've been in government for a long time?
I think there's a lot in that. So, I mean, thank heavens for Southern Ireland, which has been the greatest campaign for the Prime Minister in the last few weeks, last few days, saying that the Rwanda plan's working really well and they're all going to Dublin. This is fantastic. So I just hope more Rwandan refugees or people who would otherwise go to Rwanda decide they don't like Rwanda and they think Dublin's a wonderful city to go and visit, because anything that makes it look as if the Rwanda deterrent is working is really good for the Prime Minister. Illegal migration is something that upsets voters across the country. So I hope the Irish will keep on having a bit of a paddy.
Doing the PR for the government. I notice you say make it look as if it's working.
Yeah, rather than anybody actually going to Rwanda, but you know.
I should introduce Matthew Larser.
Not that early days, it's 200 million quid in.
Matthew Larser and Alison Pearson, you have been listening diligently to that conversation.
Always.
Alison, is there anything that the Conservative Prime Minister can do now to try and win back what is clearly a growing split in what one might charitably describe the natural centre-right of the United Kingdom?
Well, I think that a lot of the people who've gone to reform have made up their minds that this is not a Conservative administration, and we've got the highest taxes for 70 years and all sorts of things that Mrs Thatcher in her heyday would have had nothing to do with. I hear what Jacob's saying. I mean, I think a proportion are deaf to any entreaty now, to be honest. I think they've made up their minds, but there will be a certain proportion. I think if this, as unlikely as it seems, if this Rwanda thing can work or can be made, not just paying a few luckless individuals to go...
To hop on board a commercial flight.
One. Yeah. No need for the plural there, Alison.
Quite tempted, Tom, you know, I mean, if they give me 11 grand to go, I might just go for a long holiday. But I think that if he can show that he is going to stop the boat, I think that for people who voted Conservative in 2019, that is the single most important issue.
Matthew, do you think that there is something in that? There might be a totemic moment, the point at which more individuals are sent to Rwanda than Home Secretaries have been.
We're not at that crossover point yet.
But
at this rate,
when we
it won't be before the election.
Point, could there be a groundswell of support?
No, I actually think that's more about shoring up what's left of the Tory base. I think that's more about, you know, keeping the Tories into above 20 rather than seeing them go down to 16 or 17. Because I think that for a lot of voters, voters who are concerned about migration. Lots of Labour voters are concerned about illegal migration as well. They don't think the Rwanda's plan is going to work. They think that it's cost a fortune and it hasn't delivered. But yes, I think obviously it will be a net positive for Rishi if a plane takes off and it's more than one person who's been bribed with £3,000.
And yet we're talking about migration here, and of course it is one of the biggest issues. But in most opinion polls I have seen, it is not the biggest issue. The biggest issue perhaps for 2019 Conservative voters, and there's a big discussion to be had about is that what needs to be done in terms of shoring up and all the rest of it. But again and again, the cost of living, the cost of affording food, of heating one's home, that seems to be, by far and away, the consistent primary issue.
I think Claire Cortino's speech was really very important, that one of the things that is making us cold and poor is our crazy green policies. We need to recognise that they are unaffordable. Kilowatt hour in the US is 17 cents for electricity. Kilowatt hour in the UK, 44 cents. We are paying 2.5 times the cost in the US.
And yet, when your government tried...
Not mine, it's His Majesty's.
His Majesty's government, of which you will remember, attempted to follow the Americans' lead to deliver that cheaper energy, and there was a vote on enabling...
We got a majority of 100 in the House of Commons.
And the government collapsed.
The government collapsed for other reasons.
The Chief Whip momentarily resigned during that vote.
Because there was confusion as to whether it was a vote of confidence or not. But that motion was won with a big majority.
It was chaos.
This is 3 days before Liz Truss left office. The chaos was not to do with the vote on fracking. It was to do with all sorts of other things. Bear in mind, the Chancellor had gone. And earlier on that day, the Home Secretary had been fired. It wasn't the fracking vote. But no, we need a lower cost of energy. And we can do that by maximising our own resources, but taking off the charges we put on energy. And our steel industry has been ruined because of our energy policy, and then we have subsidies.
No doubt, and yet the question is there a possible path now? It seems that so many paths have been closed off in the last 14 years.
No, what most of this is done by statutory instrument, by secondary legislation. A lot of that can be reversed. And it's also pointing in the right direction and recognising, going with the grain of public opinion. Because it's really noticeable that people are very happy to be green until they have to pay for it. Once they have to pay for it, they're not so excited. And that's what we've got to recognise. So we need to stop the attack on the motorist. We need to stop the increase in the price of petrol cars. We need to decrease the cost of electricity, and we need to abandon the overly aggressive net zero targets. And then we will be doing something that reduces the cost of living for people.
Well, on that note, we're going to pause the conversation about what the next government might do, or the next iteration of this government might do, because we're going to cross to some news in the northwest of England. Yes, Blackpool, where our northwest of England reporter Sophie Reaper will be next. But first, the live results. Let's take a look at this tally of councillors. The Conservatives are down by 7, by far and away the big losers so far at this early stage this evening. The Labour Party on 29, the Green Party up 3 on 4 councillors. Of these same areas that have so far been counted, 4 years ago the Green Party had just 1. They have quadrupled their number. This might be, of course, a small number of seats that we're looking at right now, but perhaps one to watch, and particularly of who they are taking those seats from. One was certainly taken from a Conservative, but have they picked up any from the Labour Party? We'll be looking into that for you. But let's go to Blackpool South now, where Sophie Reaper is diligently waiting for us. Sophie, what news on the ground?
Well, in the last few minutes alone, we've heard that they've finally managed to verify the turnout, not for the by-election, but for the Police and Crime Commissioner vote that also took place yesterday, I suppose I should now say. That was a 25% turnout. And what that means is that now they've been able to move on to try and verify the turnout for the Blackpool South by-election. So that is what is taking place currently behind us as they try and work out what the turnout for Blackpool South was. As for the results, we were speaking a little bit earlier this hour to Sarah Bretcliffe, who is the MP for Hyndburn, the Conservative MP for Hyndburn. And by the sounds of it, it seems that the Conservative Party have essentially thrown the towel in here in Blackpool South. It really seems that they don't feel they have any kind of hope of retaining this seat after Scott Benton was forced to resign earlier this year. Polls, of course, tipping it in Labour's favour. There were questions about whether whether or not reform would be able to cause any kind of disruption to Labour potentially taking this seat. But as it stands, it does seem the polls believe that Labour will be taking the Blackpool South seat here tonight. Now, I mentioned in an earlier hour that we were told that it's likely the result will come sometime between 2 and 5 o'clock this morning. Given the fact we haven't even yet had the turnout verified, it seems to me that it will be in the latter stages of that time frame that we'll be able to bring you any kind of results here from the by-election in Blackpool South.
Brilliant stuff. Sophie Reaper, thank you so much for being across all of that for us. 25% turnout for the Police and Crime Commissioner election. If I were a betting man, I'd say it would be a similar level for the by-election, given that it will be a similar sort of demographic going to vote. But Sophie Reaper, thank you very much for bringing us the very latest there from the count in Blackpool South. Now, Jacob, looking at all of the expectation from particularly Blackpool South, the Reform Party have been pretty bullish. There's a chance that the Reform Party will come in second place in Blackpool South.
Well, Blackpool South is an almost perfectly designed by-election for the Reform Party, and therefore they ought to be doing well in it. It would be surprising if they don't, and actually second place seems to me to be relatively unambitious for them.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that? Because look at the circumstances under which the seat was won by the Conservatives. It was a classic red wall victory. It was one that really bought into leaving the European Union, a heavy Brexit vote. The Tory left under not ideal circumstances, and therefore you have a reduction in the Tory vote, inevitably because of that, because of the circumstance of the departure, and you've had a Labour vote that has been squeezed over the years because Labour wasn't seen to be delivering in Blackpool. Blackpool isn't the most prosperous part of the country. Indeed, in some indices, it's the least well-off part of the country, and that's where Reform should be picking up the biggest protest vote. If you think of where the Lib Dems used to do well in seats when they were winning by-elections, if Reform was doing anything like the Lib Dems used to do, Reform would be winning this seat.
It is an interesting part of the world, Blackpool, because it did once attract... it was a Tory seat right the way through until 1997. Why did it change then and not much earlier, given its levels of deprivation?
Well, Blackpool was interesting. I mean, it used to be where the party conference was held. A huge number of small businesses, of individual boarding houses, of people who were themselves involved in business and had a conservative inclination because of the lives they were leading and the services that they were providing. That reduced. The attraction of foreign holidays became greater. Blackpool lost its attraction as a destination that it had had previously, and so it gradually
It's all Michael O'Leary's fault.
No. I'm not against cheap travel for people.
Of course not. One of the interesting things, if I remember rightly, didn't Tony Blair want to turn Blackpool into a Las Vegas of the UK?
Oh, he did. He had some mad scheme on gambling.
But then one of his ministers sort of kiboshed it and said that that wouldn't be good. We can't have that sort of growth or jobs in the northwest.
I think one has to be careful of gambling. I mean, I'm basically against excessive government regulation, but having had constituents come to me who have had really serious gambling problems that have had such an effect on them and their families, if you've got a problem that is controlled by regulation and limited by regulation, do you risk taking all the regulation off and allowing it to be a free-for-all, potentially making this much worse for people? So I wouldn't...
Why would it be worse to have sort of Las Vegas-style hotels in Blackpool than the local slot machine down on the high street? Why is that?
Because the amounts involved become much greater.
Necessarily?
And the people that you attract to it become a much larger number. So I think it's a mistake to liberalise gambling because of the effect it has on people's lives. As I say, people come to me as a constituency MP whose lives have been absolutely ruined by gambling. And if you were starting from no regulation, the argument for regulating has to face a very high barrier. But when you're deregulating, you have to show that deregulation would be better. And I don't think you can do that with gambling.
Goodness me, I was not expecting to get into the finer points of gambling regulation this evening. It's entirely my fault.
On if you want the other side of this.
Yes, no, absolutely. But let's return to what is going on our screens right now. We can see that the ballots are being sifted, prepared. We're not yet sure of the turnout in this by-election, but it's not going to be high. It rarely is in these sorts of by-elections.
That's right. I mean, you said 25% for the Police and Crime Commissioner. Was that just for the by-election, or was that for the Blackpool?
I believe that's for the area. The reason I was being cautious around the way I was talking about that, because I'm not entirely sure. But I would have thought that the PCC election would be the entire region rather than the specific constituency.
Or would be the local council area, because they count it. I'm not entirely sure how they count, but sometimes they count by local council area. So 25% is a base level for the by-election. By-elections always have low turnouts, and we discussed this before. There's the Leeds by-election when Tony Blair's Prime Minister, and it gets down to 15% or something. So by-elections are always lower. General elections, the vote goes up. That's obviously positive for the Conservatives, because there's clearly an issue with people staying at home. And there is a tendency for opinion polls to overstate the left and understate the right. That tended to be the case historically. But it's a mistake.
Wasn't the case in 2017?
The polls changed, actually, during the course of the campaign.
Well, some of them did and some of them didn't.
Most of them did, because if you think, we actually had local elections in the middle of the 2017 election campaign.
Yes, which were very favourable.
Stunningly good for the Conservatives. And then the general election, they fell away. So opinion polls are a snapshot rather than a forecast.
Although there were only a couple of YouGov polls that said that things were tightening. There were many other companies that were saying that things were very, very wide, and there was this big disagreement amongst the polling community in the run-up.
Anybody who was canvassing during the 2017 election
could feel it wasn't going well.
It was quite extraordinary. At the beginning of 2017, people were crossing the road if you had a blue rosette on to wish you well. At the end of the campaign, they were shutting their doors as you got there.
That being said, I had some dinners with former cabinet ministers during that time who were saying, this feels exactly like 1987. Which was famously not a particularly well-fought campaign, or at least that was the impression from the Conservative foot soldiers. It felt like things weren't going very well. There was actually, at the beginning of the election night, people were thinking, goodness, could there be a hung parliament?
I remember the ITN forecast was for a hung parliament in 1987. I was still at school, and I had special permission to stay up till the early hours in the midst of my A-levels to watch the results.
To watch ITV. I wrote a whole piece about how Jeremy Corbyn, you can tell people who were allowed to watch ITV or not as kids, and Jeremy Corbyn was one of those who had been banned on tomato ketchup about, the signs of a lack of populist touch. I mean, Jacob's got it in a rather more elegant way than Jeremy.
Yes, no, Jeremy Corbyn was always such a fascinating figure to sort of be the figurehead for a sort of populist revolt within the Labour Party, given his
public schoolboy,
public schoolboy, idyllic rural Shropshire was where he...
Which is saying, a Labour stronghold.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, of course, one of the issues, actually, is about whether he's going to stand in Islington. There's a petition being got up at the moment. So he's managed to get 2,000 signatures, which doesn't strike me as that many, about whether he should restand, because he's
perhaps now that it's been broadcast to the nation on GBNews.
Absolutely. I suspect GBNews viewers, although a range of political opinions, maybe not at the Corbyn end. You never know.
If you saw the latest opinion polling...
the Labour end, absolutely, but that's at the Starmer end, not the Corbyn end.
Quite possibly, although the hashtag Tories for Corbyn sort of is seared into the retinas of many, many individuals who and I know some of them, who signed up to the Labour Party, not with the aims and values of the Labour Party first at the forefront of their minds.
Absolutely. Well, we should never have got rid of the rule you had to be a member of a trade union in order to join. I think when Sean Woodward defected from the Tories, Sean suddenly had to remember he was in the NUJ some years before the National Union of Journalists, before he was allowed to join. I'm sure the BMA will count for Dan Poulter.
Goodness me. Well, Alison, let's talk about that, because it seems like it's got almost no coverage at all in the last 7 days, but there was a defection from the Conservative benches to the Labour benches, although if you ask most Tory MPs, they'll say, who? We haven't seen him for years. Part-time MP.
Because he's hard working in the NHS.
That was extremely dodgy, wasn't it? It was Dan Poulter, I think he's up in Norfolk, and I was going to say something rather disobliging then. he's standing down anyway.
Yes.
So
What's he been promised, some might ask?
I thought that looked quite poor if you're about to leave your constituency and stand down and then just stage a drama queen defection. Actually, sitting here listening to Jacob, I keep thinking a lot of Reform Party voters would vote for Jacob Rees-Mogg, I think, actually. You're outlining the perspectives.
Mogmania's back.
Mogmania's back.
It's been quite some time since you were leading the Conservative home table of rankings for favoured Conservative candidate to be the next leader of the party. Mogmentum, as it was once known.
Yeah, well, I now have the Mogalog instead.
Well, diplomatic... Have you seen Dr Dan Poulter in Parliament until the Prime Minister's questions when he was presented by Sir Keir Starmer?
Oh, I had lunch with him in, I think, 2011 or and found him absolutely charming. And I think I went to speak to his local association, but if I remember rightly, he wasn't there. So that may have been... Well, he was joined with another association, and the other MP was there, and I think he had some urgent appointment outside his constituency. These things happen.
Goodness
People are busy,
me.
you know how it is.
There's a number of stories I hear about...
He's a perfectly nice chap. One's never that keen on turncoats, other than Lee, actually, who I
So
can't
Winston
help
Churchill?
liking. And what did he say?
The
re-rat bit. I may have been a rat, but I had the sense to re-rat. So if Dan Poulter re-rats...
On that basis, we're going to get Lee back. I'm not sure we could cope. I mean, Lee for Labour, yes. I've delivered leaflets next to Lee.
On that note, I'm being told there are results, thick and fast. Let's have a look at the GB News results table. There we are, the Labour Party up on 39. 4 councils now controlled by the Labour Party, although... rather curiously, that says down 1. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. We're going to see if we can get the elves to work it all out for us. And the Conservative Party down 9 councillors. The Labour Party down 1 councillor, which would seem to suggest that either they're being nobbled by the Greens or the others, which seem to be up on 7. Many residents' associations, no doubt, doing well. But we'll see if we can get the breakdown of those others. And we'll see if we can get that map back up as well, which I'm told we can get up in just a moment, because it's interesting to see the colours around the country, because here we go. We're now seeing quite a large swathe of the northeast of England, both north and south of the Tyne coming in. And north of the Tyne is particularly interesting because there is, of course, a mayoral election north of the Tyne.
Well, it's in the whole of the northeast, because what it is, it's the north of the Tyne mayor is being merged into County Durham, and the south of the Tyne, which south of Tyne and Wear, which didn't have a mayor, and so they're having 1 mayor for the northeast. So the whole of the northeast region will be split into 2 mayors: Tees Valley, Mr Houchin, who we've talked about, and this new one for a pretty big area, actually. And the crucial thing is the existing north of Tyne mayor is called Jamie Driscoll. He's a Corbynista, broadly, if I don't want to be reductive for him, but broadly he's on the left of the Labour. He was on the left of the Labour Party, and he was prevented from standing as the candidate for the expanded area as the Labour candidate. So instead, he's standing as an independent, and there's a Labour candidate as well, who's the outgoing Police and Crime Commissioner. I'm told he's doing well in the bit he represented before, but I think it's less than half of the whole thing, so it looks like Labour will win overall. So he's doing...
That is fascinating, because it again speaks to how important incumbency is with all of these. I mean, we're looking at opinion polls in the West Midlands. Andy Street polling so far ahead of the Conservative brand, the same in the Tees Valley. Potentially, too, Jamie Driscoll holding on to his...
Well, we think... but he's going to be outvoted by his new bits. But I think if it had been on the same boundaries, Labour would be in trouble there, because, as you say, it's this incumbency effect. Because, of course, mayors are seen as above party because, you know, it is a personality-led office.
That being said, let's get that map of the North East back up, because I'm looking at some of the specifics here. The Green Party is picking up seats from the Labour Party. This could become a theme tonight. We've seen the ward of Elswick, that's the furthest left green splodge on your map there. The Green vote up 35% to 45%. That's an astonishing rise. The Labour vote down 24%. There is a further Green gain as well on the right of the screen, although this is a gain from the Conservatives. Green vote up 34% in Clevedon and East Bolton ward. It's in South Tyneside. Tory vote down almost 20% there. And in the centre of the screen, an astonishing rise for the Green Party, 42% up, taking over half of the vote. The Labour Party vote down 22% in that central splodge, which is Byker ward in Newcastle upon Tyne.
Which is a very, very working class ward. It's a very inner city. But some of us remember Byker Grove, the kids' series set there. Yeah. But Byker is I mean, Labour will be shocked by that because that is about as hardcore a Labour ward as you can get in
But that is so interesting because those are 4 Green seats there. The last time these seats were elected, just 1 was Green. Could this be the Jamie Driscoll effect? Could this be greater independence voting for the mayor? They're finding sort of perhaps Green allies to vote for. The Labour Party having a problem on its left flank.
Yeah, I think we've spoken about other places where Labour will have a problem on its left flank. I'm here in Oxford, obviously our ultimate university city, which is traditionally sort of an area of liberal dissent with a small L, and we've seen the Lib Dems do well there in the past. I'm hearing that the Oxford Council could be one of those that Labour doesn't do too well in tonight, one of the few disappointing areas, and Bristol, as I think you've already mentioned, Tom, where actually, I mean, Bristol Central, which is the seat which is being reformed, but is held by Labour's Shadow Culture Secretary Thangham Debiner. That could be that's my prediction as potential, the only Labour loss on election night, because the Greens are really fighting there on general election night. So yeah, it's a mixed picture.
So the Greens are the reform are to Labour what reform is to the Conservatives. I mean, Bristol's certainly going to be tightly fought, and down in Jacob's part of the country, I think the Lib Dems haven't got off the score sheet at the moment, but I think the Lib Dems are going to have a strong showing in the West Country.
Well, Alison, hold that thought, because I'm going to put it to another Alison. Alison McGovern joins us now, Labour's Shadow Work and Pensions Secretary. Thank you for joining us, Alison. We were just talking about some extraordinary changes up in the north-east of England. It seems that the Labour Party is gaining seats overall, yes, but going backwards in some key wards that have been taken by the Greens.
So, as you were saying, it seems like it's a very good night for Labour tonight. I'm very interested in the Blackpool South parliamentary by-election result. That's the only place in the country where, it's Rishi Sunak's candidate versus the Labour candidate, and I think that's an important result. We've also got some important council results in Hartlepool, for example, where we have done very well. So, of course, there will be these are local election results. Of course, that there will be places where all parties do better or worse, depending on local circumstances. But overall, this is a very strong night for Labour, and as I said, I'm looking forward to seeing what will hopefully be a good result for us in Blackpool South as well.
Yes, it's no doubt overall a good night for Labour. You might expect that, given the polls. But is it interesting that the Tory party tonight are saying that some of the gains the Labour Party is making, particularly in Hartlepool, it seems that the Labour vote is flat compared to where it was a few years ago, and it's the Tory vote that is collapsing due to Reform UK. Is that a picture you recognise?
Well, I think they would say that, wouldn't they? I mean, they have to say something in this circumstance. And actually, I've looked at initial numbers, and we are seeing the Labour vote rising. In reality, we now have an overdue general election, and I think lots of people are extremely frustrated. So I have to say, I'm not surprised that the Tories are losing votes in different directions, and if they're losing them to Reform, as well as to ourselves and other parties, I don't think anybody should be surprised by that. This is not a perfect sort of test bed in that sense for the general election because of the range of seats that are up for grabs. It's a different set of elections. That's why I mentioned Blackpool South earlier, which is a parliamentary by-election and in many ways, kind of more accurate test in that sense. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that the Tories are losing votes in different directions, and in some places, of course, like turnout will be lower depending on what range of elections that people have.
Well, we've mentioned the parliamentary by-election, we've mentioned some of those local council seats. Why is it, though, that some of your colleagues seem so worried about the London mayoralty? Surely that's in the bag for you.
Well, the London mayoralty is being elected this time on a different voting system. So it's a new contest in that sense, if you like. Also, it's been a particularly bitter and divisive campaign.
Sorry, Alison, is it a particularly new way of voting? Because in the history of the London mayor, the candidate who has come first in every single election since 2000 is the candidate who has ended up being the mayor. Yes, there was a preferential system before, but those preferences have never needed to be used.
Yeah, but you just said yourself it's a preferential system previously and not this time. So whilst, you know, I don't think it's not for me to say how much of a factor that will be. We don't know the result yet, and we won't do until late on tomorrow. But it is just a different system. You know, it has been a particularly divisive campaign, but Sadiq Khan has fought positively. He's set out his vision for London, and I, really hope that he does well and gets that historic third term that I think he deserves running the...
Has he fought an entirely honest and clean campaign, calling his opponent the most dangerous candidate he's ever faced, talking about how the Western world would be ashamed if his opponent won?
Well, clearly he's talking about the record of the Conservative candidate, but Sadiq Khan is somebody who's faced huge amounts of racism. He's faced horrendous abuse, actually. We are proud of him as the Muslim mayor and a British Asian who's mayor of a capital city. I think it's an important thing about our country that our Prime Minister, as he rightly is proud of, is British Asian and a Hindu. I think these are good things about our country. Yet Sadiq Khan has faced horrendous abuse. So I think in the face of that, he has fought a positive campaign. And I think, it is a challenging environment. There have been lots of difficulties, but actually he's put forward a positive case to Londoners to re-elect him on the things that he believes will help the city move forward. And I really hope that Londoners will have given him that third term.
It is a little bit worrying, given that this is the flagship mayoralty in the United Kingdom, that things might be relatively close. Looking at Greater Manchester, no one's even thinking that Andy Burnham might lose.
All of the mayoralties are important. I'm sure you'd expect me to say that as a proud daughter of Merseyside.
Of course. Only one represents 10 million people.
Well, sure. But in any case, I think that, London has been a Labour-Tory swing city in that sense, although it is, as you just pointed out, a very big city that has very complex, electoral map, really. But, yeah, I think Sadiq's fought a positive campaign, and we'll look forward to the result tomorrow, but I really hope that he's done it. In other parts of the country, I think we'll have strong results in the mayoralties as well, although it's worth saying, that in some of the mayoralties, the Tories have... Tees Valley in particularly, the Tories seem to be putting it about that holding that will be a great win. I don't think so when they won it last time with over 70% of the vote, but in other areas will do really well.
Now, you're at the heart of the Labour Party, of course. You sit in the shadow cabinet. Can you give us and our viewers a little bit of a sneak peek, perhaps, of some of your internal numbers? What are you expecting the Conservative scale of losses to be tonight?
Well, no would be my short answer to that.
It's
because,
worth a try.
There'd be internal numbers, and therefore I wouldn't dream of sharing such a thing. And I should just say I'm only acting in the shadow cabinet on behalf of my colleague Liz Kendall, who's having a hip replacement at the moment, but she will be back soon. But look, I think in the end, it's not good enough for Tories to describe the results tonight and through the weekend as some kind of midterm blip. We should be having a general election by now. People are feeling really frustrated that we're not, quite frankly. It's overdue. And actually, I think you can see broadly from the indication of the results that we've got, that this is not a good night for the Tories at all. I think, you know, we're making progress in the areas where we want to be, and just in case I hadn't mentioned it enough, the Blackpool South by-election, you know, is going to be really crucial for us. I was out on doorsteps there today, and you know, in sunny and windy Blackpool, and there was a really kind of positive feeling about it.
Yeah, I hear shadow ministers in the Labour Party have had to go out twice a week to various campaigning stops. Is that true?
Well, I hope so, because I'd far rather be out on doorsteps sometimes than in Westminster, where, you know, unfortunately the Tories don't seem to be able to pass too many of their bills and seem to be getting caught up in various, you know, inter-conservative wars. So actually our time is often better spent listening to the public on doorsteps.
Yes, it's interesting because the Conservatives, it seems that cabinet ministers have been told they must go out twice in this local elections, twice overall, whereas the Labour Party shadow ministers, it's twice a week. At least that's what I've been hearing. But Alistair McGovern, thank you so much for talking through that variety, that smorgasbord of different electoral events that we're discussing this evening. Really appreciate your time. Marvellous stuff. Well, still with me in the studio, of course, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Conservative MP for North East Somerset, and the Daily Telegraph columnist Alison Pearson, former Labour advisor Matthew Larser as well. We're going to have so much more to discuss, of course, as this evening rolls on. This is, of course, a national election, an election where, in England and Wales, every adult has been able to vote in some form of electoral event. But now it's 2 o'clock. And this is GB News Vote 2024, The People Decide. Results from 107 local authorities across the country are coming in thick and fast. 6 out of those 107 councils have now declared. But what do these results mean for the national picture? Here's Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's analysis from earlier on.
It tells you that Labour isn't of itself popular. It is a consequence of the Tories not being popular.
Scenes in Blackpool after polls closed a couple of hours ago. A by-election was triggered in the Blackpool South constituency following the resignation of this man. Former Conservative Member of Parliament Scott Benton resigned from his seat after an investigation found him to be wrapped up in a lobbying scandal. Here's how the Deputy Chair of the Conservative Party, Sarah Brickliffe, summed up the situation in Blackpool earlier.
I mean, it's obviously going to have an impact on the election, but we've had a fantastic candidate in David Jones. Also, what happened with Scott, not all members of Parliament are like that, and they want somebody to be able to put their trust into again.
And all eyes on the Reform Party as well. What might it be doing? Here's what Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg had to say about their chances. Well, we'll get to that in a little bit, because also the Labour MP Sarah Jones sent this message to the Prime Minister.
Well, I think he should call a general election. I mean, that's what we're all desperate for, right? And he's nervous to do it because he knows that he won't do well. That's what we want to see. We've had so many by-elections. We might as well have a proper general election now.
Well, those results are flooding in. Stay with us. This is Vote 2024. The People Decide. My name's Tom Harwood, and I'll be taking you through the night with a special lineup of guests across the political spectrum. Well, the polls, of course, closed at 10 p.m. last night across the country, and here's an update of the very latest results. We can see 48 Labour councillors have been elected. The Labour Party has won 4 councils. They have picked up 1 council. The Conservatives are already down 15 councillors, bringing them to a total of 19. Interestingly, the Green Party are on 7 councillors at this early stage, up 4. Most of those gains they've taken from the Labour Party. Others have also seemed to be having a good night, particularly in and around Sunderland, where there is a particularly strong independent presence. Well, this was the forecast by Britain elects at the start of the evening. It's expected the Tories could be down almost 500 seats, with their losses being picked up by the Labour Party, the Lib Dems and the Greens between them, in that order, descending. Meanwhile, this is the picture, the forecast that was made of Blackpool South by Britain elects a little bit earlier this evening, or is it this morning? The Labour Party is expected to romp home with half the vote. Well, we're joined now by GB News North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper, live from Blackpool South. Sophie, what do you have for us?
Well, we've just heard on the tannoy that the count has finally begun. They've not verified yet the turnout, but they've decided it's just time to get it underway so that they can eventually bring us some kind of result here in Blackpool South. Now, joining me whilst we wait for that result is the lovely Sam Dixon, who's the MP for the City of Chester. Thank you for joining me tonight. Obviously, we're here tonight for the by-election after Scott Benson had to step down. Polls are putting it likely that Labour will take this seat, but whomever is the successful candidate, Blackpool South is a particularly difficult constituency. There's lots of deprivation and poverty here. What is Chris Webb going to do to make this an area where constituents want to live if he is the successful candidate?
I think if Chris Webb's elected tonight, then he's going to be a real champion for Blackpool South in Parliament. I think that people in this constituency, which has been traditionally quite a low turnout constituency, have turned to Chris and turned to Labour, as seeing it as an alternative to Rishi Sunak's government. I think they realise that after 14 years, the answers don't lie with the Conservative government anymore.
Of course, in 2019, Blackpool South did vote Conservative. Clearly, there was something in the Conservative Party and Scott Benson that the constituents here felt that they could believe in. Why is it that they have now potentially turned to Labour? What is it that Labour has to offer the people of Blackpool South?
Well, I think in Chris Webb they've had a fantastic candidate who's born and bred in Blackpool. He's been raised here, he knows the town, he knows the people here, and he knows the challenges that they're facing, because he's facing them too. He's got a young family, he's in it to represent Blackpool. And I think the Labour Party is increasingly being seen by people who have been disenchanted with politics generally as the answer and the government in waiting.
Of course, we've seen elsewhere in the country tonight that Labour is thus far having quite a bit of success. I think we are about to hear about the count now, but let me just quickly ask you this. Of course, we've seen success for Labour elsewhere in the country tonight. Do you think that's a sign of things to come, or do you think Rishi Sunak will be able to snatch a victory come the general election?
I think it's increasingly unlikely. I was elected in a by-election in December 2022. We've seen by-election after by-election where we've seen huge swings to Labour, and I think tonight's going to be a very good result for Labour as well, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
Absolutely. Isn't that always the way with the by-election? Sam, thank you so much for your time tonight. Here in Blackpool South, it sounds like we could be getting some kind of idea about turnout very shortly. And of course, throughout the night, we'll be bringing you all of the latest before we get that all-important result here in Blackpool South.
Well, Sophie Reaper, thank you very much for all of that live from the count. We'll be back with you, of course, as we learn further updates through the evening. Well, let's take a little look at the map of the North East results now. What you might be able to see there is a lot of smattering of green. Pretty astonishingly, the Green Party has managed to win 69% in one of those little green splodges to the right, picking up a seat from the Labour Party, Biddick and All Saints. But also there have been further Labour gains. Green gains from Labour. Elswick, the Green vote is up 35%. And in Byker, the Green vote is up 42%. So over half that vote taking that seat from the Labour Party as well. There's a bit of a story developing in the North East, perhaps driven by the independent mayoral candidate Jamie Driscoll, driving former Labour seats to the Greens, although it's not enough to offset the gains that Labour is making from the Tories. Interesting picture all round. Well, let's turn to our panel now. I'm delighted to be joined by Madeline Grant, the Telegraph columnist, and Andy MacDonald, trade unionist and political commentator. Also joined by Chris Hopkins of Savanta. Savanta?
Yes.
Savanta.
Yeah.
Great. I didn't have it written down. That was all memory. Now, Madeline, what is the worst-case scenario for Rishi Sunak tonight?
Oh, well, I mean, a massive, massive destruction of seats. This is council seats. This would be also very bad news for them, although they will try to spin this as being, this is a local election, people express disenchantment for different things, it's not reflective of the general election climate. That may sometimes be the case, but one, I think, underexplored aspect of this is that if the Conservative Party loses a vast number of councillors, these people will then be, they've basically decimated their ground operation ahead of the next general election. It's very hard to go to your councillors, many of whom will have, former councillors who've lost their seats and say, you know how you went round knocking on doors, it was horrible and people were rude to you. Now would you like to do it again and you've lost your seat? It's not going to be possible to marshal that same number of people. So I think the further they go in that regard, obviously the harder it is for Rishi Sunak to maintain his position, but also the harder it is for them to regroup ahead of a general election.
Yes, Andy, it was a fairly totemic moment this time last year at the local elections. The Labour Party became the largest party in local government for the first time since 2005. They're only going to grow in that lead tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Sean Davis, he was last year the new chair of the Local Government Association. Labour took over the LGA and they really made an impact at that Local Government Association conference, going, this is how we're going to run it, this is what a Labour government is going to be like, we're going to push these services really hard. And I think this is only going to push further and further on that agenda that they set out at the LGA conference last year. I mean, the Conservatives, they had 989 councillors going into the local elections tonight. Britain Elects, I think it was, suggested that they were going to lose almost 500 of those councillors. That is insane. I think it's actually quite an interesting night for Reform UK as well, who Richard Tice has been pushing along that narrative of them being the Conservative alternative. And, looking at their results, I think it was in Sunderland, they're really pushing that agenda, and I think it'll be interesting to see how they fare across the rest of the elections results as they come in.
It's interesting you mentioned Sunderland. All Sunderland seats are now in. The Labour Party went in defending 14 seats. They've picked up 4, so are now on 18 seats in Sunderland. But here's the overall picture across the country. Lots of different parts reporting. We've got some results down in Ipswich as well now, so not all the North East. The Labour Party on 55 seats, up 4 overall. Conservative Party currently on 19 seats. That is a number that has almost halved compared to last year of those wards that have so far been counted. The Lib Dems are doing all right, up 1, a modest gain. The Greens, however, have more than doubled their total of those seats that have so far been counted. Again, caveats, early days. There are 2,000 wards to count in this election, so we've only made a slight dent. But let's turn to Chris Hopkins now, because what can we learn from this local election result? How applicable would it be to a hypothetical general election?
I mean, I think at this stage, not very. As you say, we've barely made a dent into all of the votes that are going to be counted over the coming days, let alone hours. I think what we'll, as pollsters and psephologists, really be looking out for are those BBC and Sky projections in terms of the projected national share or national equivalent vote. I think that's really going to be what tells us if Labour have made any progress, both since 2021, when 2/3 of these seats were last up, and also perhaps since last year. I think that any chatter that Labour haven't made any progress since last year is kind of irrelevant, frankly, given their overall polling lead. But I think also it's going to be, how big has that swing away from the Conservative Party been? And indeed, as Andy said, are Reform picking up votes away from the Conservative Party in the very few wards, frankly, where Reform UK are standing? Because ultimately, if that was then replicated at a general election, that gives Rishi Sunak and the Conservative Party a whole new headache to worry about.
How would you go about working out the projected national share for Reform UK? They're standing in only around 322 seats out of the 2,000 that are up for grabs. There's a lot of complicated maths there.
Yeah, there is, and it is very complicated. And it's way beyond my comprehension, frankly. That's why we leave it to John Curtis and the like. But equally, I think that we have to remember that chances are Reform UK are going to be standing in wards where they think they're going to be stronger. I think they're absolutely going to have looked at UKIP's electoral performance in councils around 2014, maybe even 2013, and definitely in 2015. I think some of those Sunderland results that we're seeing, where Reform UK seem to be doing OK, they're down compared to where UKIP were in 2015 and 2016. Yes. So that does need to be remembered. And I think that what we're seeing in national polling when it comes to Reform UK is that they are wholly taking votes from 2019 Conservative voters. UKIP were a little bit different. They took votes from the Conservative Party, but also from Labour, the Labour voters that were disaffected with the party under Ed Miliband as it was then. So I think that if Reform are only fishing in one pool, that will ultimately limit their ceiling, limit their upside, and therefore, they might not quite make the gains in terms of seats at this election, or indeed in vote share at the general election that perhaps UKIP made back then.
It really is interesting to look at some of these specific results, even in the areas, the few wards that the Conservatives are so far holding. Take, for example, Fulwell in Sunderland. The Conservative vote is... they clung on by 3 points, but their vote was down 6.6%. Reform's vote was up 7%. So you can really see how that sort of change is happening. Madeleine, the Reform Party is such an interesting beast because it is, by some pollsters, almost overlapping the Conservative Party. But then in electoral event after electoral event, it doesn't ever quite reach expectations.
Well, I think this is partly a product of, well, largely, I think, a product of the first-past-the-post voting system that we have. I mean, of course, it has previously hampered UKIP, despite their often pretty sizable vote share at a national poll. Because of the parliamentary model, you really need to have your support properly concentrated in certain constituencies in order to make that much of a difference. So it was kind of diffuse enough. But certainly the support that they have may be too thinly spread for them to pick up parliamentary seats. It's definitely enough for them to clobber the Tories in seat after seat after seat. And I think that the result from Sunderland is an interesting example of this. If I've got this right, in Sunderland, what we're seeing is actually Labour's vote share not really increasing that much, but simply Reform squeezing the Tories so much that Labour manages to hold council seats without even making massive gains based on their last election.
No, really, really interesting stuff. Well, let's get the view now of former Labour Minister Ivor Kaplan, who can join us now down the line. Because, Ivor, I want to put to you a proposition that the Conservative Party are having a real problem with reform on their right, but we're also starting to see the beginnings of a problem for the Labour Party on their left.
I'm not really sure that that's true, Tom. I think we will see a lot more in the next 24, 48 hours when we see the full set of results, and in particular, the national share, which I know one of your people there in the studio was just talking about. I think that there will have been for the Labour Party some movement, but I think that is going to not necessarily make it too difficult for us to win. For instance, in Blackpool South today, and in some other areas. So I think it's a fair enough comment and conversation to have, but I'm not sure it's going to be as some people would find out.
It does seem that overall the Labour Party is going to do very well, but there is this idea that, particularly in the northeast of England, there was a candidate well to the left of Keir Starmer, refused the ability to run as a Labour candidate. There's a chance he might take that mayoralty that should be, perhaps one might expect would be a Labour mayoralty. It could go independent. It could go Jamie Driscoll.
Of course, the results on the mayoral's situations, I think, are tomorrow, or even I think the London result will be on Saturday. So this is quite a long weekend ahead of us. This is not just the old system of 5 hours, and then you can all go to bed at 6 o'clock knowing exactly what's happened. So it's going to be quite a long weekend.
Now, Ivor, I'm going to interrupt you there because there's some breaking news. We were talking about it a little bit earlier in the programme, but it is now official. Hartlepool has gone to the Labour Party. The Labour Party now officially controls Hartlepool Council. Ivor, this is a pretty totemic moment because this, of course, was a big Boris Johnson victory on the council level, but also on the parliamentary level.
This is a huge moment for Keir Starmer and the Labour team because, you know, in 2021, that was a disastrous result for the Labour Party in that by-election there. And so to have got back to the point of winning Hartlepool Council, and I spoke to some friends who live there recently in the last few days, and they really were hoping that this would be the outcome. And I think this is a really good start for the Labour Party back in Hartlepool, a place, of course, which we know pretty well. Certain very senior figures have been involved in Hartlepool for many years, someone called Peter Mandelson, maybe.
Yes, Peter Mandelson, and I remember, I think it might be a fake anecdote about something to do with mushy peas and guacamole and confusion between the two.
That's only when we went out for dinner, I can only say that.
Well, I wonder, though, the Labour Party will be able to point to many gains, no doubt of that. What the Conservative Party say about Hartlepool, and Chris Heaton-Harris, the Cabinet Minister, had put out a quote on this some moments ago, saying that this isn't a Labour victory. The Labour vote, in many ways, is stable. This is the Reform Party taking votes from the Conservative Party and allowing Labour through the middle.
There is always a way in every election run-up that the Tories come up with a system that says if you vote for anyone else apart from us, then you're going to be voting Labour. Given that they've had 14 years of power and they've been elected, I don't know, 3 or 4 times in that, and if we take out the 97 to 2010, you can go back another 18 years before that. It's not really a situation which I've heard so many times over the last 30 years that I shrug my shoulders and think, well, look, all these places are different in how they sometimes vote, and and it moves around. And what is the problem with that? That's why people take their view of voting, because we want people to vote.
No, well, it is interesting stuff. Ivor, thank you for joining us for now. Let's get some analysis again with Chris Hopkins there. Tell us about Hartlepool as a seat, because it's a very interesting one. It's been totemic Labour and totemic Conservative.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this result perhaps is more symbolic than anything else. I mean, it is obviously important given what happened in 2021, but it does feel symbolic because of what it meant at the time for Keir Starmer and his leadership of the Labour Party. You know, it sounded like he was on the verge of resigning. There was a rift between himself and Angela Rayner, which some would say maybe is never really fully healed. So yeah, Labour regaining that council, doing better than they did in the equivalent seats that were held in that local authority last year, is obviously a great result for the party, and I think is probably indicative of what we're going to see over the rest of the country. That said, there have obviously been some bad results for Labour tonight, particularly in South Tyneside. But you know, I think some of those, as you say, can be down perhaps to local factors. You know, I think where Labour are perhaps sometimes in control of a majority council that has gone through some austere times, then maybe it's that council that's being punished rather than the Labour Party nationally.
I have to say, in that Headland and Harbour ward of Hartlepool, which I believe is where the photo op was when Boris Johnson turned up after that parliamentary by-election win, well, the Conservative vote is down 15%. The Reform Party vote is up 13%. It tells you a bit of that picture. Again, these sort of mirroring changes in those votes. Madeleine, I suppose this could be the beginning of a theme around the country from place to place, although we haven't yet seen a lot of results in the south of England.
No, which will be interesting. Although I think that one thing I'm interested in looking out for is the extent to which it really does feel as if Labour have managed to completely break that old kind of get Brexit done coalition that the Tories were able to assemble in 2019. So we've mentioned Sunderland. That was a hugely determinative result on the night of the referendum. It was the moment when we probably thought that actually, you know, that meant that Brexit was a very real possibility. Thurrock, as you were saying about the southern seats in Essex, Labour are claiming that they have gained control of Thurrock, which is a highly Eurosceptic area. I think it's like the 4th highest Eurosceptic vote share in the country.
Almost won the MP there in
Yes.
2015.
Exactly. The fact that if Labour are starting to win these sorts of seats, it really suggests that they have managed to get over the hump, or perhaps the sheer unpopularity of the Tories has meant that that old coalition has lost any vestige of loyalty.
Andy MacDonald, why is it that North London Remainer lawyer Keir Starmer seems to be winning up the Brexit voting coalition?
Well, I mean, I think it's, the last 4 years of government is why. The complete failure to address the key issues that people in the Red Wall and beyond care about. I think you said it earlier, cost of living is the biggest issue amongst these voters. They've not addressed the cost of living in any meaningful way. Interest rates have been, sky high over the last few years. They've had enough. I mean, looking at Hartlepool, that was huge for Keir Starmer in 2021. And if I was Jonathan Brash, the parliamentary candidate for Labour there, I'd really be thinking, wow, I can win this. I can have my Mandelson moment here. But I think it's just baffling that the Conservatives think that they've got a viable shot at the next general election.
Well, let's have a look at the picture of seats now. Things are fast changing. The Labour Party is now up to 78 councillors, but perhaps more pertinently, 8 councils. They're up 14 councillors. The Green Party hasn't changed since we last checked in. They're still on 7. But the Tories, what a picture. Of the wards that have been counted so far, the Conservatives have lost more than half of their seats. Well, what a picture that is. Of course, many more seats still to count, most of these in the northeast of England, but of course we are starting to see more and more. Let's get more reaction now from Chris Hopkins of Savanta, the pollster. This is the beginning of something that could be quite difficult for Rishi Sunak, but basically, a lot of these results are just confirming what your industry has been trying to tell us for some time.
Yeah, I think so, Tom. I mean, I think based on that graphic and some of the results we're seeing that the Conservatives are losing at the minute, I think we have to remember at this stage that a lot of the votes that have been counted and a lot of the wards that have declared have had those Reform UK candidates in. And I think that's probably, as you've stressed in a few specific examples, one of the reasons why, at the minute, the Conservatives have lost more seats tonight than they've won. That probably isn't going to be replicated over the course of these local election results, given that Reform UK are standing in somewhere between 10 and 15% of wards. So far what's been declared has been heavily weighted that way. Equally, if Reform don't stand in some of these wards, are they just allowing the Conservative Party to cling on? And then when they do, if Richard Tice is to be believed, to stand in every constituency at the general election, what does that then mean for that Conservative vote share? And I think that we've seen MRP results across our industry. We haven't done one for
now.
a while,
MRP, multi-level regression and post-stratification.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
Which is a lot.
Well done, Tom.
I didn't get the post-stratification bit in time, but it's a fancy, big, sort of very particular poll about individual seats rather than the whole country.
Essentially, it takes a large national sample poll and extrapolates that to give you individual vote shares. And what we've seen across the industry at the minute or individual constituency vote shares. And what we've seen recently is Labour winning a vast number of seats in these. Whether that is actually replicated at a general election as we're closer to the race, does obviously remain to
because it doesn't take into account tactical voting that can often be a big factor. You mentioned Richard Tice. We will be speaking to him in just a moment, because some of the big issues that perhaps all parties face here is this sort of wild card factor. Madeleine, it used to be the case that UKIP would very much claim, at least, and I think there is some evidence to bear this out, would take voters from both the Labour Party and the Tory Party.
Yeah.
It looks like, on the basis of these results, Reform is only doing one of those things.
Yes, precisely. And actually, it's quite interesting just how quickly things have shifted in this department. Although, actually, I think it does bear repeating that because in 2019, well, obviously, this is not UKIP, this was the Brexit Party, the forerunner to reform, they absented themselves from seats. I think it was that Conservative Party had won last time around.
Yes.
There's actually quite a lot of prominent people in the Labour Party on the Labour front bench who basically owe their existence as MPs to the fact that the Brexit Party ran in those seats. People like Bridget Phillipson, people like Yvette Cooper.
Ed Miliband.
Is it Ed Miliband as well?
Ed Miliband, yeah.
Yeah.
The Doncaster seats were nail biters.
Yeah.
You only needed a few Brexit Party votes to tip it over. I should say we've just got a statement in from the Labour Party where a spokesperson has been commenting on the words of Thurrock, not yet officially confirmed, but it does seem that the Labour Party has taken Thurrock. A Labour spokesman said this is exactly the kind of place we need to be winning to gain a majority in a general election. The people of Thurrock have sent the Conservatives a message that they want change. Thurrock, again, Andy MacDonald, a really interesting seat, currently held by Jackie Doyle-Price, the Conservative. The UKIP candidate in 2015, Tim Aker, was also a member of the European Parliament and ran Jackie Doyle-Price incredibly close in 2015. What's going on in Thurrock? I suppose one crucial element that I've forgotten to mention, Thurrock Council did declare bankruptcy.
Yeah, they went bust a couple of years ago. It's been a very, very distressing couple of years for Thurrock, actually. They were run by UKIP, I think, 2014-17. Then the Tories took over, almost bust it in 2020, and then really did bust it in 2022. And I think there is the contextual factor of, wow, the Tories really don't know how to manage this, council's finances, but, we're seeing that national trend. They don't know how to manage the country's finances either. So I
quite
think
a few Labour councils that have gone bust as well.
Well, I'm sure they are. If the government funded local government properly, then they might not have gone bust.
Right,
It's all good.
It's all the Tories' fault.
Well, I think, when you've been in power 14 years and you have cut local government spending, there is a bit of blame to be put on the central government, which is the Conservatives.
I don't know. I think local government does have to sometimes take responsibility for its own failings. Otherwise, what's the point?
You look at Nottingham City Council, they took responsibility for the failed Robin Hood energy plan. But then they also said you have cut our budget by 40% over the last 4 years, and adult social care has gone through the roof over the last 4 years. So I think there is a bit of shared blame, but Nottingham and Birmingham, they're one-offs. But as we can see across the country, the cost of living has affected us all, and the Tories have been in power for 14 years. Croydon, Croydon's fantastic. I mean, they've got a Conservative MP there, don't they? Chris Philp, is it?
Chris Philp.
Chris Philp. I thought it was Philip until last week, but it's...
Well, shall we cross now to Richard Tice, because we've been talking about the Reform Party and, frankly, the complaints that the Conservative Party have already been putting out. Richard, the Tory Northern Ireland Secretary says it's Reform's fault that Hartlepool has gone to the Labour Party.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Listen, I'm here in Blackpool, Tom, and already what's becoming clear from the results this evening across the north of England is that rapidly Reform are on the way up. We are becoming the real opposition to Labour. You see that in Sunderland, where we beat the Tories in 16 of the 25 wards. And here in Blackpool South, Tom, I can confirm exclusively to you, because I'm that good to you, that I think we are going to... It's nip and tuck for second place here. I think everybody accepts that Labour have won this by-election in Blackpool South, but at the moment it's too close to call, but I'm an optimist, and I think we're just going to pit the Tories to second place. It'll be our best by-election by a considerable margin, and this just reinforces, Tom, frankly, we're on the way up, the Tories are on the way down, and we're fast becoming the real opposition in the red wall seats in the north of England, and indeed I think in the Midlands, to the Labour Party.
That is fascinating, Richard. Are you hearing what I'm hearing? Which is that amongst the votes cast on the day, it seems that Reform is ahead, but amongst, for second place, I mean, but amongst those postal ballots that were cast earlier, it could be that the Conservatives are quite a way ahead, and that might be all the difference for second place.
Look, it's so close to call, Tom, that could well be possible, but I think obviously the number that matters for us is the overall, and as I say, I'm optimistic that we could just pick this. Even if we just missed out, it's still, as I say, our best result by a considerable margin in a by-election. It'll put paid to all the sceptics that say we're virtual and that we can't achieve our national polling in actual elections. Tonight is proving those doubters and doomsayers they're completely wrong once again. And as I say, we're on the way up. This is a very, very exciting night for Reform UK. And we've had a brilliant candidate here, Mark Butcher, who's worked his socks off and had a fantastic reception. And from what I'm seeing and hearing, this is an extraordinary night for Reform UK and our best result ever in a by-election for a parliamentary seat.
Richard, listening to you there with your fantastic candidate, your ground game, a Brexit voting area, a Tory MP who resigned in disgrace, surely this is the perfect storm for you. You should not be just matching your national polling average. You should be far exceeding it.
I didn't say we're matching it, Tom. I said we're going to well exceed it. That I've absolutely no doubt at all. If our national polling is give or take 13, 14% as a blended average, I think we'll be exceeding that considerably. Let's wait and see. But as I say, I'm delighted. I know this is our best result by a considerable margin, and it's a testament to the progress we're making. We're still a new, fast-growing party, but people are absolutely, they like what they hear. The common sense policies on a range of issues, on making work pay, on getting to zero waiting lists in 2 years, on freezing immigration, on stopping the boats. People know that we're the only people who've actually got the policies that are going to save Britain, frankly.
Just finally, Richard, what do you say to those who say that, unlike other insurgent parties of the past, of the last sort of decade or so, Reform UK seems to be getting all of its vote from one particular party rather than from both major parties? It seems that almost entirely the Reform UK vote is coming from former Conservative voters.
Yeah, look, it's a good question, and that analysis will be done. But I think what we saw in the northeast, and we've got the mayoral count that's going to take place tomorrow in the northeast, we think we'll do extremely well there. I think that's probably different again. I think we're taking votes from Labour as well. So look, let's wait and see. But frankly, votes are votes. We want as many as possible. We're getting more votes. It's good news, and it's good news for democracy because it shows that actually the British people have got a serious alternative to the mainstream two parties who, frankly, have conspired to break Britain and leave the country in the terrible state that we're currently in.
Well, Richard Tice, the leader of Reform UK, thank you very much for joining us live from Blackpool South and the by-election count there. Really appreciate it. Well, still with me on the panel is the Daily Telegraph columnist Madeline Grant, trade unionist Andy MacDonald and political research director at Savanta UK, Chris Hopkins. Madeline, were you enjoying the hats of the monster raving loony party standing behind Richard Tice there?
Always love them. I actually think that they've had some really good policies over the years. The 99p coin is my favourite.
Yeah, which perhaps
and
is...
selling socks in threes so that if you lose one, you still have two.
My favourite one came from the 2010 manifesto of the official Monster Raving Loony Party, which was to put air conditioning units on the outside of buildings to combat global warming.
Love it.
Andy MacDonald, perhaps we should turn to parties that might be less long-standing but perhaps slightly more serious than the Monster Raving Loony Party. What did you make of what Richard Tice had to say?
I think it's very bizarre. You know, he's only might come second in a seat that was very Brexit. The Tory resigned in scandal and the Tories haven't really tried.
Yeah.
It's just like, come on, guy, you should be doing a lot better here. But if I were Richard Tice, I'd be very, very concerned if I didn't come second. You know, it was in the Mirror earlier this week that Nigel Farage was flirting with the idea of coming back. Lee Anderson is now the only Reform MP. You know, he's a real beast in the media. I'd be really concerned if I were Richard Tice that I'll be pushed out by a personality like Nigel Farage or Lee Anderson if I don't deliver in seats like this.
Goodness me. Madeline, do you think that that Richard Tice's position is under threat? He seemed very bullish.
Well, I don't know enough really about the internal workings of Reform to know if this is the case, but I think that you've both made a really important point, actually, that I think sometimes the pundit class has a tendency to kind of overhype everything because you want things to be exciting, etc. But actually, you're right. I mean, this is the kind of seat that in a by-election, Reform really ought to be possibly even winning. You know, it ought to be perfect for them, full of disaffected erstwhile Conservative voters, yet another Tory MP who's resigned in scandal. And the fact that in by-elections people may protest with their vote rather more than if it were part of a broader general election. And actually, in recent weeks, it has seemed as if the support for reform has sort of plateaued. You know, they may have hit the high point of what we can expect for them. And of course, at a general election, they would also be hampered by the fact that they don't have much of a ground game. You know,
well, Madeleine, I'm going to interrupt you because now it is official. The Labour Party have gained Thurrock. Let's go to a graphic now of all of those results as we get them. Thurrock becomes the 9th council that the Labour Party has now confirmed to have. They're getting very close to 100 councillors, and that's up 17 on those wards that have so far declared. The Conservative Party down 34, holding just 23. So those that can do quick maths in their brains, they will see that that is more losses than holds for the Conservative Party of those that have been counted. The Greens have managed to more than double their total of those wards that have so far been counted too. So there's a bit of a story there of the growth in the Green number of seats, although still quite low. The real story is that collapse in the Tory total and rise in the Labour Party. Not just 97 councillors up 17, but up 2 councils, Hartlepool and Thurrock, both gains. Chris Hopkins, what do we make of it?
Yeah, I mean, those Conservative numbers are incredibly worrying for the party. I think if that was to be replicated over the course of the night and indeed into tomorrow, the Conservatives are looking at losing about 60% of the seats that they're defending. That, I think, anywhere between 900 and 1,000 seats they're roughly defending means that you're looking at losses between 550 and 600, and that's huge. I think par would have been around sort of 400. So if it's a lot more than that, then that is incredibly concerning. It still comes with that caveat, as I said earlier, that the majority, or at least a significant proportion of the seats so far, have been where Reform UK are standing as well. So that might not be replicated. That might mitigate some Conservative losses over the course of the evening and into tomorrow. But, yeah, not great early results.
Not good early results. Well, this is what the Labour Party has to say on Thurrock being taken by the Labour Party. A spokesman said, "This is exactly the kind of place we need to be winning to gain a majority in the general election. The people of Thurrock have sent the Conservatives a message that they want change." Chris, are they right?
I think it's difficult to say that based on one council. Again, I think Thurrock, similar to Hartlepool in some respects, is quite symbolic of one of those places that Labour really lost in the early 2010s to UKIP, frankly. I think that this is an area of the country, and Andy will be better at commenting on this than I, but that had a lot of trade union members, a lot of Unite members, frankly, back in sort of the 2010s. And I think a lot of them were absolutely flirting with UKIP. They were almost skipping the Conservative step and going there. The fact that Labour have maybe won them round, I think, is important and is telling. But yeah, I guess that individual council does feel more perhaps symbolic than sort of iterative at this point.
Well, before we go to Andy, let's go to Madeleine, because Thurrock and Hartlepool, Brexity areas that were high in the UKIP vote, isn't this sort of the Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak dynamic here? Rishi Sunak was almost the Save the South strategy, the sort of Remain areas, the blue wall, if you like, that sort of candidate, although he himself, of course, voted Leave. He's seen to be much more of a safe pair of hands for the cushy southern seats rather than the more gritty Brexit voting areas, if we want to follow that stereotype.
Yeah.
Given that the two Labour gains here are Thurrock and Hartlepool, it does sort of feed into that narrative.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that there'll probably be some in the party now who, and in fact, I think for quite a while it's been clear that, the 2019 result was a kind of aligning of the planets for the Conservative Party in a way that's not normally to be repeated. You have the presence of a deeply unpopular candidate in Jeremy Corbyn, and you have the fact that Labour had been agitating against the democratic mandate of Brexit and all of this, and just the desire for that all to be over and done with. Once those two factors are taken out of the equation, maybe it was always an insanely high watermark, and the Conservative Party is now kind of retrenching back to its sort of traditional traditional heartlands, because frankly it's really difficult to find a set of policies that will please both sides of the Conservative Party. And you also have MPs who are facing off against different adversaries. If you have an MP in the south who's facing off against the Lib Dems, they will probably want to be hearing different things from the centre than someone who's facing off in the red wall against Labour or reform threat.
Well, let's put that to Andy MacDonald, because if that is true, that perhaps the planets aligned in 2019 for Boris Johnson with his BBC strategy, Brexit, Boris, Corbyn, those three magic aligning elements. It's almost as good as his acronym when he was standing to be Labour, Conservative Party leader, which was initially DUD, which was defeat Corbyn, deliver Brexit, unify the party and defeat Corbyn. But he realised that said dud. So he had to add an E to make it dude, to add energise on the end of there well. But the point that I was trying to get to before we were getting sidetracked by initialisms and acronyms, Andy, is if that was really a planet-aligning moment in 2019, this isn't the Labour Party winning. This is just the Tory party collapsing.
I disagree. From the graphics that you've been shown on that screen, it does look like the Labour has a plus next to their name and the Conservatives have a minus next to their name. So I would say the Labour Party are winning. You could apply that same logic to the Conservative Party in 2019.
Going to interrupt you there. The Conservatives have lost control of North East Lincolnshire. That's after 5 Labour council gains. 5 Labour councillors taking seats from the Conservatives, meaning that it goes into no overall control, North East Lincolnshire. Sorry, Andy, back to what you were saying. You're saying that gains for the Labour Party necessarily mean that this is the Labour Party winning? Could it not be that this is the Conservative Party simply melting away?
Well, that's what they said about the Labour Party in 2019, honestly. They said Jeremy Corbyn, no Brexit strategy, no real personality, no one trusts him, no one likes him. Would you say the Conservatives won in 2019? I would. I think it's the same logic here.
Not denying that it's a win. The question is it a win by default?
Whether it's a win by default or a win by victory, it's still a win. There's still more Labour councillors than Conservative councillors.
Certainly true, but it might build up problems for the future. After all, Theresa May won the premiership by default. All of her opponents sort of melted away. And then when it came to a real election, she seemed to stutter. Perhaps the same is true of Boris Johnson. He had the perfect opposition in Jeremy Corbyn, who seemed to be too busy beating up his own party. Boris Johnson wins by default, and then it sort of all melts away. Could we see yet another Prime Minister in Keir Starmer at the next election, for whom he might be in power for a shorter amount of time than everyone expects?
Possibly, but in fairness, the last two this local election and last year's local election, they have been real elections, and the Labour Party did do quite well in them. But Keir Starmer, who knows? It's a long road to Nazareth. Who knows when the election will be, whether it's July, November or January? Who knows?
Well, let's speak now to Ivor Kaplan, the former Labour minister, of course. Ivor, we've been talking a lot about the implications for a general election. What will be going through Keir Starmer's mind as he watches this programme right now?
We've been very clear in the Labour Party over the last few months that we're ready for a general election whenever the Prime Minister finally decides that he's brave enough to actually call a general election. And, the main thing for the Labour Party is, we can't be complacent, but we do need to win, like we have in Thurrock today. You were just talking about that, Tom. I see there 6 Labour victories and 7 Tory defeats in the numbers in Thurrock today. And, these sort of things are really important to us. We did actually have an MP from Thurrock some years ago. So it's not unusual for the Labour Party to be there, but it's a very good sign that the Labour Party is getting into the right areas that it needs to be. And I think that's what Keir has really been trying to do since he took over in 2020. And here we are 4 years later, and I'm sure that he will be looking forward to a general election, which, let's face it, should be sooner rather than later, because I think now that the Tories are really dragging it out, and that doesn't work. We've seen that in the past. We saw it with Gordon Brown. We saw it with John Major. We saw it with Jim Callaghan. You can go through loads of times when just hanging on doesn't work for trying to persuade the public.
Yes, certainly, and I think that it is a total fallacy to suggest that there is an inevitability about a narrowing of polls. If anything, the last few months have shown quite the opposite. But Ivor, I put this to you.
You can always ask Chris about that one, Tom. You can ask Chris about that one and what he wants.
I will do. Ivor, I put this to you. Keir Starmer is the luckiest man in politics. He has been incredibly lucky with the global events that have befallen the Western world over the last 2 years. He, of course, did not create the conditions that this country has faced with COVID and an energy crisis, war in Europe, or indeed nor did he control the Conservative Party in its spectacular implosion and 3 prime ministers in a year. He's a very lucky man.
Well, luck and politics, does they really come together? I mean, you know, that's a difficult call. Politics is always changing. You know, everyone sitting around your table there, Tom, and all your guests tonight will say the same thing. You can't always judge what will be happening in a 4-year period. I think that's something that is very difficult to know. And, you know, who knew, you know, what was going to happen in 2019 and 2020 and on we went after COVID. So it is very difficult. But as a Prime Minister or as ministers in the cabinet, you've got to be prepared to actually take whatever you can forward and say, this is what we need to do for the next steps. And I think the one really, really good thing for Keir Starmer, he's got that capability. And that's a capability I think the British public want to see.
It's going to be an incredibly difficult in-tray for Keir Starmer if the results that we're seeing so far, picking up Hartlepool, other councils going into no overall control, good night for Labour so far to recap. If this all holds, Keir Starmer becomes Prime Minister with a fairly decent majority. He's going to have one of the most difficult in-trays of any Prime Minister, well, since the last one.
Yeah, two things, Tom. I was going to give you 2 tips like they do at the racing. For people to look out for. That one would be Rushmore, which is in Hampshire, which is a place I know very well, and it's got the various military in there. And I think that could go Labour tonight. It's been looking like that for some years. It's never been Labour in over 50 years. And the other thing I would look for is East Midlands, because in the East Midlands, Claire Ward, former Member of Parliament as well, she's the candidate for the Labour Party there. And if we can win that, that would be a really good thing for the Labour Party too. So
and she's up against Ben Bradley, also the current Conservative Member of Parliament for Mansfield. So really a battle of one former MP, one current MP, although most forecasters before tonight were suggesting that that would be a Labour pickup, a new Metro Mayor area, of course, but a Labour pickup was expected.
I've just given you a couple of tips in case you want to go to your betting shop or wherever you go, you know, those sort of things.
Well, marvellous.
I think it's you know, they're two. Rushmore is a really interesting one to look at. In Hampshire, because that builds into that whole issue about the South and what is going on in the South.
No, totally indicative, and also
sorry.
Indicative, but also the fact of the East Midlands, it being a new area, the lack of incumbency, that perhaps shows us more. Ivor, we're going to leave it there for now because I'm being told we must have a look at the latest results. Let's get this graphic up and have a look at the Labour Party have surpassed the 100 mark quite handsomely. They're up 24 on those seats that have already been counted, up 24 on this time, the last time they were fought 4 years ago. The Conservative Party, astonishingly, down 51. At this early stage, the Conservative Party have already lost 51 councillors, retaining just 29. A pretty stark and astonishing picture there. And now this, of course, is not just in the North East, as it was in the very early hours. This is also in Essex. This is in Suffolk. This is, to some extent, in the West Country as well. But it's not just councils that are being elected tonight. No, also a parliamentary by-election is afoot. Our very own North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper spoke to the people of Blackpool to see how they were voting and what was motivating their votes.
The world-famous Blackpool Promenade. Once upon a time, people flocked from all over the globe to visit this iconic seaside resort. But in recent years, the town has gained a rather different reputation. In fact, the most recent government figures place 8 of the 10 most deprived neighbourhoods in the country here in Blackpool.
Have you enjoyed the stay?
The Royal Boston Hotel first opened its doors back in 1934. Since then, the promenade has completely changed, and not necessarily for the better.
Blackpool can be beautiful, it can be wonderful, but it also can look very run down when you drive up and down the promenade. So it needs investment, and I think there's people willing to invest, but it's just unlocking that key around how we can do that and how we can actually change those buildings and that structure.
The people of Blackpool South have now cast their vote to select their new MP. For John, the successful candidate needs to secure the town's future by making decisions now.
Huge part of what the MP is going to need to do is to create that job and those opportunities and work with local businesses to create that opportunity, because we see, and I see, a huge amount of talent leaving Blackpool. They're the ambassadors for the town, they're the future of Blackpool.
Here at the heart of Blackpool's tourist economy, its tower still stands, its illuminations still shine. And yet now, for its people, they feel it's time for change. Blackpool South's about to get a new MP. What do you want them to do for Blackpool?
To invest more money in the mental health services around Blackpool, because there isn't much to offer for young people.
They need to invest more money in the people of Blackpool rather than the tourist areas.
Make it safer, make it a better community, especially with the cost of living crisis.
To do more for Blackpool residents, more for the homeless, which they don't actually do. They place them into hotels, leave them for 3 months, and if they don't find a place within them 3 months, they're moved. But I'm one of them people.
I think it's quite sad, actually.
Yes.
It's very sad, because Blackpool was massive.
A once glittering tourist trap, the Blackpool of today seems to have lost some of its sparkle. And for its local people, they can only hope their new MP can restore the town to happier days. Sophie Reaper, GB News.
Well, that was Sophie Reaper speaking to the people of Blackpool, and we can now speak to Sophie Reaper herself. She is at Blackpool South at the Count, and I believe you have a guest with you.
I do indeed, Tom. Joining me now is Ben Thomas, who is the candidate for the Green Party. Thank you for joining me tonight, Ben. Now, we were just talking a little minute ago, a bit off camera, and you were telling me that you actually haven't even finished your degree yet.
No.
You are only 21 years old, the youngest candidate here in Blackpool South. What is it that made you want to stand here as a candidate in Blackpool South?
Well, I just think you look at the levels of deprivation that there is, you see the situation that we have with the sewage and United Utilities, that's a really big issue. And I was interested in the Green Party before the last general election, but I was 17, so I was kind of having to run around telling everyone that could vote for Green, because I can't. So it's just been, since then I've just really wanted to get involved as much as I can to just help out, really.
And what is it that you think you would bring to the people of Blackpool? You mentioned deprivation. It's something that we've talked about a lot. Constituents have told me that is something that they really want their MP to fight for them on. What is it that you would do for the people of Blackpool South?
Well, I think it's about looking at things in the long term and looking behind the issues. So we have people talking about police and antisocial behaviour and things like that, but my response would be increasing youth services. So the children and teenagers that are going around in the streets doing this antisocial behaviour, if there's more funding for youth services so they have things to do rather than go out causing trouble, that's something that I think is really important, which would help out generations of people living in Blackpool for the good.
Of course, we have this by-election tonight that was triggered after Scott Benson was forced to resign. Do you think things like that happening in the larger parties are going to make constituents feel perhaps they should trust parties such as the Green Party going forward?
Yeah, I definitely think that. I mean, you can see it with Mark Butcher, the Reform candidate, how how much popularity he's getting. I think people are really untrusting of Labour and the Conservatives, and I think people are sick of the two-party system, and it's by-elections like these which are going to show that people aren't just going to vote for them two, they are going to vote for who they actually want to and believe in.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time tonight, Ben. We are waiting still for that count to come in, but we'll be bringing you all the latest as we get it, as ever, from Blackpool South.
Thank you very much, Sophie Reaper, doing the Lord's work there at the count. Still with me in the studio are Madeline, Andy and Chris, saving time on not saying your full names, but Madeline Grant of The Telegraph. The Green Party, obviously not going to do very well in Blackpool South, despite Ben's best efforts. They are, however, picking up some seats in the North East and are expected to pick up seats in Bristol as well, mostly at Labour's expense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the Greens have been sort of kind of underestimated for some time. And I think one of the reasons that they often do well in local elections especially is because it's sort of not dissimilar to the way the Lib Dems sometimes operate, where they can kind of be one thing at a national level, but then at a local level, they will tap into maybe very different issues from what you'd expect. At a local level, the Greens, similarly to the Lib Dems, often become the kind of don't build this thing here party. And that often really does clean up at the local level. So I think
Interestingly, sometimes that does take votes in Conservative-leaning areas.
Yes.
Perhaps one of the more underreported phenomenons is the sort of natural Tory voter who votes Green, not because they've read the raft of nationalisation promises in the manifesto.
Yeah, or massive Greta Thunberg fans or whatever. Yeah.
But because they just don't like litter on the local field.
Completely agree. And these things are really hard to capture and make. It's always very difficult to make big overarching assumptions and conclusions when you're often dealing with something that's very localised, very patchy, and also people vote for quite sort of esoteric reasons. But, you know, fair play to the young Green candidate.
Yes, I think very often...
It doesn't half make you feel old, though, doesn't it? Because you think... Sometimes I remember
Madeline,
feeling old...
you're about to say that policemen are getting younger.
No, it's when you realise that you're older than the politicians as well as the footballers.
Yes.
That's like quite a sort of shocking moment for anyone.
I'm just desperately sad that people like Olivia Rodrigo are younger than me. But Andy, we do often, perhaps, sitting behind desks like this, trying to analyse big pictures, forget that in local areas it is often it's not even a picture of regional variation, it's seat-by-seat variation often.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's a very personal game, these councillors. You know, they'll have grown up on the same streets as people, they'll have known them since they were kids. You know, you'll see a lot of outliers, and that's just because of the personal connections that a lot of local councillors have built with their community. They don't want to be MPs, they don't want to be big mayors, they just want to serve their community. And I think that is something that is quite pure about local government, and I think it is really one of the nicest things about British politics.
It does, however, make, Chris, your job very difficult.
It does, yeah, and I think the Green Party are always going to be a challenge for us, as are, frankly, the Liberal Democrats and as are Reform UK. I think based on some of these results that we're seeing so far, the Green Party are picking up votes in high-density Muslim population areas, and they're taking those away from the Labour Party, and that does perhaps indicate that there is a bit of a split on the left between the Labour Party and the Greens, but equally, as we've discussed already, there is a split on the right between the Conservative Party and Reform UK, and frankly, not all splits are created equal, and I think that the split that the Labour Party are going to potentially suffer from the Green Party is significantly smaller than the split the Conservatives will look like they are suffering, and therefore the Labour Party should be able to hold on. But also the Green Party are going to make waves in safer Labour areas, which should mitigate any losses at the general election.
Really, really interesting stuff. Well, there's so much more to cover, and we're only a few hours into what will be 3 days of results. Now it's 3 a.m. This is GB News. Vote 2024. The people decide. Results from 107 local authorities across the country are coming in thick and fast now. And all eyes are on Blackpool South, where we're expecting the results of the by-election that was there triggered by the resignation of this man. Former Conservative Member of Parliament Scott Benton resigned from his seat after an investigation found him to be wrapped up in a lobbying scandal. Reform UK's performance in the by-election is being watched closely. Richard Tice was pretty confident of second place.
It'll be our best by-election by a considerable margin. And this just reinforces, Tom, frankly, we're on the way up, the Tories are on the way down, and we're fast becoming the real opposition.
Well, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg had this to say about Reform UK's chances.
Blackpool South is an almost perfectly designed by-election for the Reform Party, and therefore they ought to be doing well in it. It would be surprising if they don't, and actually second place seems to me to be relatively unambitious for them.
But what of the Labour view? MPs we've been speaking to say the picture at both the by-election and local elections should be putting pressure on the Prime Minister. Here's Sarah Jones, MP.
He should call a general election. I mean, that's what we're all desperate for, right? And he's nervous to do it because he knows that he won't do well. That's what we want to see. We've had so many by-elections. We might as well have a proper general election now.
Well, stay with us as we bring you all the results. This is Vote 2024. The people decide. I'm Tom Harwood and I'll be taking you through the night with a special lineup of guests across the political spectrum. Well, the polls closed last night at 10 p.m. across the country. And here are the latest local election results. Well, as we can see, it's been a good night for the Labour Party. Already at this early stage, over 100 councillors across the country. That's up 27. But perhaps even more dramatically, the Conservatives are down, net down 58 seats. Now, they are holding on to just 34 of those that have been counted so far. The Liberal Democrats, of those seats that have been counted so far, have now leapfrogged the Conservative Party. They're on 41, that's up by 7. The Greens are also having a good night, but a little bit more muted. They're up 6 to 9. Well, I'm joined now by the Telegraph columnist Madeline Grant, trade unionist Andy MacDonald and political research director at Savanta UK, Chris Hopkins. Madeline, I suppose the Lib Dems will be jumping for joy that they have, at least at this stage in the night, overtaken the Tories.
Yeah, blimey. I mean, I'm interested because I think I would need to know more about the profile of the seats that we've had so far. Are we seeing a disproportionate number of the kind that the Conservatives were likely to lose anyway? Chris was saying earlier about the fact that Reform were running in some of these seats that may change the results. Because if it carries on at this rate, it feels like we're heading towards absolute bloodbath, unprecedented bloodbath territory. But of course, you have to know more about the seats involved, don't you?
Certainly, and we'll be getting that map back up in just a moment's time to have a look at the graphical representation of this across the country, because it's still a very bitty picture. Andy, this must just be Keir Starmer jumping for joy.
I mean, absolutely. I'm not even the leader of the Labour Party. I'm just a member, and I'm very happy. I'm ecstatic, as you can see. I think it's a very good night for the Labour Party, and as we go on through the next couple of days, when the mayorals start getting announced and the police and crime and fire commissioners begin to be announced, I think, you know, this weekend's going to be a good one to be a Labour Party member.
And Chris, this, to what extent will what happens here influence even the general election? To some extent, momentum begets momentum in these sorts of things?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, local election results create a mood among the parties, and you know, based on these results so far, you know, the Conservatives losing 63% of the seats that they're defending tonight thus far. You know, that's not going to create a very good mood among the Conservative Party, and you know, I think the big question mark is going to be how big the cabal of Conservative MPs that are wanting to get rid of Rishi Sunak is come Monday morning, or even Sunday evening, or perhaps even Saturday afternoon, depending on how these results go. You know, if I was one of those at the minute, I'd be on the phone and ringing around my colleagues, because frankly these results are just not very good. You know, the Conservative Party would be on course, frankly, for an absolute drubbing at the general election if these results were to be replicated, and that's a huge problem for them.
Well, let's have a little look at a graphical representation of these results, courtesy of Britain Elects. Let's get that up now. This is looking mainly at the north-east, of course, and we can see what little blue there is, frankly. That large splodge of blue down in the bottom of your screen there is the one ward on Hartlepool Council that the Conservatives have won, Rural West. All the other wards have gone to independents, but the vast majority there gone to the Labour Party. Of course, they took that council. Quite a bit of green, splodges of yellow, but again, blue, few and far between up in Sunderland and in Newcastle as well. But let's see if we can move this map around as well, because there have been a smattering of results down in the south. We'll get to them in just a moment. Madeline, what some people might find frustrating about the way these results are done is that it's not until Saturday that we will finally get the complete picture.
Yeah.
We get the feel for it tonight, but we don't get any Metro mayors until tomorrow. And the very last, most lazy counters that possibly are counting these votes come in on Saturday.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? I mean, I suppose I'd rather they spent longer doing it and they got it completely accurately, but it certainly makes it difficult also for, I mean, fair play to you for anchoring, because I think this particular shift is a bit of a tricky one. It's like being the night watchman in cricket or something.
Oh, no, this is the most exciting bit. This is the first bit. Andy MacDonald, this is, of course, a very difficult moment for the Conservative Party. The Labour Party was in a very difficult moment not so long ago. I know it would be perhaps unwise to give tips, if you like, to your opposition party. But what does it feel like to take such a drubbing? It's something that the Conservatives are not used to in recent electoral history.
I mean, honestly, you just got to get a grip, really. You know, you just need to take the mess when it comes and sort out your PR strategy. I'm sure Isaac Levido, one of the top election strategists that the Conservatives use, is, you know, writing away on his whiteboard, trying to figure out how they can stop this from happening in the general. But you know, I think they've just got to take the L here and move on.
Yeah.
Chris, is it all over? Is it all lost?
I mean, yes. It feels it, and there's no point trying to get around that. The lead that the Labour Party have had in the opinion polls, you know, if a general election was tomorrow, has been huge for a long time, and it feels really difficult to gauge how possibly the Conservative Party can turn that around at the minute. You know, time is running out, frankly, and I think that this. Is a real acid test ahead of the next general election.
Now, Chris, I'm going to jump in here because Labour has gained Rushmore Council. Now, a Labour Party spokesman has said that this is a historic result. Rushmore, the home of the British Army, has never had a Labour majority council before. Demonstrates just how much the Labour Party has changed, so says this spokesperson. A Labour gain for Rushmore is a result Rishi Sunak cannot ignore. It's time for general election. Well, of course, they would say that. That is their line tonight. Do we have Ivor Kaplan still on the line? Because, Ivor, this is, of course, a significant council. You, as a former defence minister, will know this area.
I know it very well. I mean, I've been there in a number of the campaigns over the last 2 or 3 years. So they've been building, effectively, Rushmore in order to be able to get to this moment. And if I tell you a brief story on when I was there, I think about 6 or 7 months ago, we were doing a big photo, which you always do before these things, of all these sort of people. And suddenly this guy came running at us. And, you know, in this day and age, you're obviously worried about this. And all he wanted to do was to say to me rather nicely, "Thank you very much for giving me my veteran's badge." And he was a 20-year veteran of being in the military at Aldershot, you know. And it's those sort of people who he then came and joined the Labour Party about 3 weeks later, you know. So those sort of people actually help you, and they drive that sort of change that Rushmore needed. And there's been a lot of very good work there by that team there. And I'm really, really pleased about the result tonight.
You mentioned it's in the Aldershot constituency. Aldershot has never had anything other than a Conservative MP, as far as I'm aware. But there has been demographic change in this area, which might well be helping the Labour Party along.
Yes. I mean, that's very true. I mean, I think it has changed, that part of Hampshire. And, of course, there's been huge change in the army as well. I mean, some of us don't agree with the numbers of forces going down. I think that's not a wise thing for Britain to have done in the last 15 years or so. But in Rushmore, I think they've tried to keep as much of Aldershot going as they can. And I think from a defence perspective, it's really, really important that they were able to carry on doing that. And I have to say, every time I've been there, I've not been able to go back to the barracks, but meeting veterans and all sorts of people in Rushmore has been really, really good over the years. And I think I might look forward to my next visit there fairly soon.
If I was planning the Labour Party sort of spin operation, I couldn't think of a better 3 totemic councils to be the first ones to take at this very early stage, albeit. Rushmore, Hartlepool, Thurrock, the first 3 gains of councils of the night for the Labour Party. Each of them tells a story, a significant army base, a significant Brexit voting totemic Tory win from 2021, and Thurrock as well, that stronghold of what was once UKIP. I mean, each of these tell a story.
Yes, they do, Tom. That's absolutely right. And it's maybe not surprising that as things change in Britain, that change is what is happening in these type of places, in Thurrock, in Hartlepool, and definitely in Rushmore. Because the difference for Rushmore is they've never been in this situation, whereas Hartlepool and Thurrock have been in different circumstances with MPs, etc., etc. So I think the next challenge in Rushmore will be to see what's our candidate there. We have a very good candidate in Rushmore, and that will obviously be part of the general election that we'll be planning for very soon, we hope.
Well, Ivor Kaplan, thank you very much for your on-the-ground knowledge there of Rushmore. Really, really interesting stuff. Madeline, you're a sketch writer. Mm-hmm. You tell stories about what is going on in the news. This is all written for you here.
Well, I mean, we don't tend to do anything as solemn or as pompous as saying, here's the story of the message. We're mostly there to make fun of everything and bring the politicians down a peg or two. So I definitely wouldn't use this as sketch material. No. Frankly, it's not very entertaining. It's just quite naff. But yes, you're right. And it is pretty extraordinary, this latest result, because, not only is it this historic centre of the British Army, as you said, it has had a Tory MP forever. It's also very close to neighbouring constituencies, such as Jeremy Hunt's constituency and also Michael Gove's constituency in Surrey Heath.
So interesting, then, that it's not the Liberal Democrats doing better.
Yeah, that's very true. It will be interesting to see if this is, as ever, it is hard to extrapolate things precisely from a local election campaign. These are certainly seats that the Lib Dems hope to claim from the Tories, for sure. But it's just interesting because, again, a criticism that was so often levelled at the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn was that, quite rightly, I think that the Labour Party was sort of devaluing military, wanted to scrap Trident, national security, was, talking of leaving NATO and all this kind of stuff. Again, it shows that they've, as we've seen with those Brexity seats that have now flipped towards Labour at the local election result, it seems like they've got rid of some of the detritus of the past that had been holding them back.
Chris Hopkins, Ed Davey, as Lib Dem leader, coined this term, the blue wall, to refer to all of these seats in the south that Labour couldn't possibly win, and only the Lib Dems could take all of these southern seats. I should just interrupt myself to say that these are the latest numbers. Labour now over 150 councillors, up 37, but that is a number that, frankly, looks pitiful in comparison to the amount that the Conservatives are down. Look at that on your screen now. Down 71 councillors, retaining just 40. This is frankly an astonishing picture, albeit early in the night, many areas not yet declared. We're getting new declarations in all the time, but the picture remains the same, that the Conservatives are losing more than they're holding, at least at this stage. A remarkable picture there. Chris, your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this stage, it's not just the number, it's the rate, frankly, Tom. You know, the 64% of these seats are going, or that the Conservatives were defending, they're losing, and they're losing it in all directions. You know, some of the seats that we've just discussed, you know, particularly in the south, in places like Plymouth, they're losing to the Greens, and you know, obviously we've seen where they're losing to the Labour Party, and some of the Liberal Democrat gains are going to be at the expense of the Conservative Party as well. You know, I think on the Liberal Democrats particularly, I think they are going to struggle in lab-lib marginals. They might do OK in con-lib marginals, and I think that's ultimately where they're, you know, when the constituencies are larger rather than these ward-by-ward results, that's where they're going to look to be strong at a general election. And we know, frankly, that the Liberal Democrats fight a general election as a series of by-elections. They concentrate on specific races, and they are notoriously strong there. That said, I think they would be expecting to do a little bit better than what we're seeing at the minute. But as I say, I think their gains will be muted by the Labour Party, especially in those con-lib areas.
It's interesting, Andy. Very often, psephologists and those that study elections tend to sort of ask the question of what is the Liberal Democrat Party? Sort of, who is the voter that they're going for? And frankly, is it any different now from the voter that Sir Keir Starmer is appealing to?
I think, you know, it's not just psephologists that ask that question, but most of the country, in fact. I think there is a difference. Keir Starmer is looking for a broad coalition of voters. He's trying to win back, and quite successfully, may I add, a lot of working-class voters in the Midlands and the North. And he's also trying to reach that middle-class, suburban mum kind of character that the Lib Dems would more traditionally be after. But I think, really, realistically, you know, Ed Davey has had a slightly splattered leadership. He's had a couple of controversies with the post office scandal coming back up to bite him. And I think it really is interesting to see that the Lib Dems have done, you know, compared to the Conservatives, a bit better than the Tories, which is, it's not very reassuring for the Labour Party, but, you know, we're still winning.
Madeline, of course, what the Conservatives might say is that we're comparing these to 2021, a high watermark of the slightly odd period of time. There was a rally round the flag effect at the middle of COVID.
Yeah.
In Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon was riding high. In England, Boris Johnson was riding high. In New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern won a majority in a system that is designed not to win majorities. I mean, it was a very peculiar sort of time. And to compare now with then, surely we'd expect Conservative losses.
Well, I mean, that's true, but the extenuating circumstances doesn't change the overall fact of a massive, massive drubbing. I mean, a drubbing is a drubbing, isn't it? You know, I think what I feel about politics now is essentially that many of the old allegiances have disappeared, the old party loyalty. You know, even in quite recent history, it was common for millions and millions of people to be members of political parties, card-carrying members. That whole attitude has just disappeared. And I think what we have now is immense dissatisfaction and people essentially protest voting every time they vote, not having this kind of strong party loyalty, but saying, oh, I've had enough of these guys. And it means that actually things become more volatile. You can have results where, you know, the Tories can go from an 80-seat majority to the kind of results that we're seeing tonight. I don't know. I think this dissatisfaction isn't going to go away.
We've got a more promiscuous electorate, as some sometimes describe it.
Nothing wrong with that. No one owns anyone's vote. You know, you've got to vote for it. But
it does seem that some of the large electoral events that we've seen, the referendums that we've seen, both right across the United Kingdom, but also particularly in Scotland as well, it's really dislodged old voting patterns. And there's one thing that research consistently shows, which is once you have changed your vote one time, you're more likely to be sort of more shopping around the next time as well, once you break that habit of a lifetime. Well, let's get some more thoughts now from the former Labour Minister, Ivor Kaplan, because, Ivor, you came in 1997 as one of those new wave of Labour Party MPs. Looking at the difference between the Tony Blair's Labour Party and Paddy Ashdown's Liberal Democrats, there wasn't much of a difference, was there? Are we sort of seeing a similar thing now with Sir Ed Davey and Sir Keir Starmer? They're both knighted, even.
I didn't know Ed Davey was knighted, I have to say. Didn't Paddy Ashdown have to eat something in 1997? Didn't he do something?
I think it was 2016 he had to eat his hat.
Or something. Oh, it was eating his hat then, was it? OK. I must have misunderstood that point. Yeah, I mean, in '97, you know, you've probably heard me say this many times. You know, it is a different period and a different set of elections in terms of certainly for Labour and for the Liberal Democrats. And yes, it came after 18 years of Tory rule, and therefore the public wanted a big change. And the economy was in a very different position to the one that Labour will inherit if it's fortunate enough to win the general election when that is called. And assuming that you know, the work that Rachel and the team are going to have to do is going to be quite considerable. So I think they are very different.
Yeah, it's fairly astonishing, isn't it, that when the country was in recession in 1992, the Tories won, and when there was 4% growth in 1997, the Labour Party won. It's almost sort of an inverse relationship to how you'd expect the economy to influence votes.
Well, an old friend of mine, Ken Clarke, he used to tell me most weeks after I'd got into Westminster that, of course, the economy that he handed over to the Labour Party was wholly down to him. He absolutely, and he was, of course, you know, a very good Chancellor, you have to say that. But yes, it was a constant thing that he said for over the years. And even
my favourite Ken Clarke moment as Chancellor was he was the last Chancellor to exercise the right of the Chancellor of the Exchequer to have an alcoholic drink during the delivery of a budget. I think he cut whisky duty and had a swig of whisky. And no Chancellor since has taken up the opportunity to do the same. It's an opportunity missed, in my view.
Well, I mean, once Gordon became Chancellor, away went the whisky, basically. But yes, Ken was the last Chancellor to do that. I don't think anyone has done it since, for sure. You know, Ken Clarke was a very nice man. I mean, we on one occasion we went to watch football in Nottingham, and that was I think Brighton were playing Notts County at the time. And we had a great afternoon watching it and just chatting away for you know, like 2 hours. So really, really entertaining guy. And to some extent, for a new MP who suddenly is chatting away to, you know, a Chancellor of how many years? I can't remember how many years he was Chancellor, 6 or 7, something like that. You know, it was a great education.
He's one of the few former cabinet ministers to have held 3 great offices of state. It's quite a rare combination to have been Foreign Secretary, Home Secretary and Chancellor of the Exchequer, 3 of the biggest jobs in government. Very, very few politicians have achieved that accolade. We have gone down a garden path to some extent here in this conversation, because we were talking about the inheritance that the Labour Party will likely get. Like many countries around the world, the UK has been battered by high inflation, high interest rates, although it must be said that interest rates are now matching those in the United States, and inflation in the UK is now lower than that in the United States. But still, perhaps it's a similar pattern the world over, that incumbent governments, we can see Biden's having a bit of a tough time. Justin Trudeau in Canada is 20 points behind. Martin Schulz in Germany, 20 points behind. Sorry, Olaf Scholz, 20 points behind. Similarly, we're seeing incumbents almost the world over find that this is a very, very difficult election year.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of elections this year. I mean, I know we're going to have one, but also, obviously, the US election is on the 5th. Is it the 5th of November? Something like that, on that Tuesday anyway, I think it is.
First Tuesday of November.
Yeah, first Tuesday of November, yeah. And you know, I mean, just those 2 elections themselves are huge in normal circumstances. But if there is also in Canada and Germany and other places around Europe, you know, we could be in a very different position when we look at the map of the world in less than 6 months' time.
Well, Ivor Kaplan, thank you very much for talking through, and also walking down memory lane there a little bit. I think we've slightly got into a Ken Clarke fact arms race. But still with me on the panel is Madeline Grant, Andy MacDonald, and Chris Hopkins. Madeline, what's your favourite Ken Clarke fact?
Oh, good question. Well, I think my favourite Ken Clarke observation is that Labour owe him a great deal. You know, they inherited a great economy and then proceeded to spend everything that they'd inherited and borrow more and also sell off the gold reserves. So I think a lot of the growth that experienced in Labour was sort of a product from, you know, doling out the cash that they had inherited, and it wasn't a sustainable approach to running the economy. But
Andy,
I'm sure we may disagree on this.
Fantastic. I mean, Gordon Brown earned the accolade Iron Chancellor for the first few years, so I don't think he went out spending immediately.
And he did sell off the gold, though. That was terrible.
That is true, when he was Prime Minister.
Shocking
when he wasn't
liabilities.
Chancellor, in fairness.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Liz Truss deployed the housing market. So
yeah, but she wasn't in charge for so many years.
No, to be fair, she did implode within, what was it, 4 weeks? So,
yeah.
You know, at least the Tories do deal with...
It was 6 weeks.
Yeah.
6 weeks, wasn't it?
49 days. But there was a famous quote from Sir Vince Cable describing Gordon Brown's sort of transformation upon the point at which he became Prime Minister, which was that he had managed to turn himself from Stalin to Mr. Bean.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fantastic from Sir Vince Cable, the man who sold off the post office. So I'm sure with his experience in government, we should be taking what he says very, very seriously, considering his track record as a minister. I think he was a very, very unsuccessful minister, and we should just leave him be.
Goodness me. Well, Chris Hopkins, polls. Psephology data. Let's look at these results again and see where we've got to with the number of councillors and see if we can talk through this. Here we go. 156 is the Labour number, up 38.
Blimey.
Now, this is still early stages. We should say that there are 2,000 seats up for grabs at this election.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, Tom, you know, we're getting an early look, I guess. We're definitely not going to see the full picture. And I think a lot of the narrative, really, from this set of local elections is going to come from these mayoral races. You know, obviously, there's going to be a lot of focus on London, because there always is. But, you know, I guess we will be looking at the distance by which Sadiq Khan wins, given that he is, you know, wholly expected to do so. And obviously, there are some interesting holds, as we've discussed, potential holds, I guess, with the incumbent mayors for the Conservative Party in West Midlands and Tees Valley. Equally, North Yorkshire and the East Midlands could also be very interesting. And I think a lot of the narrative is going to come from them. And I think that, you know, we have to always put the brakes on a little bit when it comes to council seat losses, particularly when, as we've discussed already this evening, there are a lot of local issues, there are a lot of local factors, and wards obviously have very low turnouts and things like that. But, you know, as I kind of said earlier, if par for the Conservative Party was about losing 400 seats, given their national polling figures, at this current rate, they're looking to lose about 600, 650, and that, frankly, would be a pretty historic low point for a governing party in a local set of elections.
Now, I should say that there are 35 council areas that are declaring tonight, and that equates to around 700 seats. So that gives you an indication about how far through we are. The flurry of results seems to have just begun, but of course still a long way to go. And of course, 3 days of counting the various elections. Every adult in England and Wales has had an opportunity to vote in at least one election over Thursday, which was now yesterday. And the reason that works is, of course, every area has a police and crime commissioner, famously some of the lowest turnouts of any democratic events in the United Kingdom. Higher turnouts, of course, tend to be for parliamentary elections, but also for the innovation of metro mayors. The first in the country was London, introduced in the year 2000. But in the last few years, we've seen the success, and I think it is fair to say it has been a success, of various devolved areas, the Greater Manchester area, the Tees Valley, the West Midlands, all combined authorities whereby people seem to have a great bit of perhaps local attachment to their mayors. But it's not just mayors, of course. There is also a parliamentary election today, a by-election, which is being counted. Currently, the votes are being counted in Blackpool South. Well, it's now 3:30, and we're looking at the results across England and Wales today, where there have been lots of democratic events. Here is the latest tally: Labour Party on 156, Conservatives on 41, the Liberal Democrats on 49. Those are numbers of councillors. Perhaps most astonishingly, 73 Conservative losses. Let's cross to Blackpool South now, where Sophie Reaper, our North West of England reporter, is for us. And Sophie, do we have any indication about when Blackpool South might be declaring?
Blackpool South, of course, earlier we brought you the turnout for the Police and Crime Commissioner at 25%. We have in the last few minutes heard that for the by-election here in Blackpool South, the turnout was 32.5%, so around 7.5% higher than that of the Police and Crime Commissioner. A total of 18,448 people coming out in Blackpool South to vote on their new MP. Now, in the 2019 general election, that turnout was actually 56.8%. Now, of course, they're not usually comparable. There are often much higher turnouts for a general election as opposed to a by-election. But it is interesting that 24.3% less people turned out for the by-election here in Blackpool South. That is just, if we take that 32.5% figure, that is just under a third of the electorate coming out in Blackpool South to select one of the 9 candidates who were standing to replace Scott Benson, who of course had to step down as their MP after that lobbying scandal which came out earlier this year. Now, in terms of an actual result, of course, earlier in the evening we mentioned that it was predicted it could be between around 2 and 5 a.m. It does feel like the tension seems to be ramping up. It does feel like perhaps we could be hearing some kind of a result. They are slowly making their way around the room, verifying the results as they go. So it could well be any minute, but it also could be another hour or so. We just don't know. But of course, as soon as we hear who the new MP is for certain here in Blackpool South, we'll be right here bringing you the latest.
Well, Sophie Reaper, thank you very much for that. 32.5% the turnout in Blackpool South. Now, Chris Hopkins, how does that compare to other recent by-elections? It seems pretty average to me.
Yeah, maybe a little bit on the low side, but then I don't think turnout generally in Blackpool South is particularly high, so I guess that has to be taken into account. It'd be nice to have a result there sooner, I guess, because it'd definitely be one that I'd like to have before I get some sleep. But yeah, you know, I think the really interesting thing there, as we've kind of discussed earlier, is the Reform UK vote share. I think that yeah, as Andy said, and I think you challenged Richard Tice about it live on air. I think they have to come second, Reform UK. And I think it shouldn't really be that close. The Conservatives should not be competitive in this seat at all. It's a natural place for Reform to do pretty well. Labour should win it very, very comfortably, given the small majority that the Conservatives are defending. But yeah, really, the major narrative from that has to be Reform UK, and whether they can sort of really outperform their national polling average at the minute, which is kind of hovering, you know, sort of in the low teens, maybe around sort of 12-11%.
Richard Tice, when we spoke to him, did seem fairly confident they would outpoll their polling average, although he was reticent to put a number on it.
Yeah, I mean, look, in my head, I think they need to be going above 20%, frankly. And I think that's kind of the gauntlet that if Richard Tice was to ever listen to me, that I would kind of lay down to him and his party. I think they really need to be pushing that. And I think, you know, when I've spoken on this show before, Tom, about Wellingborough and Kingswood and even Rochdale, I think that Reform UK had some okay, but frankly disappointing overall results there. And I think we've mentioned this briefly tonight, but maybe not in terms of Reform UK. You know, voting is a habit-forming exercise, and if the electorate aren't getting into the habit of voting for Reform UK, then will they ever? And I think that therefore, the amount of seats that they're contesting at a council level is frankly a little bit disappointing from kind of the election observers' point of view, because we want to see how they're going to be doing across the country, not just in the small smattering of council seats that they are contesting this year.
I'm thinking back to some of the by-elections that really propelled UKIP into the status that it was granted of being sort of more than just a sort of minor others party, and it sort of did this organically. But the Eastleigh by-election in 2013, UKIP got 27.8% of the vote. We're not expecting Reform UK to come anywhere close to that, but perhaps they should be.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, it comes back to something that we slightly said earlier, that Reform UK seem to be taking only voters from the Conservative Party. Now, when we say that, we mean Conservative 2019 voters, which, of course, inherited voters over a period of time from the Labour Party. So there may well be some ex-Labour voters in there, but frankly, in terms of one election to current voting intention, they do seem to only be coming from one place, which wasn't where UKIP voters were coming from, and that did give UKIP a considerably higher ceiling. Therefore, they were consistently coming in second with very high 20 percentage point vote shares in by-elections, and that just doesn't seem to be where Reform UK are at the minute, which gives us as pollsters a little bit of doubt when we're consistently having them in the teens, low teens albeit, in our national election polling.
Yeah, no, really, really difficult to sort of gauge there. Madeleine, I suppose, what will be discussed in the morning? What will be the headlines that politicians will have to react to? What is the best possible spin the Tories can possibly put on this?
Good question. Yeah, gosh, I wouldn't want to be a Tory spinner tonight. I think that they would say that they would say that you can only extrapolate so much from local elections, and there is some truth to this. They would say that it's very patchy. You have independent candidates. You have parties like perhaps the Green Party, and people likely to do better at a council level than they might do in a general election level. And then they will say, obviously we're not going to hear about the Metro mayors, but I think that if Ben Hoochin or oh my gosh,
Andy
sorry,
Street.
It's so early in the morning.
It is.
Or Andy Street were to win, then they would really try to spin hard on that and say, look, we're still trusted. The fascinating thing about either of those is that you were saying earlier about how Metro mayors have been a success. I think one sign that is indeed the case is the fact that these individuals are kind of seen almost away from their party.
Yeah.
They're sort of seen as distinct from the party machinery, which suggests they can build their own following, but it also suggests that the Conservative Party would be foolish to take too much from that result.
Certainly, and it seems that we might well be getting the sort of United States phenomenon of split ticket voting, whereby sort of on the presidential ballot it's one party and on the congressional ballot it's a different party. We might well get that, but with mayors and councillors.
Well, I don't like it when politics gets America brained, I don't like it when people refer to the local elections as Super Thursday, which I've seen
really?
online. Yes, I've seen people refer to the midterms.
I like the
people
midterms.
who've watched too much West Wing in their life.
Okay, here's the case.
It's you, Tom.
Here's the case for the midterms, which was the specific case in 2021, and I believe there's a unionist case for the midterms.
Interesting.
Which was the synchronisation of all of these Metro mayors and the Welsh Parliament and the Scottish parliamentary elections. Suddenly you had a break of this peculiar idea that Nicola Sturgeon was on a level with Boris Johnson. They would both do their COVID briefings. They're clearly equal on a level. Oh, no. The 2021 midterm elections, if you like, had Nicola Sturgeon in her proper place on a level with Sadiq Khan, Andy Burnham, Ben Hoochin and Andy Street. And if you synchronised these sort of devolved elections, perhaps that creates a better sort of understanding of the hierarchy of British politics.
That's a really good suggestion. I think we probably agree on that. Maybe we just disagree on the branding. I'm anti the phrase...
What would you say instead of midterms?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, how about local elections? Can we not stick to that?
No, you can't call the Scottish parliamentary elections the local elections.
It'd be good trolling, wouldn't it? No, let's not do that.
I think if you want whatever party you back to lose every single seat north of the border. Andy MacDonald, what do you make of this novel suggestion?
What, of the midterm elections?
Yes. Synchronising Metro, because Tony Blair but perhaps more pertinently John Prescott had the idea of sort of devolved assemblies for every region in England, as well as Wales, as well as Scotland, as well as London. I'm being told we should look at these results because the number of Labour results have gone up. That's up by 40. They're on 170 as things stand, councillors. And the Conservative Party down by 75. Again, this continued pattern. It doesn't seem to be abating. It was this stage several hours ago, actually, that Conservatives were losing more than they were holding. That pattern has stuck so far. These the latest numbers in the number of councillors that are declaring. The Labour Party holding 12 councils. That's up by 3. Rushmore, Hartlepool and Thurrock. Andy MacDonald, back to where we were. John Prescott wanted to create regional assemblies. There was a referendum in the North East for a North East regional assembly. It was defeated by massive margin in a campaign led by none other than Dominic Cummings, who, of course, would enter our political fray perhaps more than a decade later in another referendum. But the point I'm sort of trying to get at here is that we've had lopsided devolution for a long time. It's been known as the West Lothian question when it comes to Scotland. The Metro Mayor system goes to some extent to rectify that lopsided devolution.
I think, generally speaking, the devolved mayor programme has been quite successful. You know, Andy Burnham, of course, is that kind of key example, you know, the things that he's done with transport in Greater Manchester, the B network. I think that's been really good. He was effectively the shadow, he was the shadow leader of the opposition for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah. During COVID.
So I think he's really come out of his shell. And I think if Andy Street and Ben Houchen
I've heard it pronounced Poochen, but what do
I think it
win
depends
these
if you're
elections.
Scottish or not.
Yeah. If they win these local elections or mayoral elections, I think they should really be learning from what Andy Burnham did from 2019 onwards. But, you know, John Prescott, famously, he ran for the Police and Crime Commissioner and he lost, didn't he? So when he had a go at his own devolved government structure, he didn't do very well.
Although the Police and Crime Commissioners were brought in by the coalition.
What did they do?
And, you know, there was a referendum whether we should have one.
Yes.
And the public said no in many cases, and it happened anyway.
It's
I was like, why are you behaving like the EU? Stop ignoring referendums.
Well, one of the reasons it was perhaps so unsuccessful is that there was this argument within the coalition about when the elections should be. The Tories wanted them at the same time as the local elections to get people into the rung of doing things. But the Lib Dems said no, because people would be thinking too much about law and order when they went to vote for local councillors. And the Lib Dems thought that that would damage their brand. They're not known as a party to be strong on law and order. At least this was the rumour at the time. And so the elections were set for deepest, darkest November as a standalone thing. There were examples of polling stations in the country where not one person went to vote. This was 2012, I believe.
Nice work from the Lib Dems.
No, extraordinary. Although, when these were first proposed, they were proposed by Douglas Carswell and Daniel Hannan, who one was a Conservative MEP, one a Conservative MP. They wrote a book about sort of what the next radical government could do. They proposed sort of local police chiefs that were accountable democratically, but they didn't want to be called Police and Crime Commissioners, a very boring title. They wanted them to be called sheriffs.
Oh, I love it.
Could you imagine the Sheriff of Nottinghamshire?
You've still got that, the Sheriff.
I like.
Although that's a more ceremonial.
I really like the concept and the name sheriff because it comes from an Anglo-Saxon origin. So lieutenant was the Norman-inspired one, and sheriff, it comes from shire reeve. So it's an Anglo-Saxon phrase, so it goes way back when. I think we've had sheriffs for like 1,000+ years in Britain.
It's brilliant because you also have, and obviously it comes from the shires and all the rest of it, but also you have ridings. Now, these are the name of constituencies in Canada, but also, you know, you have the East Riding, West Riding, whatever. It comes from thirding, because these were counties that were divided into 3.
Yes.
Thirding, riding, it's sort of, you can sort of follow the etymological journey.
It's beautiful and wonderful, isn't it?
It's organic. It's what this...
My favourite riding, red riding hood.
Red, cracking, of course. No, that's the political balance that we need on the panel. Chris Hopkins, we're going to get these numbers back up and have a look at the state of play. These are the number of councillors councillors that have been declared. The Labour Party holding 12 councils. That's up by 3 so far. 35 councils declaring tonight, overnight. What does this suggest about the overall picture?
I mean, that it's incredibly bad for the Conservative Party. I guess we can't really kind of get away from that at the minute. You know, I think I'm going to keep coming back to this and banging this drum, but the rate at which the Conservative Party are losing councillors or council seats that they previously held is still pretty static at like 63-64%. That's, again, that would be a historically bad night for a governing party as a set of local elections if that was to play out. I mean, it is still early days, and we have to caveat everything with that. But yeah, at the minute it is looking incredibly bad, and yeah, it's going to be very difficult. We spoke a little bit earlier about how possibly the government could spin positive, looking at some of those incumbencies that they might be holding in the mayoralties. I mean, I think that is clutching at straws, frankly, at the minute, because even if they do manage to cling on there, I think those incumbents will be hanging on in spite of the Conservative Party and Rishi Sunak instead of because of him.
At this point, Chris, do we need to stop talking about who's going to win the next election and more start talking about how on earth are the Conservatives going to fight back, going to come back? I mean, what would be the sensible path? Because there will be a leadership election, no doubt, if the Conservatives lose the next election, and there are different paths to take. There's the path espoused by people like Suella Braverman, or the path espoused by people like Penny Mordaunt, and many in between.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I guess that is the million-dollar question, and I think the Conservative Party is in danger potentially of tearing itself apart over that problem. I think we saw the Labour Party undergo a period where things got worse before it got better, and I do wonder if the Conservative Party could end up going down the similar route. I think the challenge for them, at least based on current polling, is that we're seeing almost equal, although not quite now, numbers of Conservative 2019 voters going to both the Labour Party and Reform UK. That gives either Rishi Sunak currently or whichever next leader, or frankly the MPs or maybe the membership that are choosing a next leader, an incredibly difficult needle to thread to win back a coalition of voters that frankly doesn't have much overlap on that Venn diagram. So, there will be one path, ultimately, that will be chosen. Whether it's the right one remains to be seen, but it does really risk completely alienating the other one in the process, and that does give, in theory, Keir Starmer, a pretty easy run, at least, for the early parts of what is likely to be a premiership for him.
Goodness me. Well, let's bring in now Anne Widdecombe, of course, former MEP, former Member of Parliament, former Conservative Shadow Cabinet Minister. Anne, you're now, of course, with the Reform Party. You were with the Brexit Party. We've been speaking a lot about how the Reform Party is acting a little bit differently to how previous insurgent parties that could be described on the right of politics are behaving. And that's this. When UKIP was growing in strength in the early 2010s, it seemed to be taking both from the Labour vote and from the Tory vote. The difference with Reform UK is it seems to be taking exclusively from the Conservative vote.
Well, certainly not exclusively from the Conservative vote, and I myself can testify, of people leaving Labour to vote for us. There's nothing exclusive about it, but you're quite right. At the moment, it is heavily from the Conservative vote, but we've got time to broaden that and to appeal to Labour as well. And I think we will do that, particularly in what is called the Red Wall area, where I think people want common sense, they want straight talking, they want lower taxes, proper control of immigration, proper control of crime, for heaven's sake, all the things that they want. And if they're not going to get it from the Conservatives and they're not going to get it from Labour, they will get it from Reform. It's been a very good evening for Reform. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
And Widdecombe, has Reform UK won a single councillor today?
Hang on. If you actually look at Sunderland, for example, we had a 32% share of the vote in some of the wards. We were ahead of the Tories in 16 out of 25 of those wards. Now, this is a party that last year were polling 5 or 6%. Now we're quite regularly polling between 13 and 16%. And the idea that we are not growing and are on the way up, I think, is just because some people don't want to admit it. but the facts are there.
I wonder if this potentially plays into the Conservative Party's handbook for the general election. Your statistics are undeniable. In many wards where reform stood in Hartlepool, you came with sort of 30% of the vote. But you didn't win a single ward. And the Conservatives lost many wards. The Labour Party now controls Hartlepool Council. What the Conservative Party will be saying as a result of this is vote Reform, get Labour. Well, what we would say is vote Tory, get Labour. Because there's no doubt at all that the Tories are set to lose. I mean, you interpret tonight's results any other way, and I will be fascinated to hear it. They are going to lose. So, vote Tory, still get Starmer. Vote for something different, because you want something different, and you don't just want the status quo, and you get Reform. So the pitch from Reform UK is, if I'm understanding it correctly, that the Tories are going to lose anyway. You might as well vote with someone who you think is more aligned, even though neither are going to win. Well, I wouldn't put it as negatively saying, oh, you might as well vote. I would say there are lots of very good reasons to vote Reform, to vote for change. You only get change one way, and that's by voting for it. If you vote Tory or you vote Labour, you're voting effectively for exactly the same. So the only way you're going to get change, and most people actually do want change, the only way you're going to get change is to vote for it. That will be the message. You won't get the negative message you just across. We've seen some Conservative MPs almost make appeals to Reform UK voters. Conservative MPs who are close friends of Lee Anderson, for example, now a Reform UK MP, sort of saying, look, I'm not going to campaign against Lee, don't campaign against me. What do you make of those sort of pleas from some Conservative MPs? Well, I take them back to 2019, when the Brexit Party proposed a pact with very, very modest demands. We asked, for example, for their 10 worst seats that they'd never ever won and would never win. And we offered them cooperation, if you like, and they refused. And then when they won the election on such a scale, because we had stood down against every single Tory MP, when they won the election, they were then so cocky and arrogant and dismissive, and we could just go away, we weren't a factor anymore. Well, I wonder how they're feeling tonight. Boris, Gove, Dominic Cummings, all the people who took the line, we didn't matter. Sorry, folks, the electorate think differently. Goodness me. Well, Anne Widdecombe will be speaking with you again in a moment's time. But for now, let's cross to the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party, James Daly, the Member of Parliament for Bury North. James, can you spin this in any way other than a decimation, more than a decimation? You're losing more seats than you're retaining.
Well, it's very early in the night, if I can put it that way. We've got 2 more days of this. We've got important mayoral elections tomorrow. Tom, for me, any Conservative loss is a disappointing result. We will learn from any losses. I'm not in a position to talk about some of the nuances of the councils that have come in at this moment in time. But I think it's very interesting what Anne Widdecombe has just said. She represents a party whose sole policy is to decimate the Conservative Party, which is fine. So Anne, who I have a lot of respect for, is actively campaigning for a socialist government to wreak havoc over 4 or 5 years and seems to have not one jot of a care about that. And I think that is very, very sad in terms of the vision that me and Anne once shared. Anne once very kindly came up to a Conservative fundraiser in my particular area, and I was eminently grateful. And I think her contribution to this country's political life has been immense. But this is it. Your one policy to decimate another political party to allow socialism to take rife. I think it's a very sad day.
James, what Anne Widdecombe says is that the Labour Party is going to win anyway. Why vote for a losing party? What's the difference between losing by 10 and losing by 100?
Utterly ludicrous, Tom. Let's see what the results are with Ben Houchin and then some of the other mayoralties and some of the other results that are going to come in. When I first started off in politics, Tom, over a decade ago now, I would have been astounded if we had a Conservative mayor in the Tees Valley whatsoever, let alone 6 sitting Conservative MPs. If we are, as the polls tell us, 20% behind, and Ben Houchin standing as a Conservative candidate that can retain that mayoralty, what does that say about the Labour Party? What does that say about the theory that we've just heard? Council losses are extremely important to the Conservative Party, and I am genuinely sorry for every hard-working Conservative councillor who has lost their seat. But in terms of the bigger picture, what I think these results are going to show over the next couple of days is that the Conservative, strong Conservative mayoralties are going to come through and show that people want the Conservatives. They want the Conservatives who deliver in their areas, and Ben Houchin and Andy Street are examples of that.
It's clear that this is the narrative that the Conservative Party is going to push for the next few days, that it's all about the big-ticket mayoral items. But we just saw on our screens 80 Conservative councillors being lost, 49 being retained. That's a ratio that is extraordinarily bad. And I put it to you, James Daly, that the 3 councils that the Labour Party has taken from the Conservatives tell a story, and it's not a pretty one. Rushmore, Hartlepool, Thurrock. These are council areas that represented the coalition that Boris Johnson built. It's a coalition that, almost extraordinarily, a North London second referendum backing lawyer has won from you, these Brexit voting areas.
Well, I think, Tom, you have to give the full context in respect of these votes. I think in respect to Thurrock, they had certain financial issues, which we can talk about at some length here. But the be-all and end-all of this is that the Labour Party, from the position they are in, are not doing much better than they did last year in these polls. They're doing nowhere near this a sufficient level to win the next general election.
James Daly, last year you lost 1,000 councillors.
In terms of the percentage of the vote, in terms of the swing to Labour, Tom, they are not doing any better than they did last year.
Yes, but last year you lost 1,000 councillors. If you're static from a drubbing, it's still a drubbing.
These elections, from the elections we're talking about now, were from 2021. We were in a very strong position in 2021. We had the Prime Minister who had who had delivered the vaccine mandate. There have clearly been challenges since then. We recognise those as the Conservative Party, but we're now putting in place those policies under this Prime Minister that this country wants. And issues such as Rwanda, that policy, immigration policy, our immigration policy is in line with the thinking of the people of this country. Inflation is coming down. We're creating more jobs, more opportunities. That's what people want in this country. They want politicians with vision, not Keir Starmer.
And yet Keir Starmer is 20 points ahead in the polls. And I put it to you that the country was in a very, very sound financial state in 1997. We had 4% growth that we could only dream of today. And still the Labour Party won by their largest victory in their history. Today, this year, we're not expecting as rosy financial position for the country, but the Labour Party's due for just as large a victory.
Tom, I think when we look and we break down the percentage vote in those constituencies that matter, not the individual council seats, that will be the story of this election. And if that comes back to support your theory, that is one thing. But, deciding on the next general election on the basis of, one, we could give all sorts of, the great Doc Anand in Newcastle, who's won a seat for the first time for a long time for the Conservatives on Newcastle Council. Do we give that a significance that it's, in terms of the general election? Let's look at these results in the round. This is very early in the piece. We've got another 2 days of this to come, and I will say that if and I'm cautiously optimistic, if mayors such as Ben Houchin can win, that is clear evidence that those 6 hard-working Conservative MPs in Teesside will retain their seats at the next election. If they do, we're not having a Keir Starmer government.
You don't seem so confident about, for example, North Yorkshire, which is mainly Conservative seats, apart from York, of course, mainly Conservative seats, even Rishi Sunak's own seat there. Suggestions tonight that the Conservatives are not going to win that mayoralty.
Well, I've been campaigning in North Yorkshire this week, and it's been great to be out there speaking to people. The one thing I can tell you that's happening in North Yorkshire, as compared to just about everywhere else I go, you know, we have to look at the turnout of the vote, but what we do not get, Tom, what we do not get is switchers in huge numbers from 2019 Conservative voters to Labour voters. Let's look at the turnout. If there is an issue in these elections regarding people staying at home, having concerns about policy direction, I am fully confident this Prime Minister, through his economic record and the policies he's putting in place, which will show their worth up to the next general election, those people will change their mind. If you look at the centre-right vote, and this is the challenge, and Anne talks about this before, if you looked at the centre-right vote, if that vote voted together, we would not have a Keir Starmer premiership. I think there was a recent poll, if we were to accept the veracity of polls, that said that 45% of the country do not want Keir Starmer. They do not want Keir Starmer because they don't want socialism and they don't want the disaster that it's going to bring. As you quite rightly said, for reform, they're not, well, let's see whether they win a seat, but they certainly haven't won a seat yet. Their vote share is not going up in any of these places, apart from outliers like Hartlepool. There is only one show in town, that's Rishi Sunak, the Conservative Party we're delivering for this country.
We've got to leave it there. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party, James Daly there. Now it is 4 a.m. This is GB News. The Vote 2024, the people decide. Results from 107 local authorities across the country are coming in thick and fast, with Labour gaining Rushmore, Hartlepool and Thurrock councils. All eyes are now on Blackpool South, where we're expecting the results of the by-election that was triggered there following the resignation of this man. Former Conservative MP Scott Benton resigned from his seat after an investigation found him to be wrapped up in a lobbying scandal. The Labour Party candidate has considered their front-runners. Well, the Labour candidate is the front-runner in this by-election, and here's what the Labour MP for the City of Chester, Samantha Dixon, said at the count tonight.
I think they realise that after 14 years, the answers don't lie with the Conservative government anymore.
Reform UK's performance in the by-election is also being closely watched, with Richard Tice being pretty confident of second place.
It'll be our best by-election by a considerable margin, and this just reinforces, Tom, frankly, we're on the way up, the Tories are on the way down, and we're fast becoming the real opposition.
Now, of course, we'll bring you all the latest results as they come in. This is Vote 2024. The people decide. I'm Tom Harwood, and I'll be taking you through a night with a special lineup of guests from across the political spectrum. Well, the polls closed at 10 p.m. across the country. Here are the very latest local election results. We can see an astonishing night for the Labour Party. They're up to almost 200 councillors now, up 46. That's a 25% rate of growth, whereas the Conservatives, astonishingly down 84 seats, holding just 53. They've retained just one council. The Labour Party have 13 councils of those that have been counted now. That's up by 3. Well, we're joined now by the GB News North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper, who is live at the count at Blackpool South. Sophie, what can you tell us?
Well, it's been 6 hours now since the polls closed at 10 p.m. and the count is still underway here at Blackpool South. It does feel like the tension's ramping up. It does feel like we could perhaps be getting close to a result, but as I mentioned earlier, we just don't know. Now, of course, the reason we're here tonight and the reason for this by-election being triggered was Blackpool South's former MP Scott Benton being caught up in that lobbying scandal. As a result, we've had the 9 candidates stand up to try and represent the constituents of Blackpool South. We've seen many of those candidates here tonight during the count, some of them waiting nervously around the room. One candidate we spoke to earlier from the Green Party, only 21 years old. This is his first time standing as a candidate in a by-election. Now, Blackpool South is a particularly complex constituency, and that is because of the levels of poverty and deprivation that it faces. I spent time here in the constituency earlier on in the week. I got a chance to speak to some of those local residents who, well, could have voted yesterday in the by-election, and this is what some of them had to tell me about what they want from their new MP. Blackpool South's about to get a new MP. What do you want them to do for Blackpool?
To invest more money in the mental health services around Blackpool, because there isn't much to offer for young people.
They need to invest more money in the people of Blackpool rather than the tourist areas.
Make it safer, make it a better community, especially with the cost of living crisis.
To do more for Blackpool residents, more for the homeless, which they don't actually do. They place them into hotels, leave them for 3 months, and if they don't find a place within them 3 months, they're moved. I'm one of them people.
I think it's quite sad, actually.
Yes.
It's very sad, because Blackpool was massive.
Well, I think that lady at the end there really did sum things up. That Blackpool did used to be this huge hub of tourism and of light, and now essentially all that has been gone. You walk down the promenade and it really is a very different story to what I know a lot of our viewers will remember Blackpool to be, and that is exactly what the constituents told me, is that their new MP, whomever it will be, they want them to fight for Blackpool to bring it back to its once glory days.
Well, Sophie Reaper, thank you very much for bringing us all of that. Just one question. How thick do those ballot bundles look? Can you get a sense of how far through the count it just seems to be?
Well, Tom, a lot of the people here at the count tonight don't really seem to be doing anything, so that would suggest to me that we are relatively close. It seems that they've finished with their ballots. There are a couple of tables that over on the far side of the room that are perhaps still working. We are hearing on the tannoy system every now and again that they're going through this verification process. But as I say, it could be imminent. We just don't know. But we hope it's soon.
That's the high drama that we want at 6 minutes past 4 in the morning here on Vote 2024 on GBNews. Sophie Reaper, we'll be back with you as soon as you know more. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, we can now speak to Steve Reed, the Shadow Secretary for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. Steve, there's no other way of putting this. The Labour Party's smashing it this evening.
Well, good morning, Tom. It's still early days, of course, but the results we've had so far would be, I think it's fair to say they're encouraging for the Labour Party. And what we're looking at in particular is the results we're getting from those battleground seats, constituencies that Labour would need to win in order to get a majority in the House of Commons at the next general election.
A majority? You're on for a landslide. Why are you being so coy?
Labour at the moment.
You're set for a landslide, aren't you?
I don't. We want a majority at the next general election. In order to get that majority, Tom, we've got to win the biggest swing any party's had since the Second World War. So we're taking absolutely nothing for granted. But if you're looking, I've been listening to you talking about what's going on this evening. So up in Hartlepool, we took the council there with enough of a swing that we'd take the parliamentary seat from the Conservatives. Thurrock in the south, the same thing happening. Rushmore, which is of course where Aldershot is, the home of the British Army, swang straight from Conservative to Labour. Redditch in the Midlands, and down in Plymouth, although we already had the council by a very thin margin, some extraordinary results there that would deprive Johnny Mercer of his seats. So whether it's the North, the Midlands, the South East, the South West, Labour is making gains in the seats we'd need to win the next general election. So it's looking to me like people are coming out, they're voting for change. This isn't a poll, this is actual votes that people are casting, and they're getting behind a Labour Party that Keir Starmer has changed beyond recognition from the Labour Party that lost just 3 years ago in the Hartlepool by-election.
Of course, what the Conservatives would say to that is that the Labour Party vote hasn't increased compared to last year. What's happened is the Tory Party vote is splitting between the Conservative candidates and where they stand Reform UK candidates. In fact, Chris Heaton-Harris, the Cabinet Minister, said that it was Reform that let Labour win Hartlepool.
Well, let's have a look at Rushmore. It's a council Labour has never run before. It's a seat, Aldershot, that has not been Labour. before. And yet tonight it's swung directly from Conservative to Labour. That is people getting out of their homes and coming out and voting for change. And the change they want is the changed Labour Party that Keir Starmer is offering. I mean, I've been in a lot of seats myself during the run-up to these elections, including Blackpool, where I just saw your reporter speaking to some voters. And I was getting on the doorstep the same thing. I met one 94-year-old lady, bless her, who had never voted Labour before. She was flying off to Canada on Thursday, but before she was going, she said she was going to vote Labour for the first time ever, then be with her sister in Saskatchewan, I think it was, and was going to look back and see what the results were. That is a different thing than we've been experiencing for a good 10 years for the Labour Party. This is a different Labour Party, and people feel confident of voting for it now, and they're desperate for change. After the state of the country is in, the economy is in, all of our public services feel broken. People want change, and that change can only come by voting Labour.
Steve Reid, I'm going to have to interrupt you to show the latest numbers. Labour has now hit 200 councillors. That's up 46. The Conservatives down 84 to 54, still losing more than they're retaining. Steve Reid, I wonder, it's clear that this is a huge success so far for the Labour Party, but is there the beginning of a problem for the Labour Party, particularly in some of these areas, whether it's in and around Newcastle or indeed in Bristol, where the Labour Party, although up 46 seats net, there have been some losses to some Green councillors?
Well, you know, I used to be a local government leader before I became an MP, and it used to infuriate me that people would interpret our results in my council just through the prism of national politics, because local politics come into play as well. I know, for instance, up in Newcastle, there's been a real problem with some of the low-traffic neighbourhoods that have been put in, and that's made the councillor unpopular, and they paid the price for that. So in local elections, local factors will sometimes play a big part in the results. But if you look across the whole picture, and that chart you just had up on the screen a moment ago, Tom, shows it to us. Labour is taking seats directly off the Conservatives. We're winning in places like Rushmore, Aldershot. We've never won before. This is real progress, and it shows that the country that wants change is starting to believe that change can come through Keir Starmer's changed Labour Party.
You keep saying that Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party, and certainly on the surface it looks like a lot has changed. I remember following Keir Starmer's leadership election, speaking to many Labour voters who were voting in that leadership election. I spoke to people who backed Lisa Nandy in that election because they were worried Keir Starmer was too left-wing. He was painting himself as continuity Corbyn, a man he once called his friend. He promised to nationalise mail, rail and utilities. He promised to abolish tuition fees, but also to extend transgender rights. All of those promises have now hit the cutting room floor.
Well, there were some things, Tom, that we could have afforded before Liz Truss crashed the economy and sent interest rates spiralling, mortgages and prices rocketing in the shops. People are coming out of their fixed mortgages are having to pay hundreds of pounds.
Steve Reid, what do higher mortgage payments have to do with whether or not you extend transgender rights?
No, I think it's very unfair to characterise Keir in that way. There is absolutely no issue about Keir, like most decent people, understands that we need to be respectful to people who are having such problems with their own identity, but you don't do it in ways that undermine the rights of women and feminism. So that is where Keir has firmly come down. Keir has changed his party beyond recognition from what it was under Jeremy.
But he's also changed his own positions beyond recognition. I mean, you can see why some people... You can see why some people might be confused.
Politics has come back to the mainstream. No, I can't. I'm sorry if you're feeling a bit confused, Tom, but I don't think voters are. And I can see that by the way that they've come out tonight and have backed Labour. Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party beyond all recognition. I came out 3 years ago, the night after we lost the Hartlepool by-election, and toured the studios, including GBNews, to explain why Labour was doing so badly. 3 years later, the story couldn't be more different. Keir Starmer has transformed this party. The people of this country want change, and they're seeing that change can only come through voting Labour. Tonight, that's what they've done. This isn't polls, this isn't me predicting. This is people getting out of their homes and voting in ballot boxes for Keir Starmer's changed Labour Party.
Steve Reid, you have been a consistent politician throughout your political career, People knew where you have stood within the Labour Party. I think it's fair to say you've always been on the moderate side of the Labour Party. People knew where Tony Blair stood. They would often say he'd be a bit chameleon-like, but ultimately he was always on the modernising side of the Labour Party. What's very curious, not to the general public, because most people aren't political nerds, most people don't stay up to 4 in the morning watching election results, most people aren't political party members or peer over leadership election manifestos. But to those that are watching, what seems very, very odd about the leadership of the Labour Party now is that Keir Starmer only 3 years ago held an apparently entirely different set of principles to those which he now holds. I remember back to the 2015 vote on whether or not the United Kingdom should bomb ISIS. Hilary Benn, your colleague, gave a moving speech from the Green Benches, which many right-thinking Labour MPs voted with the government in order to destroy ISIS. People, however, led by Jeremy Corbyn, also voted against those strikes. Jeremy Corbyn and Sir Keir Starmer. He was of that side of the party, seemingly, on so many issues. Why is he so different now?
Well, Keir Starmer stayed on the pitch because that's the only way that you win the game. But you can't tell me that Keir Starmer has not transformed the Labour Party. Jeremy Corbyn is no longer a Labour MP. He is suspended from the Labour Party because of what he did. If you look at the Conservatives, Liz Truss crashed the economy, destroyed a lot of people's livelihoods.
What's your definition of an economic crash?
She's been selected and will stand again for the Conservative Party at the next general election.
When was this economic
crash? While the Labour Party
crash?
has dealt with the extremes of our party, the Conservatives have embraced the extremes of their party, and I think until they start to deal with the people at the fringes of the Conservative Party, they're going to keep losing in the way that they're losing tonight. Because what Labour has done is taken itself back to the mainstream of the British people and put itself at their service as a potential government in waiting, while the Conservatives are doing the polar opposite.
Just finally, Steve Reid, am I right to think that your definition of an economic crash here is higher interest rates?
Well, I think everybody saw what Liz Truss did. She made £45 billion of unfunded spending commitments that crashed the economy.
Interest rates went up, yes.
Has just made £46 billion, £46 billion of unfunded commitments that he can't explain how he's going to fund it.
Trying to return to the question.
And when Keir Starmer asked him, will you be cutting pensions or raising the pension age to 75, he refused to rule it out.
Yeah,
That's
he
what we're
denies
looking at with the Conservatives
to return
today.
to the question, if your argument is that increased borrowing costs is an economic crash, I've got very, very sad news for you about the state of the European Central Bank, about the Federal Reserve, about the Bank of Canada, about the Bank of Australia, about the Bank of New Zealand. All of these countries have seen, and political unions, have seen interest rates spike to 4 or 5%, the same as the United Kingdom. Did Liz Truss do all of that too?
There is a huge difference, Tom, between borrowing to invest, where you know you're going to get a return on your investment and you can pay it back, and borrowing to splurge, which is what Liz Truss irresponsibly did. Even Rishi Sunak has called her out for what she did at the dispatch box just a few weeks ago. You've got this Conservative government that flip-flops from one chaos and one disaster to another.
Why did interest rates rise in the United States,
and what we're going to have at the next general election
and the European Union
at
the same time? Why did that happen?
Is either what we're going to get at the next general election is either 5 more years of this endless Conservative chaos, which is hitting people in their pockets and hitting the economy hard, or stability from Keir Starmer with an agenda that can genuinely get our economy growing and back on track again so that we can fund the public services that the Conservatives have laid waste to. 8 million people on the NHS waiting lists today.
I don't think you've answered the question,
Steve
Reid.
When the Conservatives came to power.
I don't think you've answered the question. Why did interest rates spike in every Western country?
They spiked in particular in the UK after Liz Truss crashed the economy. Are you trying to deny that she did that?
Interest rates in the United Kingdom are no different to interest rates in the United States.
Are paying hundreds of pounds. If you look at interest rates, Tom, and what happened after Liz Truss crashed the economy, they spiked. The pound crashed.
Yes,
all of those things. You can try and pretend it never happened.
In the autumn of 2022,
and my constituents today, Tom, are still paying the price for that failure. And what people up and down the country are doing today is they're coming out and they're voting for change. They're voting for Labour because they see Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party and they want him to change the country as well. They are sick and tired of this chaotic Conservative government that has broken all of our public services and crashed the economy.
Really interesting how precisely at the same time we saw these same graphs of interest rates changing. I'm afraid I'm being told that we have to let you go, Steve Reed, but it's been a delight talking to you, and congratulations for your many successes this evening. Right, well, the results in Blackpool South is, I'm being told, now imminent. This is GB News Vote 2024. The people decide.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me. My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 22 minutes past 4 and you're watching Britain Votes here on GB News. Well, with me now, a warm welcome to my new panellists. Director of Popular Conservatives, Mark Littlewood, and Public Affairs Consultant and former Labour aide, Stella Sandeque. Thank you so much. It's 4 in the morning. And we're also joined by James Crouch, the head of Public Policy, head of Policy and Public Affairs at Opinion Research. My goodness, what a lot to digest. We've had a lot of results coming through so far. Perhaps, Mark, most notably, Conservative losses higher than Conservative holds.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, Tom. I mean, the first thing I'd like to say is why can't all of England, Scotland and Wales be like Sunderland? They seem to manage to get all of their results in about 2 hours. The rest of the country is going to have to wait 2.5 days. We heard from Sophie in Blackpool South that everybody's sitting around doing nothing, and we still haven't got the result. But you're right on this point of where does the Conservative line look. I would say it was roughly baked in. Most people were anticipating that the Conservatives would lose about half their seats, defending around 900, likely to lose 400 or 500. At present, and it's not necessarily representative of the country as a whole, look like losing about 62% of their seats. That's the present number. That's worse than what was already a fairly bleak picture, losing about 50% of your seats. Now, there are some modest signs for the Conservatives that it's not all as bleak as that. For all that Richard Tice says that this is a great night for reform, I think it unlikely that they will win a single council seat. They might pick up one randomly somewhere. They have only contested about 10 or 15% of the seats across the country. We'll see whether they come second in Blackpool. But here's a headache for the Conservative Party. If the Conservatives are doing this badly, whilst Reform is only fighting in 15% of the seats, it can't be a split vote in 85% of the seats. There is no Reform candidate. That's quite a headache. So, looking forward, I think a lot's going to hinge on, at least in the headlines, if not in the cephology, on the mayoral results. Conservatives are feeling very confident about Ben Houchin in Teesside. Yes. I suspect he'll win. Andy Street in the West Midlands, probably a coin flip. I don't expect Susan Hall to win in London, but I suspect that will be rather closer than people had anticipated. It was only a few months ago that you could bet on Sadiq Khan getting the biggest landslide in any London election ever. It's not going to be that. So those are the things the Conservatives are going to be looking for, but it's not been an easy night.
Well, let's have a look at those results on our screen now. The Labour Party is now on 220 councillors. It's up 37. The Conservatives are on 79 councillors, down 91. So it's up 47 for the Labour Party. And the Lib Dems are up 10, a modest number, but perhaps a bigger proportional increase has been amongst the Greens, up 9 to 15. Now, we should say that so far the Labour Party has picked up control of 3 councils. It takes their total from 10 to 13 of those that have been counted so far. Stella, what do you make of the results?
Overall, very good results for the Labour Party. Obviously, a very bad night for the Conservatives. Now, if the Conservatives want to say that if they manage to keep their 2 mayoral elections, if Andy Street manages to keep his seat and Ben Houchin the same, if they want to translate this as being a positive result, and if they want to say that this means that Rishi Sunak has done a good enough job and he can remain leader till the general elections, fair enough. I think that's fine. I think the mayoral elections are not particularly indicative of what is going to happen in the general elections. Local elections overall are quite tricky because obviously you have a lot lower voter turnout. It's the first time that we have voter ID. It looks like voter ID didn't have a massive impact.
If anything, it looks like voter ID hurt one former Conservative MP, Boris Johnson, exactly. One sitting Conservative MP, Tom Hunt, and one veteran whose veterans card was turned down. These all seem like natural Conservative voters that it might be harming more than natural Labour voters.
Indeed, Tom, which I didn't expect, but we will see. We will see what the stories, what other stories are going to come out tomorrow.
I did expect this because when you think about who habitually carries ID on them, it's probably young people. Yeah. It's definitely students. It's not necessarily the demographic that you'd think would be favourable towards the Conservative Party.
I brought my Greek ID, my national ID with me, right? And it wasn't in the official polling instructions for what kind of ID is accepted. So I did have to have a bit of an argument with the people there about letting me vote and all of that. But which if they didn't let me vote, I think they would have been perfectly justified because it wasn't in the official instructions.
But they did let you vote with a Greek ID.
They did. In the end, they did. I'm just wondering whether tomorrow there will be stories of other people who will say, I had this or that kind of ID and they didn't let me. But anyway, the whole point is, I think that this is just one difference. Also in London, you know, you have first past the post being tried. Now this is the first time that this is happening. So I do think that this is going to account for some of the differences that we will see in terms of what we were expecting with Sadiq Khan. Obviously, there is the fact that a lot of people are so certain that Labour is going to do so well that you always have the danger of them not actually voting, which is obviously something that we want to nip in the bud right now. But overall, so far, the results that we have show what we were expecting. We're seeing what we were expecting. I think it is very interesting what's going on with the reform vote. I wonder what impact this is going to have on national politics and on the Conservatives and how they're going to play the next few months.
You mentioned the reform vote. We have Anne Widdecombe on the line, reform part. Anne, actually, are you a candidate or just a prominent supporter of the Reform Party?
Oh, I'm certainly not going to be a parliamentary candidate. No, spare me. I'm 76. Just there comes a time when you don't want to do that.
Oh, you're a spring chicken, Anne.
But I shall certainly be vigorously supporting reform. I was a bit sorry earlier on, actually, when you were interviewing Steve Reed, not to be able to get in, because he kept saying, kept reiterating, Keir Starmer has transformed the Labour's prospect. No, the Conservatives have transformed the Labour prospect by making such an unholy mess of it that even their most ardent supporters feel obliged to stay at home rather than go out and vote for them. So, you know, the Conservatives are to blame. And I was very grateful. Finally, the point was made tonight. I've been waiting for it. It's no good trying to blame reform. We were only standing in 260 council seats. And how can you blame us for the unholy mess that the Conservatives are in? And the Conservatives, I'm afraid, are responsible for what's happening to the Conservatives. In fact, actually, I wouldn't even call them Conservatives. Where are the Conservatives? So people say to me sometimes, you're afraid of hurting the Conservatives. I say, where are they? You know, I keep looking for them, can't see them anywhere.
Anne Widdecombe, I take your point, and I think most people across the country can see there have been a raft of things about the way that the economy is working, that migration is going, that feel like things are broken. But I put this to you. It is happening in every Western country. You look at the number of people that are crossing from Africa to Lampedusa, the Italian island, the scale of mass migration in Greece, in Italy, in France, in Germany, in Ireland now we're seeing too. Millions across the southern border of the United States. You look at interest rates in Canada, in America, in Australia, in New Zealand, across the European Union. Highest they've been in a very long time, at least since the financial crisis. You also look at the sluggish growth, particularly that every European country is stuttering with. Germany spent most of last year in recession. I put it to you that whoever was in government would have had the same outcome.
Well, the reason that we're not in recession when Germany is, or not in recession to anything like that extent, is very simple. Brexit. You know, we had Brexit. We got Brexit. We didn't exactly get it done, but we got as near as we could come to getting Brexit done at the time.
Has that had a particular impact on whether or not we're in recession?
Hang on. I heard all you had to say before now. You know, listen to what I got to say. That was Brexit done, not the Conservatives. Of course, there are some things which are worldwide problems. That doesn't actually excuse the national government from not getting on and doing something about it and producing a result. And what I criticise is not that people try and come here, but the way that the whole thing is being handled. Now, you know, we're supposed to be entering this great phase now where we actually send people to Rwanda. But who are we sending? We're not sending the people who are arriving today. Now, if it's to be a deterrent, then the people you send to Rwanda are the ones who are now arriving so that they're deterred from coming. But no, we're dealing with people already here.
Now, Anne, I've got to ask you, has the Reform Party been able to win any councillors so far?
Well, we haven't won any councillors for the very simple reason that, first of all, we're not contesting a great number of these. And actually, you know, we're focused and have always been focused on Westminster at this stage of our existence. When, as I say, last year we were getting 5-6%, now we're quite regularly getting 15-16%, and we came very close. I mean, when you actually look at Sunderland, we pushed the Tories behind us in 16 out of 25 of the wards. We actually got, a new party, got 32% share of the vote in some of those wards. So we're doing okay. The idea that, you might as well say to me, well, will we form a government? Probably not. But if we get enough seats, we can hold the balance of power.
In 2014, UKIP won hundreds of councillors. Hundreds. The next year, they won 1 MP.
2014, we hadn't got Brexit. I keep pointing out to you, Brexit has actually played a part in this. In 2014, people were voting UKIP because they wanted Brexit. In 2019, they voted in droves for Boris Johnson because he was promising to get Brexit done. It's had a massive impact. And, the idea that Brexit has been a non-event is just farcical.
Well, Anne Widdecombe, we're going to return to you in a moment because we need to look at the results. Now, let's have a look and catch up on where we are, the state of play at 4:30 in the morning. 243 councillors with the Labour Party. That's up by 49. The Tories, we're almost about to hit that magic minus 100 number. They're minus 96 now, holding on to 83, losing 96. We should say that the Labour Party has picked up control of 3 councils. We're going to cross now to Sophie Reaper, live at Blackpool South at the count. Sophie, what do you have for us live from the by-election?
Well, as you can see behind me, Tom, we have now got a rather large congregation of the various parties. Of course, 9 candidates have been standing here at Blackpool South. Now, it's our understanding that as it stands, there is one table just collating those last few results, but it could be any moment now that we do find out the results. So the candidates and the members of their parties are gathered round because we believe they'll be hearing the provisional results here just behind us. You'll then know who it is that's won because it will be that party that celebrates. We'll then have the winning candidates come along just to my left here where they will give their speech in the winning moments. So, as I say, it could be at any minute now. The parties and the candidates gathered behind me anxiously waiting to hear the results. As we heard earlier, 32.5% turnout here in Blackpool South, and we are just waiting on those last few votes just to be counted, and then we will be able to bring you that result. Of course, now fast approaching 5 o'clock in the morning, almost 7 hours now since the polls closed at 10 p.m. Last night, so quite a lengthy amount of time has been spent. Now, of course, they did also have to do the Police and Crime Commissioner count as well here at Blackpool South tonight, but we should imminently be getting that result. You can feel the tension starting to build around us. The room does seem to have gotten rather hushed. I'm just wondering if that result is about to drop.
Well, Sophie, we will let you find that out. In the meantime, I'm going to run through the candidates for people wondering who is standing in the Blackpool South by-election. Stephen Black is an independent. Mark Butcher is standing for Reform UK. Andrew Cregan for the Liberal Democrats. Howling Lord Hope, you might recognise his name. He's standing for the Monster Raving Loony Party. David Jones is the Conservative candidate. Kim Knight is from the Alliance for Democracy and Freedom. Ben Thomas is for the Green Party. Chris Webb is the Labour Party candidate. And Damon Sharp is standing for a party called New Open Non-Political Organised Leadership. I do love someone standing in a by-election calling themselves non-political. I'm not quite sure how that all works, but those are the candidates in this by-election. And as Sophie was telling us, it does seem that this is now imminent. Sophie, are you still there? And do we have any indication about what is going on?
Well, I can tell you that since you last left us a few moments ago, the room has gone essentially silent, except for a few smaller conversations taking place here behind me. But it does seem the entire room has gathered around this little group of media here. So it does feel like that result is going to be coming in any second. The various candidates with their corresponding rosettes on their chest surrounding me essentially here. I think I can see all 9 of them around me here. As we say, we've been here since the polls closed at 10 o'clock last night, waiting to bring that result. It does seem that all of the tables are now empty, so it could well be that any second now we could be receiving that result. And as I say, the way it will work is that we will hear the provisional result right here behind me, and you will see the party whom is announced as the successful candidate. You will see them celebrate, as we often do in these by-elections. The candidate that is successful will then come along here over to a podium just to my left, and they will make their speech as the new MP of Blackpool South. As we know in the polls, it is suggested that it is very likely that Labour will take this seat, what was previously a Conservative seat after Scott Benton had to step down in his role as MP after that lobbying scandal that broke earlier in the year. It is likely that Labour will take this seat, and that the real contest, it seems, would be for second and third place. That is seemingly to be between the Conservative and the Reform parties. It will be very interesting to see how that comes in. But like I say, it could be any minute, it could be in the next 5 minutes. We just don't know. We're realistically just waiting to be told. But I'm sure it will be the case that as soon as you leave us, Tom, that the result will come in, as is typical of these things.
That is certainly typical. What we might do is remain on your picture but speak to some of our guests, because Bill Rammell is on the line for us, the former Labour minister, former Labour MP as well, of course. Bill Rammell, it looks like the Labour Party have won the Blackpool South by-election, and perhaps that is no surprise given the local circumstances as well as the national ones.
I think if as it seems, we've won it very substantially, I think that's a huge gain. Blackpool South is a key seat for us that we need to form the next government. And if you put that alongside the local election results, where, you know, the Tories were in the game of expectation management, saying they'd lose 50% of their seats, looks like they've lost about 64% of them. Labour is winning and gaining. We've won 3 key councils. We're up in terms of numbers of councillors. And I think it is all indicating that the polls are not wrong, that the Labour Party is about 20% ahead, and we're likely to get a change of government at the next general election with a very substantial Labour majority.
Is it at all surprising that the Labour Party is looking at taking this seat back? After all, Blackpool South remained a Labour seat in 2010 when the Labour Party lost the election, in 2015 when the Labour Party lost the election, and in 2017 when the Labour Party again lost the election. This isn't exactly a bellwether seat.
Well, it's a seat that Labour needs to hold if we're to form a government. And it's the kind of seaside town where the Labour Party has struggled over the last 5 to 10 years. And if the result is as emphatic as I think it's going to be, then I think that's a very, very strong indication that we're on the path to moving forward. But, you know, it's not just Blackpool South in isolation. It's across the country. You know, Hartlepool, we've won the council. Just think back to 4 years ago when we unbelievably lost a by-election to the Tories there. We've won the council. Thurrock, after huge Conservative mismanagement, we've won the council back. Rushmore in Hampshire. You know, I never in a million years believed that we would win a council like Rushmore, but we've actually won it. I think it is all indicating really solid progress for the Labour Party. You might actually say spectacular progress for the Labour Party, and an implosion of the Tory vote, because people are sick and tired after the chaos, the sleaze, the economic stagnation, people's living standards falling over the last 14 years, and people just want to see the back of the Tories.
I have to say it does sort of echo, perhaps, the feeling of 2010, when a Labour Party that had been in power for more than a decade, that had suffered what some would argue was a crisis of their making, others would argue were global circumstances that affected many countries, were then shown the door by a fed-up electorate. It does really feel that perhaps we are now facing the mirror image of what happened to Gordon Brown's government.
Do you know, Tom, I really don't think we are. If you go back to 2010, David Cameron barely scraped over the line and he had to form a coalition with the Liberal Democrats. You know, after 13 years of Labour government, all the Tories could achieve was 37% of the popular vote. We are in a very, very different position today after 14 years of a Tory government, with a huge shift to the Labour Party. And, you know, back in 2010 when Cameron won, he was about 8% ahead of the Labour Party. We're, depending on what poll you look at, 25% ahead of the Conservatives. I think in terms of impetus, momentum, and the change that is happening, this is much more significant and on a scale compared to 2010.
Of course, the Labour Party today has 50 seats more than David Cameron had going into the 2010 election. And the Lib Dems, what are they on? 12, 13, whereas they were on 67 in the 2005 to 2010 Parliament. Indeed, they were on. They had such a scale of representation that the television debates were not Labour versus Conservative. They were three-way debates. So by that measure, actually, in terms of raw percentage points, the Labour Party was very much in the doldrums, because you've got to add up the other two.
Yeah, but I mean, look, sorry, come on.
I'm going to interrupt you, Bill, because we've got an announcement from Blackpool South. Now, I interrupted Bill because we're about to hear the returning officer speak. He is now on the stage at the Blackpool Declaration. We are watching now various candidates take their place behind the returning officer, and we will soon be hearing the official result. We're just waiting for those candidates to step in place. This is, of course, a by-election called after the former Conservative MP for the seat resigned in disgrace after an investigation into lobbying. We are waiting for these candidates. We can spot the Conservative Party candidate on the left there. It looks like the Labour Party candidate is now in place. The Green Party candidate is there. A smattering of independents, although from this angle I can't yet see... Oh no, there he is.
We've now got the results for the Blackpool South constituency. I, Neil Jack, Acting Returning Officer for the Blackpool South constituency, declare that the total number of votes for each candidate is as follows. Black, Stephen Justin, commonly known as Stephen, Independent, 163. Butcher, Mark Anthony, Reform UK, 3,101. Cregan, Andrew Kevin, Liberal Democrats, 387. Hope, Alan, commonly known as Howling Lord, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 121. Jones David, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,218. Knight Kim Sherry, Alliance for Democracy and Freedom, 147. Sharp Damon Lee, New Open Non-Political Organised Leadership, 45. Thomas Benjamin Scott, commonly known as Ben, Green Party, 368. Webb Christopher Paul, commonly known as Chris, Labour Party, 10,825. The number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Did not bear the official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 16. Writing unmarked by which the vote could be identified, 0. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 57. I declare that Christopher Paul Webb is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blackpool South constituency.
Thank you.
The people of Blackpool South have spoken for Britain. They have said to Rishi Sunak and to the Conservatives they've had enough. They've had enough for 14 years of the Conservatives being in power. They have lost trust of the British people, and Blackpool has had enough of this failed government, which has crashed the economy, destroyed our public services and put up taxes. They have said that it's time for change, and that change started here in Blackpool tonight. Only Labour offers new hopes for towns like Blackpool. We need change, and we will get it under a Labour government. I want to thank the returning officer, my election agent, William Didsbury, election staff and the police for the smooth running of this election and count. I know it takes a lot of work to put this on, so I thank you for your professionalism, your commitment to the democratic process. I'd also like to thank my entire campaign team and the wider Labour movement. Blackpool South is the 23rd parliamentary by-election of this Parliament, and it's down to each and every one of you for your sacrifices that have made sure we've turned Blackpool South red once again. No. And thank you to my amazing family who have given me endless support over the years, and to my incredible wife Portia for all her support and sacrifices she's made, especially in these last few weeks, and looking after our newborn son Killian. And thank you to my mum, dad and sister watching in Australia who have supported me all these years. Above all though, I'd like to thank the people of Blackpool South who have put their trust in me to be the next Member of Parliament. It's a huge privilege to represent the seat that I call home and have been born and bred in, where we've not had a local MP for 60 years. The circumstances that led to this by-election have been well documented. I believe many people in Blackpool have been left with little faith in politicians because of the behaviour of others. To them I say I'm humbled by your support, that every ward in this town voted for me. Whether you voted for me or not though, I promise to work for you every day to earn your trust and restore the faith in politics. I promise I won't let you down. I have said this all along, that I am in it for Blackpool, and I mean it. I will put the priorities of this town first and fight for residents in Westminster and challenge this government to get a better deal for Blackpool. I have spoken to so many during this campaign and had the same conversations. People are fed up because nothing seems to work anymore, hard up because of the Conservative cost of living crisis, but instead of giving up, they got up and voted for change with Labour. It is not acceptable that Blackpool has the highest crime rate in Lancashire, with neighbourhood police officers cut by 43%. It's not acceptable that the Conservatives have allowed some parts of our town to be run down without a plan to rejuvenate them. And it's not acceptable that in Blackpool South, in parts, more children live in poverty because of the decisions this government have made. People in Blackpool South and across the country are sick of the government's failure and to tackle the big issues facing our country. In this election, we offered a plan for Blackpool that was positive. A plan to put more police on the streets, deliver the regeneration our town needs and help hard-working families through the cost of living crisis. Only Keir Starmer's Labour Party has the vision and the ideas to make life better for everyone in our country. Change is what people want, and up and down the country, Labour is the party they're looking for to deliver it. Blackpool South has said that loud and clear tonight. The message to the Prime Minister is that we need a general election, sooner the better. People no longer trust the Conservatives. Prime Minister, do the decent thing, admit you've failed and call a general election. Give the people of Britain the same opportunity people in Blackpool South have. A Labour Member of Parliament and Keir Starmer in Downing Street. And let Labour get on with delivering the change the people of Britain want and deserve. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you to the people of Blackpool South.
There we have it. That was Chris Webb, who has just been elected as MP for Blackpool South. For the Labour Party, let's go through those results once more. Labour received 10,825 votes and in at a very close second. Well, I say a close second, I mean the distance between second and third was close, not the distance between first and second. The Conservatives pipped Reform UK to the post with 3,218 votes to Reform UK's 3,101 votes. That means that the three parties that kept their deposits were Labour, the Conservatives and Reform UK. Although Reform UK will no doubt be pleased they exceeded their national polling average, they'll be disappointed that the Conservatives came ahead of them in this seat, given the particular circumstances that surround it. The Labour Party doing better than expected there, with almost 60% of the vote, 58.9% there. Those are the results. Christopher Webb, the new Member of Parliament for Blackpool South. Well, I'm joined now on the panel by James Crouch, the Head of Policy and Public Affairs at Opinion Research. We're also still on the line with Bill Rammell, the former Labour MP. Bill, your reaction, first of all, another notch to those extra Labour MPs, and by my count, now the Conservative Party's majority down to 40 from where it was once 80.
Yes, I think Blackpool South is a fantastic result. As you said, almost 60% of the vote. The Tories scrapping with Reform and barely beating them by a handful of votes. And the swing, and I haven't been able to calculate it yet, but I think it is on the scale of as we've had in the previous by-elections over the last 18 months. Again, a very, very strong indicator that the Tory years are coming to a close and we're going to have a Labour government at the general election with, I think, a very, very substantial majority. That's what all these results together are indicating.
Bill, aren't these results going to put all of us political journalists out of a job? I mean, the polls are just turning into reality, and where's the speculation? Where's the fun gone?
As a practising politician, I can live without too much fun as long as it ends up with the right results. And you know, I think what is being indicated is that, you know, people are not looking for fun. They're not looking for a close election. They are sick and tired of what has happened over the last 14 years, and they are desperate for change. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that, you know, they're vimming with enthusiasm for the Labour Party because they've been beaten down by the way the Tories have conducted themselves over the last 14 years. But they definitely want to see the back of the Conservatives. You know, I've been canvassing very strongly in my former constituency of Harlow over the last few weeks, and every time I've gone out, I've come across 5 or 6 people, lifelong Conservatives, who are saying never again. Now, a lot of them are coming to the Labour Party. Some of them are simply abstaining. Some of them are going to Reform. And I do think, I mean, you know, these elections, the by-election in Blackpool South, the local elections are dreadful for the Tory party. But we've got no elections in Scotland, no elections in Wales, and Reform only standing in about 15% of the seats across the country. All of that adds up to a situation where the result is likely to be much, much worse come the general election, whenever Sunak's got the bottle to call it.
Well, I suppose this would suggest that perhaps the election is not coming sooner. In fact, it may be coming much, much later than people would expect. The last possible date the election could be called is January 2025. What do you think the odds of that are?
I think they're still fairly slim. I think it's very unusual to have general elections in the depths of winter. But we just don't know what is going to happen now with the Tory party. You know, these local election results look like they're going to be even worse than their expectation management projection of 500 losses. You know, they can talk about mayoral elections. I was struck yesterday listening to John Curtis, you know, the key election guru, and he said the mayoral elections are actually the worst indicator of the outcome of the next general election, because the roles were designed for personalities who reach beyond their party base, and therefore they're not a predictor. So whether Ben Houchin and Andy Street hang on or not, I don't think that is of major relevance. It's the local election results, it's the Blackpool South result, it's the opinion polls, all of which are very, very strongly indicating that there's going to be a change of government. Now, if that is worse than the Tories expected, and I think it very probably is, how do they react? I think it's inconceivable they can get away with changing Prime Minister again, but I think enough of the hotheads may try to do that. And I think what will probably happen is that there may be enough MPs to trigger a vote of no confidence. The vote will then take place, but not enough of them will vote against Sunak. So he'll remain in post, greatly weakened, and he will then have to make a calculation, you know, do I stagger on and maybe it gets worse, or do I go to the country now? So I think it's 50-50 whether the election comes in maybe July, or, as I've always thought, in October, perhaps November.
Well, this is an astonishing turn of events, of course, because what we're expecting now is potentially the doomsday scenario for Sunak. Enough Conservative MPs to destabilise him on this sort of precipitous edge, and yet not enough to actually dislodge him. That would be perhaps the worst of all worlds for Number 10. Bill Rammell, for now, thank you very much for talking us through that. It has been an astonishing by-election result, a bigger victory than many were expecting for the Labour Party there. 58.9% of the vote, 10,825 votes to the Conservatives, 3,218. The Conservatives just over 100 ahead of Reform UK. It's 5 a.m. This is GB News Vote 2024, The People Decide. Labour have won the Blackpool South by-election with a majority of 7,607.
I declare that Christopher Paul Webb be duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blackpool South constituency.
Christopher Webb becomes only the second ever Labour MP for Blackpool South, and the Conservative Party have pipped Reform UK to second place, despite Richard Tice's hopes early on.
I think we are going to, it's nip and tuck for second place here.
We'll get all the reaction now. This is Vote 2024, The People Decide on GB News. Labour has taken the Blackpool South constituency from the Conservatives. Christopher Webb won the by-election, which was triggered by former Conservative MP Scott Benton's resignation following a newspaper sting operation revealing lobbying affairs. Here are the results. Chris Webb, Labour Party, 10,825. Now, that's equivalent to just under 60% of the vote. We've calculated it as 58.9%. Now, David Jones of the Conservative Party won 3,218 votes, 17.5%. That's ahead of Reform UK. Mark Butcher won 3,101. The rest of the candidates failed to keep their deposits. Well, we're now joined by GB News North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper, along with the Member of Parliament for Hyndburn and Deputy Chair of the Conservative Party, Sarah Britcliffe. Sophie.
Well, it's perhaps a little bit of a disappointing night for the Conservative Party. So, as you say, I'm joined now by Sarah to gauge a little bit of that reaction. Sarah, of course, we did expect it to be Labour's night, but did we quite expect over 7,000 votes more for the Labour Party over the Conservatives?
So I think because of the local circumstances, yes, we did expect quite a disappointing result. But again, David was a fantastic candidate. He was out there on the doorstep. So still very proud of the team that we've had here, and thanks to all of the volunteers that came out and helped here in Blackpool. So yes, a disappointing result, but to be expected because of the circumstances that existed surrounding the previous MP.
Of course, a narrow victory over reform to put you into second place there, but only by a matter of votes. Do you think that perhaps suggests a sign of the times that the Tory party really could be facing rivalry not only from Labour but also from Reform and other parties?
Well, I think it actually goes back to the circumstances of the local Member of Parliament who had to resign. But what it does show is that a vote for Reform means you get Sir Keir's Labour Party candidate and Sir Keir Starmer in number 10. If Reform stand, it just lets Labour in. And so that is exactly what we've seen here in Blackpool tonight.
You mentioned Sir Keir Starmer there. He's responded to his party taking this seat in Blackpool South. He says this seismic win in Blackpool South is the most important result today. This is the one contest where voters had the chance to send a message to Rishi Sunak's Conservatives directly, and that message is an overwhelming vote for change. Do you think that's the case? Do you believe what he has to say there?
I definitely do not believe that is the case. Look, this is a by-election with its local circumstances again. This is completely different to a general election, and I think when push comes to shove and people see that it's between Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak who's got a plan for the country, who's halved inflation already, or Keir Starmer who has absolutely no plan. We've seen that on immigration. I think the country can decide then, but that can't be based on a local by-election where there's been issues with local circumstances.
Of course, Chris Webb said there that he feels, and he feels his constituents now feel, that if Rishi Sunak would do the decent thing, to quote Chris there, that he would call that general election and admit his failures. Do you think that could potentially be on the cards in the coming days?
So obviously I have no idea when a general election is going to be called, but I actually think that the Prime Minister, with the first flights going off for Rwanda, the focus is there on delivering on the people's priorities, and that's what we've got to continue to do. Of course, a Labour politician is going to say that to the press, and that's part of their role, but actually we're focused on delivering.
Sarah, thank you so much for your time tonight. Some reaction there from the Conservative Party after Labour have taken the seat here in Blackpool South tonight.
Sophie Reaper, thank you very much. Reaction live from the count. It's all happening. It's all happening here. Well, I must say that as we were speaking, the Conservatives have now surpassed 100 council seats lost. Their attrition rate is 51%. And here are the numbers. Conservative Party down 108 seats, keeping just 94. So for those of you who can add up quickly, that's out of 212. The Labour Party is up 56 with 274 councillors, but perhaps most pertinently, they have gained 3 councils: Rushmore, Hartlepool and Thurrock. Well, there we go. Let's look at what the Labour Party now has to say. Keir Starmer has released a statement off the back of this by-election win. Here's what he has to say. This seismic win in Blackpool South is the most important result today. This is the one contest where voters had the chance to send a message to Rishi Sunak's Conservatives directly, and that message is an overwhelming vote for change. The swing towards the Labour Party in Blackpool South is truly historic and shows that we are firmly back in the service of working people. I'm so proud of the positive campaign we ran. To those who have put their trust in us in Blackpool and those considering giving Labour their vote, we are ready to serve your interests. Our new Labour MP, Chris Webb, has shown that after years of neglect, with the Tories, there's a better alternative. The message to Rishi Sunak is clear. It's time for change. It's time for a general election. And of course, that is a statement that Keir Starmer has just rattled together right now and wasn't at all pre-prepared. Well, let's speak now with the director of the Popular Conservatives, Mark Littlewood, public affairs consultant and former Labour aide Stella Santakidou, and alongside them we have James Crouch, the head of policy and public affairs at Opinium Research. James, this was a bigger win for Labour than many were predicting.
Yes, well, there's 2 things we're going to get tonight. So one is Blackpool South, and just as Bill Rammell says, and as Keir Starmer says, they want to draw the attention to that because they've definitely done the business. Labour getting well over half the vote, the Conservative Party vote splintering. If Labour were going to make the argument they're well on track to win the next election, Blackpool South is the kind of result you'd want from a by-election. It is, of course, just a by-election. And instead, tonight, we also have loads of councils across the country where we kind of hope that some of those kind of local factors even out. And that story is just a little bit more nuanced. I mean, the Conservatives are definitely not having a night that you would want to have. But on the other hand, if you look at things like the projected national vote share, well, Labour's not yet at 40% on that. And when Cameron was trying to get into government, 40% was the benchmark we always talked about. It's what we always talked about for Tony Blair. So it's that factor is still a little bit more nuanced. The question mark is, how big is that Labour win going to be?
Now, that 40% benchmark that Labour isn't hitting, that's not on the things that are declared now. This is pollsters like yourself doing very fancy maths, trying to work out what the result would have been if everywhere in the country had voted. There's got to be a margin of error in that.
Yes, it's a really difficult exercise to do. But you can also do the really simple maths, which is, OK, we know where candidates have stood this time, and we know where they stood last year. And Labour's vote is up a little bit. The Conservatives are down a little bit. Actually, one of the joys of being a pollster on a night like this is that you get another evidence base in which to assess how well opinion polls are doing. And broadly speaking, we actually have what the polls tell us, which is, well, Labour's really quite far ahead. It hasn't drastically moved much further ahead than a year ago, but there's smaller parties that are stealing votes from the major parties in different places in different amounts. And in this case, Reform may be a bit more, basically doing a bit more of the business than the Green vote is against Labour. But it's still, the big question we all want to know for the general election is, how big is the Labour win likely to be? And I still think that question is a little bit up in the air based on tonight.
Very, very interesting. You mentioned Reform UK. We have Anne Widdecombe of Reform UK on the line. Anne, firstly, on the result that we saw, you must be bitterly disappointed that there were just 117 votes away from beating the Conservatives. Just a few more doors knocked upon and you could have done it.
Bitterly disappointed? You could have heard my cheer from Devon all the way up there in London. We got 16.9%. Now, it was only a couple of months ago that everybody was saying, oh, look, we've got 13%. Now we've got 16.9%. If we go on at that rate, we are going to overtake the Tories. And I'm really not going to feel disappointed about a difference of 117 votes. I mean, my goodness gracious, is that all they can do?
Anne, this is no doubt the best by-election result that Reform UK has ever had. But there is a symbolic nature to second place. The ability of the party to be able to say, look, we've beaten the Conservatives, that's a benchmark missed.
Well, on this occasion, but if you actually look at the trajectory, as I've said before, last year 5 or 6% was good, then it was 10% in Kingswood, and it was 13% in Wellington, 16.9% in Blackpool. You can tell where the trajectory is going. We're going to overtake them. I mean, I actually have no doubt about that, because we're on that trajectory.
You can see a trajectory there, but I would put this to you, that perhaps it should have already been surpassed. 16.9 is not all that much above 14% or whereverabouts the average of your party is in the polls right now. And this is a seat perhaps designed perfectly. If I was to incubate an invented seat that was the perfect petri dish to spread Reform UK, it would be Blackpool South, a disgraced former Tory MP, a high Brexit vote, a non-entity of a Labour candidate. Why didn't you do better?
Oh, you really are struggling, aren't you? The fact is that it's not just a couple of percent above 14. Our last by-election result was 13%. We've now got 16.9. That's down nearly 4% above. And in a few months, not a couple of years, when you think where Reform has come from, we're a brand new party, and this is where we are tonight. Now, if we don't get an election until the autumn, and I think that is extremely likely, we're on, as I say, we're on course to overtake them. And then we will be the opposition, and then we will be the option to Starmer.
Now, our pollster James Crouch was just saying, I don't know if you heard, the scale of the Labour victory is something that is not yet cast in stone. It's almost certain, it's almost nailed on there will be a Labour victory, but the scale of that victory is up for debate. I would put it to you, Anne Widdecombe, that Reform UK could be one of the primary factors in determining that scale.
Well, I put it to you that, the Conservative Party no longer stands for conservatism, which is why people are moving to reform. And although pundits continually underplay it, Labour people are also moving to reform because they don't really want to vote Conservative, but they like what we stand for. And we have a positive message. And as I said before, vote Tory, get Starmer. That's what happened tonight. They should have voted for us.
Well, of course, both the Reform UK and Conservative vote put together would be just over 6,000. The Labour Party winning 10,000. I suppose it does put into perspective the arguments about one vote being split and another, because ultimately Keir Starmer's Labour Party blew you both out of the water.
Well, I mean, the fact is, I've said for a very long time that Keir Starmer's going to win anyway. And when people say to me, oh, you're going to cause us to lose votes to Starmer, I say Starmer's going to win anyway. That is pretty well inevitable.
Do you not see a difference between a Keir Starmer government with a majority of 30 and a Keir Starmer majority of 200?
Yeah. It'll be still a Keir Starmer majority. And in fact, if it's 30, they will probably be more tightly disciplined. And we'll probably get a much more socialist programme. So I don't actually think that a majority of 30 is a great improvement on a majority of 300. Look at the mess.
I've got to say that's a new one to me, Anne Widdecombe.
No, listen to me. Look at the mess the Conservatives have made with a majority of 80, and why? Because they were complacent. You have a small majority, and I've lived through a small majority. I lived through the major years. You have a small majority, and oh boy, it really matters that you are disciplined, because otherwise you're gone tomorrow morning.
Well, isn't that precisely the point? When Prime Ministers have small majorities, they're more likely to be gone at the next election. When they have vast majorities, they're not in for one term, they're often in for 3.
Oh, I hadn't noticed that with Boris. I thought it was now being said that there was going to be, that after that massive majority of 80, that there was going to be a Starmer landslide. So, I mean, you're talking with forked tongue at the moment. Which way is it?
Well, I think most people would suggest that had Boris Johnson won with 200-seat majority rather than an 80-seat majority, he would be rather safer, perhaps, than he was.
Because, I mean, when you have a very large majority, people do feel complacent. Now, I know this because I was in Parliament when Thatcher had a huge majority. And, we tend to forget it, but there was a rebellion a week because people knew it was quite safe because, they weren't actually going to defeat the government. When we then had the major years and a very, very tiny majority, people knew that if they, rebelled, they could end up with a general election and their own seat would be, very vulnerable. So, this is just an intellectual conversation. What I care about
What else would you expect at 16 minutes past 5 in the morning?
Well, actually, 16 minutes past 5 in the morning, I would have thought that one didn't actually want to get too cerebral, but you just wanted to look at what is needed. And what is needed is control of crime, control of immigration, control of taxes. And this government has not offered that, and Keir Starmer will not offer it. Therefore, vote reform.
Well, Anne Widdecombe, thank you very much for that spirited proposition of Reform UK. We'll be back to you in a little bit, no doubt. Listening to all of that was Mark Littlewood and Stella Santakidou. Mark, what do you make of what Anne had to say?
Look, I'm a big fan of Anne Widdecombe, and I have quite a lot of respect for Reform UK. I don't want to wish them away. It's no small achievement for a relatively small party to secure 16, 17% of the vote. But I've got to ask, to what end? I mean, Tom, you put it very well, that you could barely imagine more propitious circumstances in a parliamentary by-election for Reform UK, and they've come third. It's a respectable third. They've got, what, nearly 10 times as many votes as the Liberal Democrats. 3 cheers to them. But what's the end game here? What's the point of all of this?
Well,
After all of tonight's
about
antics, they're not going to win a single council seat, from what I can gather. Not one councillor in Britain, not one. I mean, maybe they'll pull one off somewhere. This is... It's not serious politics, in a way. It's admirable, and they're perfectly entitled to put forward this analysis. And, you know, I've got a lot of admiration for a lot of people in the Reform UK party. But I don't understand what the end game is, other than potentially to deliver Keir Starmer a majority of 200 rather than 20. And I rather disagree with Anne Widdecombe. I don't want the Labour Party to win the next election, but were they to do so, I'd want them on a pretty short leash. And they will be on a shorter leash if they have a small majority rather than a vast one. And to some degree, that's in Reform UK's hands.
What about this argument? And Anne Widdecombe touched upon it very slightly, and it's something that was said about Tony Blair, actually. If Tony Blair had won with a much smaller majority than he did, who would hold the whip hand over his government? Perhaps the Socialist campaign group of Labour MPs. Perhaps he would have to be much more socialist, actually, as a Prime Minister, if he relied upon the vote of Jeremy Corbyn rather than being able to dismiss the vote of Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, look, it depends whether you basically support the actions of our putative Prime Minister, in that case Tony Blair, now Keir Starmer. I don't want either of them to have a whip hand. And you're quite right, Tom, as well, that, I mean, we might see the extraordinary feat of a governing party with a majority of 80 only being in office for 1 term. I can't remember if that's ever happened in history before.
Well, it was sort of 2 terms, but 45, there was a majority of, I think, 160.
Then he got back in just.
He got back in with a majority of about 3 or 4, and then within a year he was out.
But I don't think anybody's predicting at the moment, we can go over to James in a minute, a Conservative majority of 3 or 4 at the next election. If you were offering that to Rishi Sunak, he'd rip your arm off right now. So, you know, from my point of view, although I've got a lot of sympathy with some of Reform UK's policies, if there is to be a Labour government, I would prefer it to have a smaller majority rather than a vast one. I think a Labour government with a vast majority would, from my perspective, wreak considerably more havoc than one with a small majority or no majority at all. And I'm still hoping we won't end up with a Labour government. But if we are to have one, I'd like it to be constrained.
What's the Labour perspective on Reform UK? Are you delighted that there is this party standing, seemingly taking more votes off the Tories?
The Labour perspective is that, no, we're not delighted. Obviously, we want people to vote for the Labour Party. And I do think Reform didn't do as well. I expected them to do better. And I say that because when it comes to a new party like Reform, when it comes to the third choice party, you would expect a voter for Reform to be quite motivated to show up to the polls on the day. So I would have expected them to do better. I don't expect, because usually if you're a voter of one of the mainstream parties, you are kind of complacent. So especially if you're a Labour voter, I would expect a lot of Labour voters have been complacent. Whereas in the general election, everyone votes. So I don't think Reform is going to do better. And they're not doing better than UKIP in 2016. I think Anne is you know, there is a bit of a wishful thinking there in what Anne was saying.
Because you not buy into our argument about this trajectory, about each by-election they've done a little bit better, give another 30 or 40 by-elections and they might win.
Exactly.
In 100 years' time, they'll win a seat.
Yes. Well, I mean, UKIP in 2016. I mean, the Conservatives kept Lincolnshire, the police and crime commissioner position in Lincolnshire. In 2016, UKIP was outperforming Reform UK. Again, I don't want to undermine what they've been doing. They've certainly been doing well, but we've seen this all before. And you have a Conservative Party that's hell-bent on copying their policies and their politics. And what is worrying me as a Labour perspective is, my God, is Rishi Sunak looking at this and thinking, oh, I haven't been politically incorrect enough. I haven't fought the woke left. I haven't woke the woke left
isn't that
hard
what
enough?
Many people might wake up and think, hang on, if I want to push Rishi Sunak in a certain direction, I might very well vote Reform UK and make the Conservative Party ape Reform
Emperor's
UK.
new clothes. Emperor's new... You can't... I'm sorry. You can put lipstick on a pig. It's not going to become. I don't want to say anything too offensive. It's 5:22 in the morning. I don't know who's watching, but I'm sorry. Rishi Sunak will never become a reform politician. He will never become what the reform, because people keep on thinking that the reform vote is just about culture war. No, it's not. It's also about economics.
And I think that is something that I think is always underemphasised in discussions like this. The number one issue, even though migration is very, very high on people's agendas, the number one issue in poll after poll, James, I'm sure you'll agree, is the economy, is the cost of living. Yes, that's definitely the priority. I think on reform specifically, it's also just the lack of trust. It's the disappointment. So, I mean, one of the reasons why this government's probably made some big mistakes on its political approach to immigration is actually it already has some big policies that reform voters quite like. So, as example, the Rwanda policy. 80-something% of reform voters support this policy and like it. Those same people, 8% of them trust the Tory party on immigration. It is the complete disconnect between what you're saying and trust to actually do anything about it. And to some extent, the Conservative Party does just need to lose the election to kind of just let that venom and political pain out before they can do something. It's almost as if just whatever the Conservative Party say, a huge proportion of the electorate will have simply stopped listening. They could say whatever, they could say free puppies for everyone and no one would believe them. Perhaps properly, no one should believe them, because any politician who says that is clearly a lunatic. Let's cross now to Bill Rammell, the former Labour MP and Labour Minister. Bill, you've been listening in to that discussion. From your perspective, I find it hard to think that when the Labour Party look at how what people like Anne Widdecombe and Ben Habib and the Reform sort of leadership are saying about destroying the Tory party, Keir Starmer's going to be pretty pleased about that.
Well, look, we've got no truck for reform. You know, they are an extreme party. You know, there's a piece in one of the papers today about many of their candidates who hold wacky conspiracy theory opinions. And I think if there was any real scrutiny of their platform, they'd begin to come under real pressure. I also think that this isn't
Bill,
like
you might say that, but there are lots. There's a very large proportion of the country that might think that actually what Reform UK is saying fits with their values. Reform UK has a very, very strict policy on migration. I think it's fair to say the public is probably on the more restrictionist side of the migration debate compared to where most politicians in most parties are. Are you saying there's not a space for a party that reflects that view?
But you need to have a credible platform. I mean, I believe in managed migration. I think the current net migration figure in this country is over the top and unsustainable, but the reform platform would not take us forward in actually tackling that problem. I was also going to make the point that this isn't like UKIP in 2014. You know, in my constituency in Harlow in 2014, UKIP actually topped the poll. Tonight, and I've been at the count in Harlow, there weren't any reform candidates. There were some UKIP candidates, and they got about 1 or 2% of the poll. So, you know, I think talk of this massive move to reform is overstated. But undoubtedly, they are hitting the Tory party. They're hitting them in terms of votes. Perhaps more importantly, they're hitting them in terms of the kind of nervous breakdown that's taking place within the Conservative Party, where, you know, Sunak is constantly looking towards the reform agenda because he feels that's where he's losing support. But actually, that makes his challenge much more difficult of winning over the centre ground, which is ultimately where every general election is won. Because the more Sunak pitches to that very right-wing agenda that Reform are putting forward, the more he loses that middle ground. And I think that's the conundrum he's in at the moment as well.
Well, what on earth is going to happen? Perhaps we should stop talking about the next election. I think everyone we've spoken to this evening, apart from some of the perhaps unfortunate Conservative Party spokespeople who have to say that they believe the Conservative Party is going to win, perhaps most people would say the Conservative Party is not going to win. What happens in the next Parliament? What is Labour afraid of the Conservative Party morphing into?
I don't think we're afraid, and I think, an interesting question. If we do get a very substantial Labour majority government, and look, I'm no longer a front bencher, so I can probably be, more frank than I would if I was still on the front bench. I think it is going to be a very, very big Labour victory. And the real question then is, how does the Tory party react? If they elect a Suella Braverman type figure who moves them further to the right, further to the reform agenda, that they might win back a few votes that have gone to the reform, but they'll be light years away from winning the centre ground and winning back a general election. And if you get a very, very large Labour majority and a Tory party that veers off further to the right, I think that reinforces the prospects that we're not just talking about a one-term Labour government, but at least a two-term Labour government. And in terms of the time to turn the country round and sustainable change, I think that's really important.
Of course, in 2019, the Conservative Party won 9% of the vote in a national election, the European elections. There was a time in the opinion polls where each of the four major parties at that time, Labour, Tory, Lib Dem, Brexit, were on 25% apiece. What happened? Then the Conservative Party elected a new leader, Boris Johnson, who made it his sole mission not to go after any Labour votes, not to go after any Lib Dem votes, to solely soak up the Brexit party and, in his words, put Nigel Farage back in his box. The Conservative Party was then able to win the next election simply by absorbing those Brexit party votes.
I don't think that's, Tom, I don't think that's an accurate reflection of what actually happened. Because you had people who were fed up by the constant wrangling over Brexit, and because the Labour Party and Jeremy Corbyn had an absolutely extreme leader...
Bill, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. We're going to cross live to Blackpool, where we can speak to the Labour victor. Sophie Reaper, take it away.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Tom. Joining me now is the successful candidate here in Blackpool South, Chris Webb. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel, first of all, to become the successful candidate in Blackpool South?
I'm incredibly humbled. We had a record result here tonight, and I promise the people of Blackpool South I won't let them down.
Absolutely, and you talked about in your victory speech that you think now that the appropriate action is for Rishi Sunak to admit his failures and call a general election. First of all, do you think that's likely? And second of all, what is it that makes you think that that is the right course of action for Rishi Sunak to be taking?
Day in, day out, people were telling me that they're worse off under this Conservative government. They've had 14 years of decline in Blackpool. Blackpool's a worse place under this government. They want change, and they know a Labour government can deliver that.
8 in 10 of the most deprived areas in the country are here in Blackpool. What is it about you that is going to change that?
So I've been a community activist in the town for over a decade. I work with the food bank. I lead an award-winning mental health charity in Blackpool as chair of trustees. I know the issues in my community. I'm Blackpool born and bred. I see them day in, day out, and I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get on with the job.
And in terms of Sir Keir Starmer's leadership bid, I suppose we can call it, as we come into the general election, do you think that your victory here today perhaps suggests a turn in the tides?
Keir's very popular in Blackpool. We've seen that. He's a friend of Blackpool. He's been here several times meeting young people, going into our deprived areas, and always gets an incredible reception. And this is another vote for his victory and why people want him in Downing Street.
And of course, it's not just yourselves that's been talked about today. Reform have performed particularly well, coming just being beaten by the Conservative parties. Do you think that there's a chance that in the coming years that we'll lose that kind of two-party system, and that other parties like Reform could be giving you some competition?
Here people wanted change, and they voted for a Labour candidate and a Labour government tonight. I mean, what we've seen in Blackpool, it's always been Labour Tory. We see that on the council, and I think people have said they wanted a Labour MP with positive policies who ran, I ran a positive campaign, and that's what they voted for, and that's what we're focused on, and that's what the people of Blackpool want.
Chris, thank you so much for your time, and once again, congratulations. There we are, we've been here overnight bringing you all the latest from Blackpool South, and that is Chris Webb, the new MP for this constituency.
Sophie Reaper, thank you so much. You've been through it all, through thick and thin, and it did seem at one point like we wouldn't get a result until much later than this, but we got there in the end. Sophie Reaper, thank you very much for bringing it all to us. Well, this has been a pretty extraordinary evening so far. Shall we take a look at the number of councillors that each party has managed to obtain so far? Of course, we were only expecting 35 councils to declare over today, and pretty astonishingly, the Conservative Party have continued their huge attrition rate. What do I mean by that? They are losing more seats than they are holding on to. 117 losses to 110 holds. The Labour Party has taken 58 new seats net. That gives them a total so far at this point in the evening of 297. Well, there's also been some positive news for the Greens and the Lib Dems, who've picked up 12 and 14 councillors on net apiece. So far, the only councils changing hands are Rushmore, Hartlepool and Thurrock, all Labour gains. Well, that gives us a bit of an overview of where we are at this point in the evening. Still with us in the studio is Mark Littlewood, the director of the Popular Conservatives group, Stella Santakidou, the former Labour advisor, and James Crouch, the pollster. James, numbers. Talk us numbers.
Well, it's still, I guess, first thing is that the Conservatives are probably just going to pip Liberal Democrats' number of councillors so far tonight, but I've realised they've just kept kind of basically chasing each other. But the one thing that I feel like I was starting to notice earlier on in the night is actually that the Conservatives are beginning to win still in their basically comfort zones in the south, but lose some of the more blue-collar areas. Blackpool, I guess, is one of them in by-election spaces. But ultimately, they've lost places like North East Lincolnshire. They've lost basically a lot of their blue-collar vote and managed to hold on to places like Fareham, places that are unimaginable that they could lose. But it basically looks like a 1997 outcome in terms of the councils.
Is this what Rishi Sunak really sold to Tory MPs when he was standing to be leader? This sort of blue wall, safety-first strategy. Peculiar, given that he was actually a Brexiteer back in 2016, but going by the vibes theory of politics, he sort of gives off the idea of sort of comfortable, metropolitan, home counties sort of rural Tory. That's sort of where the party is going. It's almost irrespective of policy, which seems to be much more angled towards the red wall.
Well, I think one of the problems is it wasn't particularly clear what way he was meant to be going anyway, because what was Liz Truss? Was she really hard on immigration, or was she really strong on low taxes? Which bit of the country was that meant to appeal to? And if the reverse is meant to be true of Sunak, then also which people is he meant to annoy? Which ones is he meant to appeal to? It's not particularly clear to me, which is why I think you're getting the Conservative Party just going back to its core vote. And ultimately, those core voters are still the people that they looked like 15, 20 years ago, which is ultimately a quarter of people, predominantly somewhere in leafy southern England.
And yet, in 1997, the Conservative Party got 30% of the vote.
Yeah, about that.
Today in the polls, the Conservative Party is bumbling around 20%. In order to fit the scenario you're painting of a 1997-style result, the Tories need to find 10 points in the polls to rise by.
So they definitely do need to do that, that's true, but then also, if Labour wants to be at a 1997 level, they need to find another 6 points or so, also to reach, which is why the relative position looks quite similar. But also, one thing that is remarkable about the Conservatives just keeping ahead of the Liberal Democrats. Actually, in the 1990s, the Conservatives became the third party of local government, not even the second. So the fact that they are holding second place, I know, is not remarkable for the current party of government, but it just goes back to that whole conversation that I feel is going to dominate everything until we have this general election, which is how big is the Labour win going to be? But if they're in second place, I don't know, they have a little bit of hope. There is also, in a day or two, the whole conversation is going to move on. If Andy Street wins, if Ben Houchen wins, it just gives them the little bit of something.
Which currently they don't really have. They can't point to a council that was on the edge and say, look, we held that, or but perhaps by Friday afternoon they might. Mark Littlewood, we were just talking about the Liberal Democrats. Of course, back many moons ago, both you and Liz Truss were members of the Liberal Democrats. Do you remember the time when the Lib Dems were ahead of the Tories in local government?
I do. I mean, actually, in the aftermath of the 1997 defeat, the Conservatives were potentially dicing with death a bit over a 5 or 10 year period. That it was not unimaginable that they might be eclipsed by the Liberal Democrats. Never quite happened, but it looked like it was on the cards. After 4 years in opposition, they made no headway in 2001, the Conservatives. I think gained one seat net. So it was on the cards. And Tom, you've been asking a lot about, you know, what might happen on the centre-right of politics were Labour to win, and I think that is an interesting question, and at this time in the morning these are the things we can philosophise about. But I'm actually very interested in what a putative Labour government might do. So, I mean, my congratulations to Chris Webb, and Bill Rammell's a nice enough bloke and, you know, articulate kind of person. But all I've heard from the Labour Party all night is there's got to be change. Oh, and I think one Labour spokesman earlier was at Stephen Reid, interest rates are too high. That's the only policy that I could actually get my head around. Now, they might win on that platform, but I am unclear about what the radical policy change is going to be compared to what's happening. Are taxes going to go up a lot, down a lot, change a lot? Is public spending going to go up a lot? Are we going to have more deficits and more borrowing? You know, what do they think of the institutional structure of the Bank of England?
We will come to all of those questions in just a moment, because if you're just joining us this morning, welcome. It's been quite the night. To recap, Labour have won the Blackpool South by-election with a majority of 7,607 votes, a swing of 26% to the party. And the party have also seen big wins in local authorities across the country, gaining Redditch, Hartlepool, Rushmore and Thurrock councils. The Conservatives, on the other hand, have lost over 100 council seats. The evening started with the former London mayoral candidate Lord Bailey reflecting on the importance of local authorities.
The Minister we're seeking to do, his team will seek to do, is to control the narrative. We are going to lose some seats. I personally think the loss of councillors is doubly painful. They are the heart of any party.
And Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg reflected on what local election results may or may not mean for the national political picture.
Blackpool South is an almost perfectly designed by-election for the Reform Party, and therefore they ought to be doing well in it. It would be surprising if they don't, and actually second place seems to me to be relatively unambitious for them.
And turning to Blackpool, the leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, had high hopes for his party.
I think we are going to, it's nip and tuck for second place here.
However, second place wasn't to be, as the Conservatives still managed to just pip Reform to second place. The Blackpool South result came in at just before 5 a.m. this morning.
I declare that Christopher Paul Webb is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blackpool South constituency.
And this is what the new Labour MP told our reporter Sophie Reaper moments ago.
Incredibly humbled. We had a record result here tonight, and I promised the people of Blackpool South I won't let them down.
We've had all the reaction here on Vote 2024, The People Decide. And we've also spent the wee hours reflecting on elections of the past, Paddy Ashdown's hat eating promise, and the views of London cab drivers.
Everybody knows. I agree with Angela that every taxi driver I speak to doesn't like Sadiq Khan. And even one who said he otherwise votes Labour said to me he thought Sadiq Khan was awful. It's just a great pity that London isn't run by London cab drivers, because if they ran it, gosh, this would work well.
Now, the director of the Popular Conservatives, Mark Littlewood, and public affairs consultant, former Labour aide Stella Santakidou, are alongside James Crouch, head of public policy, public affairs at Opinion Research. Now, I'm so sorry, Mark and Stella. Before we got to that recap, you were about to launch into what I think would be a...
I was about to pounce!
Spark-filled,
You're going to tell us what the Labour government's actually going to do.
Mark, do you really expect that during the night of the local election results, as we are all waiting for the counting to finish, and we still have 2 more days to go, we have mayoral elections, local council elections, police and crime commissioner elections, did you really expect Keir Starmer to come out and announce another new policy?
No, I've been waiting for months for him to announce
You've been
any
waiting
kind of
for months.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have no idea. What's the big idea?
Have you seen what's happening every time Keir Starmer or Rachel Reeves announce a policy? A few months later, somehow it managed to become Tory government policy.
Well, it's the other way around, isn't it?
The
Tory government announces a policy like Rwanda, and sooner or later it becomes Labour opposition policy.
Labour, it looks like Labour is most certainly going to have a very big majority, a very nice, comfortable, lovely majority when the next general election comes. What are we going to be talking about when we have been treating the Labour Party as if they have been in government for the past 2 years. We have been expecting the same amount of detail.
Like that. I'm interested in what the Labour Party will do if it wins the next election.
Well,
so we've heard from this lovely chap in Blackpool who works for the food bank and a mental health charity and is a community activist and says it's time for change. Fair enough. What's going to be the major policy difference that Labour will bring in their first few months?
Did you see the new work deal that Rachel Reeves announced?
The new work deal. Explain to me what one of the major economic changes.
They announced the details. They announced the details.
Well, give me some.
For example, they're going to limit zero-hour contracts.
Right.
They're going to make
tighter labour laws. We're going to have that. Right. More regulation.
Yes.
Taxes are going to go up.
Better pay. No, taxes are not going to go up.
Taxes are not going to go up. Is spending going to go up? More spending? So taxes aren't going to go up, but spending will, am I right? I mean, you tell me. I'm not a member of the Labour Party.
Yes.
Will spending go up or not?
So far, they've been saying no.
No. So taxes aren't going to go up, spending isn't going to go up, but there's going to be a couple of changes to employment law. That's what we're going to get, is it?
That was just last week.
This is...
OK, how about this? Mark Littlewood, what if the next Labour government was actually the biggest supply-side reforming government since that of Margaret Thatcher, with, as Sir Keir Starmer once said, a bulldozer taken to planning restrictions in this country, unleashing lots and lots of building on what Sir Keir Starmer has determined to be the grey belt?
Yeah, I mean, look... I'm not...
Will you welcome that?
I would absolutely
the grey belt?
welcome
Did you like that policy?
There are 2 areas that I would really welcome. Firstly, planning reform. Secondly, I think Wes Streeting is a bit more imaginative about reforming the National Health Service than the Conservatives have been.
Yes.
If those 2 things happen, great. But I haven't heard anybody shouting from the rooftops about them. I want to see those 2 things happen.
I wonder why. Might it be because local elections are not about national issues?
Over the last 6 months.
Do you know how annoying? But we are. This is election. This is local elections results, and people are so angry. Local people are so angry when you have the one time every 4 years when you sit down and you talk about local issues. People get so angry with pundits because we keep on talking about national politics when they have all of these problems on the ground. And it's not just rubbish bin collection. You know, councils are having a really, really difficult time across the country. In the next year, we will see a lot of councils going bankrupt. People really are looking at the local government. Well, a lot of things. Actually, one of the things that I really like that the Labour Party is going to be doing is going to let councils have more long-term financial planning capacity, because this has been a very big problem. And also the other problem that you have is that you have councillors expected to basically be investment bankers with the investment managers with the funding that the councils get, which is really shouldn't be the job of the councillor.
OK, on that point, we're going to cross to Westminster now, where Bill Rammell is waiting for us, former Labour Minister, of course. Bill, there is a lot of debate about what the next Labour government actually looks like. I think what we have basically learnt tonight is that the polls aren't wrong. The polls are broadly right. What we're expecting is a pretty sizable Labour victory.
Indeed. But in terms of what Labour will do, I mean, look, I know Mark was an evangelist for Liz Truss. More than anything, we're going to end the chaos and instability that we've had over the recent period, you know, with 5 Tory prime ministers in 9 years. We're going to have stability in government, which is part of the way that you create the economic conditions to grow the economy. But I think you're right. There is also going to be a substantial supply-side agenda. There's going to be a mass house-building programme, stopping local authorities, blocking housing developments that are needed, and that will contribute to the economic growth we need.
Bill, on that point, I would love to believe you. I would love for the Labour Party to put in their manifesto precisely what they're doing. But whenever Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer have been asked, for example, about their new towns project, they don't say where the new towns are going to be. They say they'll announce that after the election. If anyone's been following planning reform conversations in the coalition government under David Cameron, under Boris Johnson, not announcing the thing in the manifesto means that it gets bogged down in Parliament afterwards, and guess what? No one wants it in their backyard.
I think you need to wait for the manifesto. You know, we think at the moment the general election is going to be October or November. I think over the summer you will start to see more concrete being, unfortunate euphemism, but more detail being put forward about where and how we're going to build and how we're going to move forward. And I was going to make the point, don't judge politicians on what they say, judge them on what they do. And look at the economic growth record of the last Labour government compared to this Conservative government, and that's worth, because Labour exceeded the Tories in terms of growth, that's worth about £150 billion worth of public resources. That's the difference. We can do it again through stability, through supply side reform, through significant house building, stopping the massive disgraceful delays on infrastructure projects that can provide jobs that are needed to drive the economy. And that's part of the way that we start to generate the funds for increased public spending. Now, that's not going to happen in the first year or 2 years of a Labour government. But as we move forward and we get that economic growth, I think you will see public services begin to improve and begin to be better funded in the latter part of that first Labour Parliament.
It's true, there was higher growth before the financial crisis, although you're hard-pressed to find a major European country that grew faster than the United Kingdom in the intervening years. I wonder what a potential Labour government would have done in 2010 that would have made us grow substantially, well, even more fast than we did compared to France, Germany and the rest of them, Italy even. Bill Rammell, I wish we could have this conversation for many, many more hours. I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there, but thank you so much for joining us throughout the last hour or two. We're going to have a look at the latest seat total now, because if you're just joining us, the Conservatives have lost over 100 council seats. The Labour Party has picked up 4 new councils, and indeed the Labour Party has gained 58 councillors. Those are the numbers on your screen now. The Labour Party is on 297, that's up 58. The Conservatives are on 110, that's down 117 councillor losses. A pretty staggering number. The rate of attrition is over 50%. The Lib Dems have had a very decent night. It's nip and tuck for third place in terms of the seats that were being contested and are being counted this evening. The Greens have also had a good night, doubling their total in terms of the number of seats that are being contested and counted tonight. Well, joining us is the pollster from Opinion, James Crouch, because, James, this is basically confirming it's a good day for your industry. The polls are broadly right.
Broadly so. So at least we know that public opinion hasn't drastically moved on or changed since this time last year. So that's what the polls have broadly been telling us, except for there being more smaller parties on the scene that have a bigger voice and a bigger presence. And that's broadly what we're seeing from the council results that are coming in. So the problem with how we kind of report them is that all the changes are on kind of 4 years ago. These were all last run in 2021. So it just means that we now look at the huge change since then. We're already aware of most of the change that's happened since then. It's just are we moving, what is the direction of travel? And the answer is, it's kind of static. It's broadly where we are. Labour's ahead. By how much, we'll see.
And let's turn to Mark Littlewood, the director of the Popular Conservatives Group, and Stella Santakido as well, former Labour advisor. Looking at where we are right now, Mark, the Conservatives, something has to give, something has to change.
Well, I reckon I'm their lucky charm, Tom. When I walked in a couple of hours ago, the Conservatives were losing about 65% of their seats. Now they're only losing 50% of their seats. So a bit like the Reform UK argument we heard earlier, if we can keep that trajectory up for the next few hours, we'll be gaining seats before you know it. Now, what I seriously said in terms of what the Conservative Party was looking at, and everybody can say it's expectations management, but I'm not sure it was, I think there was an expectation that the Conservatives would lose about half of their council seats. And it actually seems on track for that. A little earlier in the evening, it looked a lot worse than that. It looked like two-thirds, almost two-thirds. It now looks about half at the moment. That's by no means a good night. That's still a bad night, but I think that's baked in. I'm not expecting there to... Boris Johnson, when he resigned, famously said, when the herd moves, it moves. I don't think there is a herd that wants to get rid of Rishi Sunak, and I don't think it's moving. So these results, and I'm expecting the mayoral results to be rather better for the Conservatives, although I hear the arguments that they should be discounted for party political reasons. They're more about the individual personalities. It's not a great night for the Conservatives, but against what we were expecting, it's not a catastrophic night either.
Stella, what do you make of that idea that actually this conversation 2 hours ago looked catastrophic for the Conservatives, and this conversation now just looks very bad?
I think they just resigned to their fate, because it's really, really difficult. Like, how many times can you try to reassure the public? I mean, you've had some really difficult conversation with Tory MPs here on this show throughout the night, and it's a very difficult position, because what are you going to say? I mean, I feel like, Jeremy Hunt was saying how, Tony Blair, David Cameron, they also lost like 500 seats or however many seats they lost during local elections. And I'm thinking, yes, you need to find something to say, but no, I think it is quite catastrophic. I think that it looks like if the polls, which the polls, as you said, they're doing quite well, it looks like come the general election, Conservatives are going to be in the low hundreds in terms of seats.
Obviously, if this was replicated, I'm not saying that you can map this. You'll have to ask James. But if the Conservative Party were to lose half their seats, they'd win about 180 seats at the next general election. I'm not saying you can immediately map it onto that. But we've seen some polls in recent days predicting that the Conservatives will win fewer than 100. I mean, that's an extinction-level event rather than a very, very bad result.
Let's ask our pollster. James, how likely is it, on the basis of these real results now, are we looking at Conservative seats around 180, 150 or under 100?
Well, opinion, we have Labour's lead at around 16 points, which is basically the lowest of the kind of range that's out there. So when you plug in basically the really large numbers, you get results like, Conservatives under 100 seats. I think this confirms that we're probably broadly right. And one of the results that goes in there, partly because it's my birthplace and partly because Bill Rummel was on the screen, is Conservatives have held Harlow, which is a swing marginal council. So they're going to, swing marginal seat. So going to go into a general election, I suppose they're going to lose.
That is really interesting there. The Conservatives finally have something they can crow about. They've held Harlow, but lost quite a few others. Thank you for joining us for another pivotal night of election coverage. Labour has a new MP. After a 26% swing, they gained Blackpool South. Keir Starmer says the win is seismic. And, of course, Hartlepool, Thurrock, Rushmore, as well, are all councils picked up by the Labour Party. Stephen and Ellie are going to take you through future results throughout breakfast.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
The International Monetary Fund has estimated that Russia will outgrow all advanced economies in 2024. This is in spite of all the sanctions the West has imposed on Russia, in spite of its removal of the SWIFT banking system, in spite of the fact that Germany has almost entirely weaned itself off Russian gas, and in spite of the 50,000 soldiers who have died and the endless resources it has poured into the Ukraine war. So, what are we missing here? Why is Russia going to grow more than the rest of us? Well, it's simple. Russia is willing to make use of its own energy resources to provide abundant supply to its citizens. Increased supply means lower prices, and cheap energy is inextricably linked to economic growth. But since 2008, the United States has grown at twice the rate of the United Kingdom. The big difference is that America has much lower energy prices, while the UK insists on masochistic green policies. But it's no surprise that the green fanatics in the Scottish government, where they know how to be fanatics, have had to backtrack on their flagship greenhouse gas reduction target. The SNP has committed to reducing Scotland's CO2 emissions by 75% by 2030. Now, the Climate Change Committee has reviewed its policy and advised that the absurd reduction target is out of reach.
Can we accept the CCC's recent re-articulation that this Parliament's interim 2030 target is out of reach? We must now act to chart a course to 2045.
It is time to recognise the truth that net zero by 2050 is unrealistic and unaffordable. It's time we rid ourselves of this foolish and costly idea that will simply make people cold and poor. We need to prioritise cheap energy for Britain's consumers and for companies, for industry, enabling economic growth that will benefit us all.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News.
Whenever Parliament is in session on a Wednesday at midday, we'll bring you live coverage of